what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can take your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can take your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart
Hello. Happy Trump got convicted day? Or was that yesterday? I don't know, chat. We've been celebrating a little too much. We've been doing a little bit too much politics, but don't worry. There's a chance for you to do more politics if you haven't gotten enough, especially if you haven't gotten enough of the Trump stuff. So we're covering some drama today, but it's actually political drama. I mean, is it? I don't know. Brianna Wu is a phenomenon, a strange phenomenon, a phenomenon whose existence I don't completely understand, and it irks me. It irks me, and so we've got to get to the bottom of it. One in chat, if you've seen my video on Brianna Wu bullying Jesse Gender and picking a fight with Big Joel. I almost said Billy Joel. But Billy Joel, as we know, is the United States, right? But Billy Joel is just the spiritual avatar for our country. The oh my god, what is it called? The egregore? Is it chat? Am I even saying this right? It's somewhere. It starts with an E. Does anybody even know what I'm talking about? Do I even know what I'm talking about? That's the better question. The answer is no. So the Piano Man. Yeah. But is it an egregore? Is that a thing? Is an egregore a thing that I like vaguely remember talking to somebody about in Discord? Oh my god. So yeah, like I said, I thought we'd get back to some drama since we've been covering politics a lot. And the drama like led me back to the politics and the more importantly, right, the second content, the list of like content that came to my subconscious when I tried to, create other options for after we get done with the conflict between President Sunday and Brianna Wu and all that business and rehash and relive the trauma that I experienced at the hands of Twitch Poll and try to figure out like what's going on with Brianna Wu. Why am I saying Wool? Brianna Wu would be like a Pokemon version of her that's like a sheep. It's like Brianna Wu is that would be way more adorable than she deserves. Egret? Wait, is it egret's like a bird, right? There's an egress that's like the exit, and then an egret's like a bird, and Brianna Wu is Pokemon. Like I don't want my Wooloo Poke-evolving into that. Wait, do you call it Poke-evolving? Or am I superimposing my Digimon knowledge onto Pokemon in a way that's most inappropriate? I don't know, chat. Is that a it's Digivolve. It's yeah, Pokemon just evolve, right? They don't Poke-evolve. I need to look this up. Is this like a real thing? Or did I just get gaslit into believing that it was? It looks like it's a word. An egregore is a concept in Western esotericism of a non-physical entity or thought form that arises from the collective thoughts and emotions of a distinct group of individuals. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Mother King egregore. See, I'm censoring myself. I'm pre-censoring myself. What is an egregore? Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out about the egregore of Twitch politics and why that word is so slippery, because the very people that embody its ethos are now using it as a pejorative against other people. Like, no, we're not Twitch Poll. It's the rest of you. It's the rest of you. No, I'm pretty sure I know what Twitch Poll is. It's a Discord. It's an official Discord, the official Twitch Politics Discord. That's what we're talking about. What did you think we were talking about? Also, it's the beginning of my stream, and I better get used to this, right? I'm gonna make something in the future that's like the visual, but for now, let me just give a shout out to our two fancy weasels on the Patreon. That is Shakespeare and Omega Star. Thank you for sponsoring me on Patreon. Thank you for being fancy weasels, and as part of being fancy weasels, you get a shout out. I hope. Wait, unless I'm giving it to the wrong tier. Chat, this is the thing that's so complicated about Patreon. It's like a lot of it's not that it's a lot of work, it's just a lot to keep track of. Yeah, you get a fancy shout out. That's why you're a fancy weasel for the fancy shout out and the fancy Discord coming soon and the fancy early access to unedited, uncensored upcoming YouTube videos. You get them first, and you get them the Snyder Cut style. If you're into that, you can always watch the regular video too. Like it won't hurt my feelings if you'd rather have a more edited version of the content, but you get the option to hear all the F words that before I've taken them out. So yeah, and I didn't really realize how much I said the F word until I covered Brianna Wu. But like, I got it from the Trumpies. You are definitely a fancy weasel. That is a thing. But yeah, you know what? Actually, I feel like I should shout out Temporal Insanity. Good for Gabby, and oh my god, see, I don't know if it's like people's like names, then I feel like not shouting you out on the off chance that you don't want your name to be public. But if you're also subscribed to me on Patreon for $5 a month, and you know who you are, feel free to let me know, and let me know how you would like to be shouted out, because like I'm just like, don't want to keep that information private unless I know otherwise. Uncensored unraw, if you will. FYI Shorts is still not live. That's true, Seth Evans. That's true. And that's a good point. That's a good point. They're missing out on this Wu tent. So that's what we're doing. We're doing Wu tent today. It had to happen. No, it's actually like it's actually caught my interest more than before. If you don't know, Brianna Wu was the brains behind Progressive Victory before leaving Progressive Victory. She's still like associated with a rebellion pack. She's still associated with one political action committee, but yeah, there's like more to to Brianna Wu than I realized, actually. I try to be a considerate weasel. Brianna Wu downfall. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely some kind of expose say going on here. And it's not just one person either. It's like a lot of people from a lot of different political perspectives, including some that are kind of opaque themselves. And this is going to be my primary problem with Brianna Wu and with Twitch poll. I do not trust that, which is politically amorphous. That goes for counterpoints. That goes for Brianna Wu. That goes for Twitch poll and the official politics Discord. And that actually goes maybe a little bit for Sunday. We'll see exactly how much. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about when we take a little deep dive into there, because I'm not sure I understand where Sunday's coming from either. There was a little bit of a incidental revelation on President Sunday that I kind of find interesting. Unraw is from one of the Stellar Blade dorks who signed a petition and made a video about it. Oh, God. Hog infighting. Hog infighting is on the table, so I should get into this now, shouldn't I? All right, so we're going to do the Wu tent. We're going to cover Brianna Wu versus Sunday, and it's actually going to be more than just Brianna Wu versus Sunday. It's going to be Brianna Wu versus Queemon, and it's going to be Brianna Wu versus, I don't know, Chud Logic? Chud Logic got involved. Chud Logic made himself involved. Chud, I'm not trying to cover you, but here we go again. And this time I might not actually have that much bad to say about Chud Logic. That is a rarity, but then again, Chud Logic may not have that much to say about any of this. He's just kind of there. He's just kind of along for the ride. So we'll just appreciate the great Chungus in all of his glory. Brianna Wu versus Self, yeah. Well, what is at the core of that Self? Like, who is that Self? That's the question, right? And I'm not sure Brianna knows. That's my greatest fear, is that not even Brianna knows. But yeah, obviously we're going to have some time after I cover Brianna, and I like to reward people who contribute to the stream. It's the only way that I'm able to come to you week after week. So, like I said, I appreciate our Patreons, not just the fancy weasels, but all of our Patreons. And I've opened up a bunch of new tiers over there. If you want to check it out, we've got some definite some perks for each tier, whether it's based weasel or fancy weasel or even fancy weasel, or if you feel like a legendary weasel, right there we got some special above and beyond perks for the above and beyond patrons that want to help me make this a real thing, make this a career, make this like a stream that grows and a community that grows and a message that flows. Hopefully, I don't know, I feel there's something about the nature of streaming content that it feels a little bit plastic. It feels a little bit like the content. Like there's always this idea of content of like, I've got a stream and I need to fill it with content, and I don't have a lot of time for a lot else. Whereas if I was a video essayist, I'd probably spend a lot of time thinking about my subject. Then I'd be thinking about, I don't know, my title, my thumbnail, and then start thinking about my script. And all these things can get sort of taken into consideration. And like video essayists, oh my gosh, if you're like an actual video essayist like ContraPoints, you've got a year to make that video. You can keep coasting on a video from a year ago, like if it's good enough, right? I'm not at that point in my YouTube journey yet, and I'm not even at the point where I have time to do a lot of prepared content, but I would like to be. I would like to think that streamers can make better video essayists than Stardust, right? Because we've seen recently some pretty bad examples of streamers trying to turn into video essayists. I mean, there's a lot of bad, video essayists from streamers, because it's such a different art form. It's such an art form. Look at me putting on airs. It's my art form. It's my art form. I'm an artist. Aren't you happy? Wait, I think I still need to press a button to make the machine go burr. Machine. Oh, you have to have the button pressed, don't you? All right, the button is pressed. The button is pressed, but Stardust is a low-tier rock bottom barrel drama farmer. I don't know. I haven't really looked into Stardust for a long time, right? Had a bad experience with Stardust early on, but I try not to judge people by their past. I try to, allow people to grow and change if that's what they want to do. If they recognize that maybe bringing on Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer is not a great idea. Yeah, okay, you're right. That's pretty bottom barrel there. That's like literally like, how do I get clicks? Nick Fuentes. There we go. Invite the Groypers over. Like, that's like fucking Nightmare Blunt rotation, right? Stardust, Richard Spencer, Nick Fuentes, Puff Puff Pass. Puff Puff Pass. Brianna Wu just arrives there. She just like, wait. Who invited Brianna Wu? And you're looking at Spencer and Fuentes. You're like, which one of you invited Brianna Wu over here? Because I know it wasn't me. And I don't think it was Stardust. Maybe it was Stardust. Oh wait, aren't they? They're kind of copacetic. Brianna and Stardust. I saw them like get along once, so maybe they can get along. It's a hard thing to get along in the content in the world of political commentary YouTube. All puff, no. All pass, no puff. I mean, I guess so. Yeah, that's probably your best strategy, is to try to just like minimize the amount of, like some people would just like extra puff and like less pass, right, to just get themselves in a headspace where it doesn't matter that they're in that Nightmare Blunt rotation. They're just kind of out of it, right? But it's probably smarter. To be less. I'd puff pass. So yeah, we got a lot to cover here, and I don't want to take too long getting into it because we got a limited time. I also want to get into some other content. So speaking about puff pass, we're gonna puff pass it to another subject after I'm done with Brianna Wu, and you get to help me choose. In fact, some of you, if you're enterprising weasels, you may have already figured out how. Oh my God, you have. Look at this. We've got people voting. Okay, so in shorts right now, we have MAGA Meltdown and Libertarian Hot Mic. So that's MAGA Meltdown as in, let's check in on the hogs. This is the hog watch, right? Let's see what they are doing. Let's see how they're reacting. Let's see how they're taking the news that their special boy is a convicted felon at this point. And that's the MAGA Meltdown. Libertarian Convention Hot Mic. If you know, you know. But those libertarians, wow. They're kind of wild. They're kind of wild, aren't they? Right? We got Mooncat Rex Evo Psych. We watched the first part of this, right? It's a 3-hour video. So I watched 1/3 of the video. We can watch the second third. I put it up there again because people seem to like it. We've also got Gorka, Sebastian freaking Gorka. Wait, do I have him somewhere like pulled up? Oh my god, chat, do you hear like a chainsaw sound? Anybody hear a Texas Chainsaw Massacre going on in the background? I don't know if that's audible. It's very audible to me. It's actually quite distracting for me. But yeah, as I'm thinking, how do I explain Gorka? All right, here. I can show you better than I can tell you.
In the interest of equal time.
Look, like I said, there's still some a better than I want to admit chance of Trump being president in January, right? Like the conviction, I don't think will help him, despite the sort of gaslighting you might be hearing from the MAGA crowd that this is going to make like more people vote for him or something like that. I don't think, I think the people that like Trump are voting for him already. So, but this is one of his entourage, right? We saw Boris Epstein, the guy that's responsible for the Sarabies audio clip. Now let's take a look at Sebastian Gorka, the president's favorite Hungarian fascist.
Who are you? Why, of course, I am Gorka. I am Sebastian Gorka, recently of the White House. Perhaps you understand, we've crossed paths before, Mr. Gethard.
Wow, how are you?
Do you not recall?
I don't.
We were in Venezia. In the northern part of Italy.
When I was in Venezia,
You were riding upon a gondola,
Yes.
and I was underwater stalking you.
Yes.
I understand it's sandwich night, but of course, being Hungarian, I was only able to bring a goulash.
Goulash. I think, Sebastian, this might play a little better if you were facing any of the cameras.
The old media is dying. The left wants you to face the camera. The right wing is perfectly at home facing the people.
So anyway, that's Sebastian Gorka. He popped up. He popped up in the defense of Donald Trump, doing a little sweeping for Donald J. Trump, and he's on the menu as well. That's Gorka or Gorka. I don't know. I should be yelling it. I'm trying to yell it. I just don't know. Yeah, Grishka Thard? I don't know this. Sandwich Night? Yeah, what even is this that he's on? Only the hardcore right-wingers now still support him? Support Trump or support Gorka? We've also, we got the libertarian, the Mooncat video. It's on Evo Psych. Mooncat is taking down Evo Psych. Mooncat has previously taken down the Manosphere, so now we're taking down Evo Psych too. It's like kind of a 2-for-1, right? We've got the Libertarian Convention Hot Mic. Listen, if you know, you know. And so, yeah, the alpha males are back. That's exactly right, Seth Evans. That's who we're talking about. We're right. Find out more like that. Like, oh my God. I swear to God, if Trump gets reelected, that's going to be the one. It's not really going to be positive. I shouldn't joke like this. Hassan can do this. Hassan can be like, he's our special boy. We love Trump. Right? Hassan can joke like that. I can't joke. I'm not amused by it. I'm not happy by it. No, getting Sebastian Gorka back as a comedic punching bag will not be, will not make it worth my while of whatever kind of policy that like Trump is gonna try to enact on me. I'm gonna try to get out of the country if that's what's happening. I gotta be 100 with you on that, right? I'm not like, then maybe I can make fun of Gorka from afar. But where is a far enough? And what country is not touched by the spreading tentacles of fascism? I don't know. Let's hope I don't have to find out, because everything in life is expensive for me right now, and moving sounds like ridiculously expensive. So we don't want to have me hole up with like Keffels in Ireland or something like that. I don't know. $400 a month though. That's is rent really $400 a month in Ireland? Do I have any Irish frogs in chat? Fortunately, moderate with skeletons and persecution complexes will vote for Trump. Oh wait, you're saying that because he got convicted, like they weren't gonna vote for Trump, but they're like, he's just like me now. They're like, oh my God, I got skeletons in my closet too. I do election interference. I cook my books. I have a sleazy lawyer, like Michael Cohen, that goes and pays off the people I don't want to, telling stuff about me. It's cheaper in Thailand, more like $300 a month in some places. I don't know about Ireland. I'm just saying that from the Keffels thing. I remember that being surprised by Keffels saying that she was spending $400 a month on rent in Ireland. But yeah, Thailand, in general has a like lower cost of living. There's like a lot of American like digital creators living there. There's also a lot of American PDF people living there. Like, I don't know. I feel like Americans, that would be my one reason not to want to live in Thailand, is that Americans have a bad name in Thailand, and somewhat deservedly so. I mean, given like some of the Americans that travel to Thailand. Just for fun, I asked AI the cheapest blue state, and they said Georgia. If I were trans, I'd go to Thailand for sure. I mean, I would love to have a chance to train some Muay Thai. It's very conservative. In what way? In what way is it conservative? Adulterers? Yeah. I don't know. I just know that there's some like not great expats. There's some great expats. There's some fine expats. There's some good people on both sides. No, there's some good people there, and then there's some not so good people. Like, America's not sending its best always, but sometimes. But yeah, and then we've got Fallout New Vegas. It's always on there in case the Gaming Frogs want to make a play. Want to make their move. Someday, chat, the Gaming Frogs will make their move, and they will take over the stream. I'm still waiting for that, though. They haven't made a real attempt yet. I think they're just coordinating. I think they're keeping their powder dry for now. Still leaning towards positivity. In terms of, oh my God, centrist and traditionalist. What am I missing? Oh my God, now I've got a weird. Oh, this always happens on stream. I got a song stuck in my head, and we absolutely can't play it because it's. Most of its culture isn't approving of trans people, and a lot of people tend to be centrist or traditionalists. I hope to stay in my cave indefinitely. I mean, a cave sounds pretty safe right now. Georgia is the cheapest blue state to live in? Yeah, that's a weird thing. Georgia was blue. Georgia has been kind of blue. Let's take a look at the polls and see what's going on, see what we might have on deck for today. MAGA Meltdown doing really well in the normal poll, which has got a lot of votes in it, right? 32 of you have voted so far. I hope you're also remembering to like the stream because that helps me out a lot. And Mooncat in second place. Okay, Mooncat still staying alive. Look, we did watch one. Mooncat did win once. MAGA Meltdown is destroying. I don't know. Maybe I should have just done another politics stream today. I didn't know if people would like it. I thought people it would be too much. What are we talking about? We're talking about the content that we're going to watch after what we're talking about. That's Brianna Wu. Depending on what stream you're on, she's either right there or she's right there. And then that's what we're going to watch after Brianna Wu. And again, you can vote for it in the main stream. You can vote for it in the Shorts YouTube stream. I don't have it up on Twitch because the Twitch polls only stay open for 10 minutes. So I can't really do like a real poll on Twitch, but you're welcome to come over and vote and leave a like while you're there if you want to. and you can help to control our destiny as far as what we're going to watch after the fact. The other thing that you can do, and the reason that I've got this here, right, is that I'm going to keep track when people donate, right? Whether you're donating through a super chat, a super sticker, whether you're donating through getting yourself a membership, getting yourself weasels in YouTube, or giving the gift of weasels to others with gift memberships. Whether you're donating via Twitch with getting yourself a sub, passing subs on, even getting bits or whatever. We even had a few people play this game via Throne yesterday, and we do have. I'm happy to announce to you that the new microphone is on its way, the cloud lifter is on its way, and the key light is on its way. So you're going to see better lighting, better sound very shortly. And thank you to everybody who donated for that, because there was definitely a team effort where it's a crowdsourcing kind of thing. This stuff is expensive. I just looked at cameras, right, which is like the next like upgrade I would like to get, and oh my god, they're expensive. They're way expensive. I don't know. Some people might think that a better computer would be the next thing to upgrade. That's something that I'll take into consideration as well, since mine is a bit old. And last night we weren't able to play Fallout New Vegas because I think I just left it on for too long, and it just wasn't. It was I wasn't able to have the game open and stream at this. It was like making it drop frames when I had the game open. So I don't know, but yeah, thank you to everybody who's donated to that. And remember, if you donate today, whatever kind of donation is, if it's on Throne, if it's on Patreon, if it's on, we need to get it hooked up so Patreon automatically like makes a message when somebody joins. But then like I don't want it to necessarily say people's names. Anyway, we'll figure that out when we figure that out. But yeah, just let me know when you donate what you want your money going towards, and you can put your thumb on the scale. You can steal the vote. We've had it happen before. I think yesterday, actually, the vote was technically stolen. Yeah, Bears. Wait, was no? I don't remember, chat. But basically, you can add to the score of the thing that you want by donating. It's like 1% per dollar to make up ground and possibly change what we're watching. You could also put your money towards Vox Populi, which is kind of like the opposite of that. Vox Populi means you're just like, you want what wins to win, and you're putting your money behind the people, the choice of the people. If you tell me Vox Populi, that will be what your money will go to, making sure that the election is not stolen by any other donors. So anyway, they turned out to vote, so technically it's correct. Let's get to Brianna Wu. I don't know what to start with here. This is Sunday's discussion with Chud Logic. A discussion with Connor Points. Gorka. Oh yeah, these are interesting. Maybe we should start off with these. Right, so you may or may not know who this is. This is a YouTuber named Quimon, kind of a Chud Logic orbiter, I guess. Is like, not to be mean or anything, but I don't know. So I guess similar content. I haven't really watched much of Quimon, but Quimon did take it upon himself to make a video essay. This is a video essay. I don't know if it's a video essay or you just want to call it maybe a commentary video, but regardless, it's not a, it looks like it's prepared content is what I'm trying to say. Going over the history of Brianna Wu, which then spurred a conversation with Brianna Wu. And that's where this all started from. That's where this like whole thing started from. So, let's get a sense now. The one thing I'll tell you about Quimon and Chud Logic is that while I don't know if they identify as being conservative, they are. I don't know if it's one of those cases of like, wait, I'm apolitical, but I just happen to have like a lot of reactionary ideas or what. But I mean, yeah, that's kind of what we're dealing with here, right? And it's kind of like the Mutahar thing. The messenger is potentially a little bit flawed, potentially not the best messenger to take down an actual bad faith actor, but I can't vouch for the reasons or the methodology or anything else. Like I said, I don't know much about Queeman other than being closely connected to Chud Logic, but that's kind of enough to know something. So let's take a look. Let's take let's dip our toes into the Wu tent, the content that is Brianna Wu.
Today, I'm going to talk about Gamergate's star victim, Brianna Wu. She's an activist, ex-game developer, and political strategist.
The other reason that Queemon might be having a go at Brianna Wu is that she does try. So here's the deal. Like, as far as I've been able to tell about Gamergate, Brianna Wu wasn't a victim of Gamergate. Brianna Wu was somebody who came on the scene after stuff had gotten going, seeing, sort of the benefit that the controversy had given to, Anita Sarkeesian's GoFundMe and maybe trying to kind of like launch her career off of that, trying to put herself in opposition because, she's doing, she's running a game studio. This is her artwork, by the way, right? This is very typical of Brianna Wu's aesthetic, right? This character right here. This is the dimensions that she tends to draw in. So that's what we're talking about. Like, right? It's questionable whether she's really contributing much to the world of video games. It's also questionable whether she's contributing much to the world of politics or whether she is just kind of here as this ideologically amorphous opportunist
who lies about so much of her life. I think she may actually be a skinwalker. And in this video, I want to create a
Okay, so right off, like I said, I don't know. The skinwalker thing, I feel like I've heard that. I don't know. Have I heard that in a transphobic context? Mike Johnson said in an interview that they are going to try to get the Supreme Court involved in Trump's conviction. Of course they are. Of course they are. I called it out one night while he was streaming and he banned. Wait, what did you? Here, let me get back to.
permanent record of some of the biggest lies she tries to sweep under the rug. Okay, so let's start off with education. Wu lied about this for years. As early as 2009, she was making IGN forum posts claiming to have a degree, seemingly to boost the credibility of her opinion on basically any topic, whether this was psychology or copyright law. Then in 2011, Wu makes a post seemingly claiming to have a double major in journalism and political science. This claim evolves over the years until she tells the Boston Globe that she's a graduate and says on a podcast that she's an investigative journalist.
But I'm going to go finish my college degree and I'm going to become a journalist. And I did. I did investigative journalism for a few years. And then,
This was even on her Wikipedia at one point, but it's since been corrected to better reflect the truth. A truth that only came out during a public spat with ex-homosexual pro-pedophile journalist Milo Yiannopoulos, who ran a background check on her. And when he released the results, we all found out that Wu had been completely lying about her degree.
Milo Yiannopoulos. I didn't know about this. She had a spat with Milo. I mean, I guess Milo was involved in Gamergate, so I guess it makes sense. I'd never heard of this before. I mean, that's a nightmare blunt rotation right there.
In investigative journalism, political science, and whatever else she was claiming. Now, you may be thinking, it can't get much more dishonest than faking a degree for you.
Okay, so I don't know why it says name on the school's records, Moloch. I feel like Queemon said something. Oh no, this is the second video. Queemon says something in the first video about that a lot of the coverage of Brianna Wu's deception in terms of her background, in terms of her education and stuff like that, is like tied to her dead name, and that he would not be using that stuff. in the video, so I'm guessing that that's like redacted. I don't know why it says Moloch. Moloch, as to my knowledge, is like a Mesopotamian owl god that is most notable for having a big statue at the, oh my god, what is it called? Bohemian Grove, right? The weird rich people like LARP that they do in the woods, right? That Alex Jones snuck into. There's a statue of Moloch, and if you believe Alex Jones, it's some kind of symbolic sacrifice of children to the owl god, but I don't know. It just seems like a bunch of rich weirdos in the woods to me.
Even lying about it to journalists. However, as we go along, her lies only get crazier and more malicious. So that's the story of Brianna Wu's education. Let's talk about her career history. Brianna Wu was given $200,000 by her adoptive parents to start an animation studio, which never released a single project. However, Brianna Wu claims in a resume published online that the studio was able to patent groundbreaking animation techniques, and that her newspaper comic strip was syndicated in both other newspapers and the Laugh Factory magazine. This all seems to be untrue. Brianna Wu does not have a patent for any animation techniques under any variation of her name, and the Laugh Factory seems to have stopped publication in 1996, 5 years before Brianna Wu claims her strip was published. More recently,
Wait, that was some weird stuff. What was that?
Seems to have stopped publication.
What is going on? Miss Doubtfire, Dead Poet Society, Goodwill Hunting? What are we looking at? The Laugh Factory. Okay, this is wait, is this like a comedy club?
In 1996.
It's a publication.
5 years before Brianna Wu claims her strip was published. More recently, Wu has claimed,
I mean, did they have like an online version?
to be a cybersecurity expert during her run for Congress. On that note, let's hear Brianna talk about herself in her campaign ad.
To survive, I had to believe in myself. I didn't come back on my own. I had a lot of help. Eventually, I became a software engineer and cybersecurity expert. In 2010, I founded my own software development studio right here in Massachusetts. We gave good jobs to people that weren't being given a fair shake.
So this is going to come up in a second in the article that I've got.
Then, in 2014, I found myself in the biggest fight of my life. I was targeted by the alt-right in a hate group known as Gamergate. They targeted women who were just asking to be treated fairly by the tech industry. And when I spoke out against them, they targeted me too, in ways that were so criminal, the FBI became involved. They made a Law and Order episode about all of—
Oh no, chat, did we have we watched the Law and Order episode? Like, if it's what I think it is, maybe I'm mixing it up with another show, but there's like a, was it Law and Order? I've seen some kind of like a, oh my god, what do you call it? Like a police procedural. It might have been Law and Order, and it was, yeah, based on Gamergate, right? And it was just so bad. It's the one with Ice-T in it. Which one is Ice-T in, chat? Like, which cop show is Ice-T in? We should watch it. Gotta listen to this in the background. Always happy to hear dirt on Brianna. Yeah, I'll try to describe what I see so that you're able to. Wait, we should watch it. The Laugh Factory is a comedy company I saw on Bar Rescue. It's Law and Order. Okay, it is Law and Order. So that's what she's talking about. Yeah, this is like the cringiest episode. Oh my god, it's so bad. It's so bad. Like, it's I feel like I saw Ethan Klein doing a reaction to that episode of Law and Order. Like, here's how bad it is, chat. It's like a convention. They go to a video game convention, right? And you know how like Law and Order is like always like the seedy underground world of X, right? If it's a episode about furries, it's going to be a seedy underground world of furries. If it's like ravers, it's going to be the seedy you know what I mean? They're like going into some subculture and finding out the dirt and like the evil like plots of murder or worse that exists within it. And then this one, there's a girl that goes into the bathroom at the con, right? And then like the characters from the show go in after her and they see she's got her nose bloody and stuff. She's in the bathroom like cleaning herself up, right? And the idea is that Gamergaters jumped her. The Gamergaters were in the bathroom like waiting for, they were like, oh my gosh, a girl at our gaming con? I don't think so. And so she's like, her nose is bleeding. She's trying to, you know, put herself back together. And the characters on the show, the like police, ask her like, what happened? And she's like, they leveled up. They leveled up. Like, they grinded me for XP. It's so bad. It's so bad. So yeah, I mean, like that's the one she's talking about. I don't know how much I can show you of the actual episode because it's Law and Order.
Yes. They told me that they would murder me. They told me that they would murder my husband, murder my pets. They did everything they could to silence me.
The blatant lie of her being a cybersecurity expert is actually the least interesting part of that clip. Obviously, I checked her LinkedIn and tried to verify this claim. There's no source for it whatsoever. But the more interesting part is how she describes the death threats she received. You see, the videos being shown on screen and the situation being described relate to a series of videos called Deagle Nation, a troll created by comedian Jan Rankowski, who later joined up with $1 Million Extreme, Sam Hyde's comedy group.
Oh God.
It consisted of a series of outrageous YouTube sketches in which Jan and his friends portrayed a group of extremist gamers, essentially announcing a jihad on Wu. Now obviously, you'll want to approach this in good faith, and assume that Brianna Wu was genuinely threatened by the videos.
So this is one of the 106 death threats that I've gotten this year. I'm going to play it for you. I'm going to tell you this is pretty shocking.
This is the Skulls Manifesto. My crew will fucking take care of the fucking women gaming issue that you've all been hearing about on the gamer sites. We're gonna deal with this vigilante style, basically. I've pretty much unchained the beast within. I'm gonna go bloodthirsty on these fascists and like...
Even if they seem absurd and obviously joking by modern
What?
standards. However, what if I told you that when Brianna Wu says the FBI became involved, what she means is that they determined it was a joke at the time. And not just the FBI, but journalists too. Despite this, Brianna has willed this out at every opportunity as her key example of harassment.
People actually use those diagrams in my house to plan mass shootings of me and my family and my
God, I forgot that she was on Sitch and Adam.
dogs, and would send that to me with things like, we're going to sneak in through here, we're going to execute Crash in this room, and if you're asleep here, we're going to shoot you with this pistol. Like there was some really sick shit that went on back then. And from there, one of those nut jobs started sending me graphic stories every single day explaining how they were going to come through my house and execute me, execute my dogs, execute my husband, like really graphic stories, like talking about how they were going to get me and cut the skin off my body. He claimed he had crashed his car on the way to my house. It's the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. We swear.
Oh, this is the sci-fi. So this actually did get made. I remember reading an article about this, right? She had some kind of a special, or I don't even know what it was, but it was on sci-fi.
He's gonna deliver justice to me.
Fuck you to Brianna Wu for being a hates gaming. Brianna Wu is a fucking home.
Oh my God, I don't know what they're gonna say there, but I feel like it's like could be a slur.
Threats. And the video Wu is referring to is a video where
Dispense elite justice on her soul.
No,
I don't
no.
think any reasonable person would take these as credible threats. And the video Wu is referring to is a video where Jace claims that
I don't know. I don't want to, like, I definitely don't want to jump to conclusions about threats being fake, right? I mean, even if the person making them doesn't intend to make good on them, it's still scary.
Brianna tampered with his brakes in an assassination attempt.
Wait, what? Oh, they think that Brianna Wu rigged his mom's Prius to crash and or unalive him to silence him from being a Gamergate vigilante. I challenged Brianna to a street race for Gamergate. Okay, so she collects sports cars. Like that's what the street race thing is about. She's got several Porsches, maybe a Bugatti if I remember correctly. For street race for Gamergate. Wait, so the winner. So wait, if he wins, then Gamergate, then there's ethics in gaming journalism, and if he loses, then you have to let girls play video games. What's the stakes here? And right after that, she bought a racing motorcycle. Then this happened. This crash happened today while I was driving to Wu's house. What? Okay, this is in order to expose her. So is Queemon saying that this is like obviously fake? That like this person could not be serious? Because I mean, it's kind of goofy. In order to expose her as a corrupt gamer. Oh my god. See, this doesn't even sound real.
Obviously, I'm assuming that Brianna did not try to assassinate Jace Connors, and as such would know that this video was a joke. There's so much more that could be said about Deagle Nation, however that's outside of the scope of this video, so let's move on to another huge lie Brianna told during Gamergate and still repeats to this day.
Whoa, YouTube, this is Jace right here, and this is my fucking car, or my mom's car, that when I was street racing, could not perform! Couldn't fucking perform on the road, and now the piece of shit has crashed, okay? I can't even kick the windshield out because it's made of bullshit plastic from shit. Because I wasn't even fucking drunk. I was just racing, you know, like normal. I was trying to street race in the fucking highway. And look at this bullshit. Look at this shit. Totally useless. I hit and I fucking rolled on the ice. Fucking rolled down here. And now look at this piece of shit.
Throughout his battle with cancer and past his death, Total Biscuit, a gaming YouTuber, was the victim of a smear campaign.
Wait, Total Biscuit? How does Total Biscuit get involved in this?
Tweeted some of the people involved, I would get
the StarCraft guy?
Avalanche with people defending this behavior. The truth is, it's not a mission priority to the men that have a large audience in this field. Total Biscuit is someone who's very popular in this realm. He's, as transphobic and sexist and horrible as someone can be. And he has massive.
Now, I don't want to spend a huge amount of time on this, but there was absolutely no evidence for this claim, and plenty to the contrary. Total Biscuit kicked an attendee out of one of his events for asking the question, "Are traps gay?" at a panel.
Are traps gay?
What? Not offended by it. I'm not transgender.
Yeah.
But there are people who are and were. Right. And were upset by it.
Okay, so no, I don't necessarily buy like showing somebody not being transphobic as a proof that they never were. However, it doesn't sound like Brianna Wu is like citing anything, right? She's not like he's transphobic. Here's where he did that, right? So without that kind of receipt, I can't even take it seriously enough to like need to debunk it. So despite the fact that one incident of somebody being cool to trans people is not proof that they were never transphobic. I just don't see the evidence that, I mean, does anybody know about this? Total Biscuit, I think, what did they say his name was? John Bain? Is that right? That's Jesse Cox. This is my childhood chat. Like this I watched Jesse Cox like when I was...
Not offended by it. I'm not trans...
Yeah, John Bain.
Gender.
Yeah.
But there are people who are and were. Right. And were upset.
Wait, he doesn't sound like Total Biscuit. Was he faking his voice?
While that incident took place after Brianna's initial claim, this is something that Brianna has repeated until 2023. When Total Biscuit died, I made the decision to just say nothing, despite the way he targeted me. I thought I was being decent.
So wait, what was the claim again?
Now, I don't want to spend a huge amount of time on
this. Someone who's very popular behavior. The truth is, it's not a mission priority to the men that have a large audience in this field. Total Biscuit, people defending this behavior.
A gaming YouTuber was the victim of a smear campaign.
I tweeted some of the people involved, I would get avalanche with people defending this behavior. The truth is, it's not a mission priority to the men that have a large audience in this field. Total Biscuit is someone who's very popular in this realm. He's, as transphobic and sexist and horrible as someone can be.
Is he, though? Is this real? Chat, is there any evidence on Total Biscuit? This is news to me. Yeah, he died of cancer. She waited to say that. No. She didn't say this after he was dead. In fact, there's another tweet later on where she's like, since he's dead, I'm not going to say anything, right? Why talk? This is before. I think this is before. To be fair to Brianna here, all right? NCC is fair. To be fair to Brianna, I think this is before Total Biscuit had died, right? But what she's saying is she's sort of like attributing some of the harassment that she experienced to Total Biscuit. Now, I know that he was like supportive of the idea of ethics in games journalism, but I don't know anything beyond there. Like, I think I've heard him portrayed as kind of a centrist when it comes to like that he had some qualms with like games journalism, but maybe hadn't gotten on board with the, targeting of I don't know. I remember when Total Biscuit and Keemstar had beef. Yeah. I just don't, I've never heard it. I've never seen anything like this. Doesn't mean it's not true, right? I just don't know of Total Biscuit being transphobic. And I mean, like, obviously the thing that Quimon showed there. Now, here's the thing, though. I feel like Quimon is probably a little I could be getting over my skis here, but like, right, I feel like I've heard Quimon say some questionable things about trans people, but never Total Biscuit. So he was a Gamergator for a while. So yeah, like the complicated thing about Gamergate, I guess, is that there's Waluigi would be would be good to hang with. Right. What do you think about ethics in games journalism? Right. So I feel like there, Gamergate comprised a lot of different stuff. Like, right. It was definitely based on like kind of just like male gamer grievance. Right. So I don't take, the whole ethics in games journalism or any of that stuff very seriously. Although I do take seriously one thing, and that's the top of the hour ad break that comes at you every hour on the hour at the top of the hour. Just to let you know that Twitch is watching you and it's going to serve ads too. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of those ads for free using a Twitch Prime. If you have one, give it to me. You will no longer see ads on my channel. You will also get to skip those ads if you paid $5 to become a weasel. You also get all kinds of cool perks like the emotes, the weasels on Twitch, they wiggle, and you get out of the ad break. So, it costs more than the membership does on YouTube, but you get more benefits out of it. There's the ad break right now. I didn't even get to mention the last thing that, if somebody is nice enough to gift subs to people, they're more likely to, gift them to people who are active in the chat. But the people that need to hear that cannot hear that now. So I will shut the fuck up. How about games and ethics journalism? Journalism and games ethics? See, like, this is kind of like before I sort of missed like I knew about Anita Sarkeesian and her videos, but I didn't really know about Gamergate. He was a Gamergator for a while. When games start to air out their opinions, Total Biscuit, gamers started to air out their opinions. So in other words, it wasn't about harassing like Zoe Quinn or Anita Sarkeesian, but it was like complaining about Kotaku. Is that basically what he was doing? He also identifies as a toaster. Wait, he said that? Post found in Reddit. The idea that Total Biscuit is transphobic stems from a single joke he made some time ago where he claimed to be Toastkin. Oh God, that sounds, no, actually that's not a transphobic joke. That is a furry-phobic joke. That is like a play off of Otherkin, right? That's what he's doing there. I mean, it's still kind of shitty, but the kin thing is a tip off that he's like making fun of like other kin, like people that are have a connection or kinship to like a certain animal. I think that's what that is, right? But that's where the rumor came from. How about ethics in journalism, period? Right? I feel like, yeah, there's a few more important areas of journalism to make ethical before we worry about games journalism. But that's just me. God, it's such a flashback to like 2016. Flashbulb memories, big time. I just never knew about this stuff. Like, I knew about Total Biscuit. I knew about Anita Sarkeesian, but I didn't know about Total Biscuit being, in that whole ethics in games journalism. I do know also that there were people that organized harassment. I think the name that comes to mind is Medicare. as far as, actual creators who were involved in that. But that there were a lot of people who were involved in like the mission of it in terms of whatever kind of ethics that they thought belonged in journalism that weren't necessarily aware. I mean, like Innuendo Studios does a video about this, like, right? That was part of the trick of Gamergate, was to get people to defend this like big idea, and then the people who were doing the harassment kind of hid under the cover of that. And, to anybody who's experiencing that kind of harassment, it feels like they're defending, the people that are making their lives miserable, when in reality they aren't aware of. And then there's this whole question of like, okay, so which of them like really weren't aware of it, and which of them are just saying that they weren't aware of it? I've heard furries are largely a communication issue rather than something weirder. Anyone who missed out is lucky. Okay, so I should consider myself lucky then.
Communist invading radicals.
All right, so speaking of lucky, right now MAGA Meltdown is dominating. Mooncat is in second place, Libertarian Convention Hot Mic in third place. On the regular stream, what do we have on shorts? We have MAGA Meltdown. Okay, so we have agreement between the two chats for once. Yeah. MAGA Meltdown number 1, Mooncat number 3, Libertarian Convention Hot Mic number 3, and Gorka just not really winning. Brianna concern trolling again. If I remember right, Wu's main beef with Total Biscuit stemmed from him calling her a hypocrite. Okay. Sorry, but having clips of Brianna Wu criticizing and being harassed and threatened by Gamergates is not proof of Brianna being problematic. I think that Quimon's trying to establish Brianna Wu as being dishonest rather than, I'm not sure what problematic means to you, but I think that's the claim, that there was deception as far as her academic record, as far as, her resume. She seems to be sort of inflating that. And then this is her other sort of claim to fame around Gamergate. And my understanding, we'll read more into it because I've got an article about Brianna Wu actually as a political candidate, a response to her political campaign that involves some of the Gamergate stuff. But yeah, I would say that, like, this isn't proof that she didn't get harassed and think that harassment was coming from Total Biscuit, right? Which is a weird thing, a weird kind of area, because like technically, if you're in a situation where you are getting harassed and you sort of make like your best guess, that like somebody that you're beefing with on the internet is behind it or is responsible for it or something like that, it's like, you're very likely to be wrong. And, then you're in a position where maybe you are doing something that's a little bit defamatory, not maybe not in a legal sense, but, just like not representative of who they really are. But if you think that they are, you know what I mean? Like, do you blame the person that's getting the harassment for sort of lashing out and making an unsubstantiated claim? I mean, there is potentially harm done there, but it's a little different than somebody maliciously inflicting. Yeah, because like that's why I said not legally defamation. Part of the legal standard for defamation is that maliciousness, right? So in this case, it wouldn't be malicious, but it would still have a negative impact on dishonestly portraying someone else.
Massive.
Now, I don't want to spend a huge amount of time on this, but there was absolutely no evidence for this claim, and plenty to the contrary. Total Biscuit kicked an attendee out of one of his events for asking the question, "Are traps gay?" at a panel.
Are traps gay?
What? Not offended by it. I'm not transgender.
Yeah.
But there are people who are and were upset by it.
While that incident took place after Brianna's initial claim, this is something that Brianna has repeated until 2023,
See, also the fact that it's Quimon defending him makes me like a little bit less trust. Right, you know, if you want to defend yourself against charges of being a transphobe, maybe Quimon's not your best, not the attorney you should tap for that.
When Total Biscuit died, I made the decision to just say nothing, despite the way he targeted me. I thought I was being decent. What I see clearly now is those of us that said nothing allowed history to whitewash a fairly horrific history of extreme harassment. The only thing I think this could possibly be recent, what I see clearly now is those of us that said nothing allowed history to whitewash a fairly horrific.
Oh, this is a weird statement. Okay, so what? Wow. She's saying that she went silent about Total Biscuit when he died to be decent, but that she really does feel like he's responsible for her harassment. Look, I mean, this is the whole thing, is like there was definitely harassment going on during Gamergate, and although Brianna Wu was not one of its primary targets, and she very much tried to sort of, you know, chase the clout of those victims, and you know, participated in that sci-fi documentary that a lot of people feel like was her stealing valor of the victims of Gamergate, that doesn't mean that she didn't get, you know, some extreme harassment.
History of extreme harassment. The only thing I think this could possibly be referring to is when Total Biscuit said, "I am very much fucking done with pretending that Brianna Wu has anything."
Oh, so there it is.
And is not a colossal, attention-seeking hypocrite. And the only thing this proves is that Total Biscuit literally never missed. Regardless,
I mean,
Brianna Wu allegedly used this in a PowerPoint presentation she gave displaying death threats. Now is also probably a good time to introduce Wu's game, Revolution 60. Now there's a whole bunch of lies involved in this game. For one, Brianna claimed to have made music when it was actually royalty-free.
What? Oh my god, no, so yeah, if you don't know, like, there is, there's a lot of royalty-free music out there that you can use. Some of it has different licenses, some of it you can use to make money off of, some of you can use for anything that is not a commercial enterprise, right? But to use something like that and then to claim, like, oh no, I wrote those tracks, that's, I mean, you've got the right to use the track. It's just like, it's such a weird thing. Somebody's out there offering their music for free. I would be so grateful that like the thought of claiming like authorship of that music would be it's just so weird. Like, why would you do that?
But the biggest lie about Revolution 60 is that it's good. See, Brianna is under the delusion that this game is comparable to Mass Effect or Heavy Rain. Though Brianna wouldn't let reality.
Oh no! I mean, this is her art style here.
Get in the way of her constructing insane lies about her game.
I will say that the art looks like it was probably at least inspired by her designs. Like, this is very consistent with the art that we've seen from her.
Development studio, saying they were on the brink of creating holodeck technology. The only thing stopping them was Brianna's strong moral compass, which led her to running for Congress instead.
With you about this, it was so hard for me to make this decision because I have worked 80-hour weeks since 2010 building up my game studio, and we were in the middle of a huge expansion into VR and AR. You know, in some ways, Revolution 60 was my line in the dirt telling the industry to take me seriously. Like, look, I can deliver a quality game. Look at this. Because we were working on some of the coolest Mass Effect technology you'll ever see, like stuff that really pushes this to the holodeck.
The story of an impoverished start to Giant Space Cat also seems to be a complete fabrication. According to an article about Brianna Wu's involvement in Gamergate, Brianna and Frank were living out of a house that was given to them for free by Frank's uncle. Obviously, when you add this on top of all the other circumstances of Wu's upbringing, such as her parents being big Republican donors that got her into politics at a young age, and we'll get back to that later, as well as $200,000 we already covered for an animation studio, you gain a different perspective than the one Wu would like to sell you.
You know, there were so many months I sat there and ate red beans and rice just 3 meals a day for months on end to pay my team. So, my family, who
I remember that tweet.
exceptionally cruel to me, giving them credit for anything that's happened.
So this is Brianna Wu appearing on the Sitch and Adams show. And this is another thing that we're going to get into. Like I said, that she's amorphous, but by which I mean that her political perspective has done a 180 in the past year, sort of depending on who she's trying to make an alliance with. It doesn't seem to be organic. It doesn't seem like she would probably say that she, listened to content from people like Destiny and was convinced by that. And that's, why she's at where she's at right now. That's why she's on the Sitch and Adams show here. And they're a little bit hostile, right? I think I get the feeling that if they are not old Gamergaters themselves, they are at least sympathetic to that, the ethics in game journalism shit. But it's not just them either. She sort of built bridges with Short Fat Otaku, who's definitely of that persuasion.
My professional life in the last 10 years, it pisses me off. It's hitting on some trauma. I think y'all probably
look, I get it. Look,
too.
Now, what Adam friended is the sort of 70 IQ cock who's not going to call that bullshit when it's been...
What? Wait a minute, Queemon doesn't like Adam friended? Okay, it's news to me.
...being fed to him. It needs to be stated that even disregarding...
oh god,
the experiences, chances at education, and a visit...
Chat, you know how I feel about Adam friended, right? This is the motherfucker that wears like a TikTok or uses like a TikTok filter that puts the deal with it glasses, right? He's got the deal with it glasses. His favorite joke is that he's got like a ping of a fly smoking a joint or smoking a blunt, like a small fly smoking a big blunt, and his humor is like stuck in 2013.
To the same rehab as Tiger Woods. Brianna Wu's political career.
Yeah, Anarcho-Sperian ideology, exactly, Crystal.
Likely built off the backs of the connections she made in Washington. Also, thanks to her parents. Brianna seems to have spent most of her youth rubber banding backwards and forwards between Washington and Mississippi, including partying with Chelsea Manning pre-transition.
Chelsea doesn't mind me talking about this, but we were living in DC at the same time and hitting the same clubs. This is before she transitioned, and we knew each other a bit back then. So I was a damn mess back then.
As opposed to now. As opposed to now.
Yeah.
This is probably a good segue into Brianna's broader involvement in politics, trans activism, and her association with Keffals. Similarly to how she treated Total Biscuit, Brianna has suggested that well-known journalist Jesse Singal, who has gained prominence for his skeptical perspective on modern trans healthcare, was actually a dishonest reporter and harasser of trans women. Jesse's attempted to...
I've heard this, right? I have heard people say that Jesse Singal has been weird to trans people, like in person. God, I feel like I've even read some articles. Yeah, he's like a lesser Chud Logic. That's a good way to think of Queemon. That's a good way to think of Queemon. That makes sense. And I don't think he'd even take offense at that. It's how Irene cooks her commentary cake. It's layered. Yeah, it is. It is a bit layered. Sunday is a lot more boring sometimes. Sometimes he's got his moments. Jesse Singal, yeah, world-known journalist. Yeah, there we go. Like when we say lesser Chud Logic, here it is. Like a lot of respect for Jesse Singal.
Numerous times to have we substantiate these allegations, even putting money up for offer. However, about a month ago, Brianna dodged reaffirming these claims and instead...
Wait, I just wish, Queemon, if you're watching this, I don't have any reason to think you would be, but if you do, dates would be great. Like, right, putting this, I would love to know when she said this about Jesse Singal, because like I said, she's had a 180 flip in terms of her ideology. From like a year ago, I think, we saw her coming in to talk to Chud Logic and try to convince Chud Logic to maybe just be a good person and not play the Hogwarts game. And now to this, right? If you don't know, another proponent of Jesse Singal is Destiny, and that is the person that Brianna Wu is probably most closely associated with now. I don't know how comfortable Destiny and his orbiters are with the sort of bad optics that come along with Brianna Wu. I don't know how in she is to DGG, but as far as alignment politically, as far as her takes on Israel, her takes on politics in general, her takes on trans issues for that matter, they line up a lot more with Destiny's than with anybody else's I can think of. So it'd be strange if this was her recently. In fact, given her, oh my God, chat, given her interaction with Big Joel, right? One of her complaints was that trans people are too mean to journalists that are just trying to do objective journalism. And, like, so I'd be surprised if she was super negative on Jesse Singal. But again, like whenever this was, I mean, I don't disagree with her appraisal. Wait, what's she saying about taken derangement? I've taken enough derangement from Jesse Singal's transphobic fans to get involved with his latest journalistic missteps. Oh, she doesn't want to get involved, but the day is going to come soon where his peers look into his sloppy reporting and cut ways with him. Quitting Twitter will only delay accountability.
Made new attacks against Jesse, saying that he was a bad reporter with sourcing issues who tried to get her fired.
I've worked with Jesse a lot, actually. I was one of his main contacts during Gamergate. I have my own impression of his skill as a reporter, as someone who's worked with hundreds of reporters over my career. And it's not good, to be honest with you. I have some extreme concerns about the way that he assessed that the Atlantic article on trans children. I think he's a sloppy person. I think he takes a lot of shortcuts, and I think he chooses sources that align with the story he wants to tell. The way Jesse handles sourcing is going to be a major scandal for him. I don't know when it's going to be, but if someone ends up wanting to write that story, call me up. I'll point you to a whole bunch of people. You should look into how he sources stuff. But here's the thing: if I go up against,
so for the record, okay, although there's probably a lot that I disagree with Quiman on, I think that the video essay itself is pretty good. It's better than I expect from a streamer, right? Generally, streamers, we tend to not make the best video essays. This one's, watchable and interesting. The one thing that's missing from this is a firm timeline, because when you're trying to interrogate questions of honesty, you really need that becomes super important, right? If you can get the date on a tweet or the date on an essay, it really helps us figure out like at what point Brianna Wu was saying this stuff, because this does seem vastly different, which sort of lines up with her transformation that she's done over the past year. Vastly different, her being sort of a Keffel's orbiter and then becoming a DGG orbiter. There's been sort of a transformation of ideology that goes along with that, and that kind of makes you question her as a political operator of like what is actually real about her. Is this somebody that progressives want running an org that's supposed to be advocating for their policy priorities, or is this somebody that progressives should not trust?
Jesse Singal today by myself, it'll be a Twitter shit show for a few days, and his horrible audience will go after me and won't get us anywhere. That's not what I'm interested in. And there's a reason Jesse gets his paycheck from Patreon and not the New York Times. So that is my statement by that. It's very reasonable. Again, I say Jesse has tried to get me fired for criticizing him.
Okay, so that I have heard of. I have heard of him taking it too far on his critics, right?
And his nutjob audience has never...
I will say also that Jesse Singal's audience is, even to the degree which Jesse Singal sort of, dresses all of his concerns in a firm statement of trans allyship, as much as he says he is a trans ally, he is, in favor of trans rights. I feel like, that's questionable. And I also feel like the audience that he's attracted is definitely not like that. They don't even pretend to care about, the audience that he's attracted is largely, in fact, I would go as far as to say his audience is more transphobic than Chud's or Queamon's or anything like that, right? Jesse's audience he's like he's the He's the grifter for the cultivated transphobe, right? Like the one with really good taste that like is like, I've tried the Matt Walsh transphobia. I've tried the, the Mike, I've tried all the, and then Jesse Singal, oh, sublime, the very best transphobia, right? It's a true transphobia appreciator, if nothing else.
Like, they don't care about this double standard.
Now, forgive me for not trusting Brianna Wu's interpretation of what makes a good reporter after she's had many blatant lies published by actual reporters who are paid by legacy media companies. Not just that, but she uses the same tired old Gamergate harassment lines against every enemy she comes into contact with, even pulling it out against Jesse Singal here.
Or Jesse Singal.
Regardless, Jesse laid out his perspective in a Reddit post. It was 2020. I got an email from Rebellion Pack with Brianna Wu's name on it. I thought this was just Wu's own personal pack. She has run for Congress in my home state, and didn't know Cenk Uygur had any association with it. Maybe I was having a bad day or something, but I was annoyed at being on this list, given that Brianna had sent me creepy notes threatening my career if I didn't change my
She's known to do that too. She's known to DM people weird, like, threatening sounding messages, right? As for example, her messages to Power Bottom Politics.
Ways with regard to writing about youth gender dysphoria, so I quickly fired off an angry reply asking to be taken off. I figured I was sending it to one of Wu's staffers, as you can see from my use of third person, though I now see the email address was to Wu herself. Wu replied to my email angrily disputing that she'd threatened my career. We went back and forth for a few rounds of a pointless email fight, and that was that. At no point did I ever have any idea that Cenk Uygur had anything to do with this pack, or that he had any power over Brianna Wu. It turns out they worked together on the pack, or confounded it, or some shit. I did not know this and do not care. Years later, Brianna has recast this as me contacting Cenk Uygur to try and get her fired. So in this view, I sent an angry email to Brianna Wu herself, thinking it was one of Wu's staffers, that didn't mention Cenk, or mention any desire to get her fired, but what I was really trying to do was get Cenk Uygur to fire her. I just tweeted at Cenk and gave him full permission to share any email he has in his possession where I tried to get Brianna Wu fired. Late addition, forgot to mention that Wu also claims that I interviewed her for an hour for my detransition article and didn't use any of it. I do not remember interviewing her, though it's possible I did. If I interviewed her and I didn't use any of that, it happens a lot in magazine journalism. I interviewed a number of people for that article whose quotes didn't make the cut. I can't answer this one dispositively because I only have a partial archive of my New York Mag emails. Brianna just seems to be making up lies about Jesse, or refusing to confront him or present any evidence. But while we're
again, we're just taking Jesse Singal's word for it. And while I don't feel comfortable taking Brianna Wu's word for it, and some of the behavior described does match her MO, does match things that I've seen her do at other points, I can't really make any conclusions based on it. This is a he said, she said. This is literally what I don't know, and both with people I don't trust.
On the topic of her trans activism, it's worth noting her strong support of Keffels, until the release of the Some Ordinary Gamers video.
Isn't it weird how like trans activism is like got a pejorative coming out of Quimon's mouth?
And shortly after, Brianna was one of Keffels' biggest defenders. This alone should be a damning condemnation. People like Brianna, who saw everything Keffels was doing and supported her full-throatedly, should not be allowed to worm away when the pressure's too high. Keffels made absolutely no secret about her approval of DIY HRT and partnership with apparent bank robber Bob Posting's DIY HRT directory.
The directory was created by an individual known as Bob Posting, or Chloe. Chloe and Clara have
You support bank robbery, Keffels?
a long history of friendship together. Chloe thanked Keffels for her sponsorship and even got brought on stream to promote the site. She would reply to Clara on Twitter, 1,000 miners on HRT. Her association sparked backlash after people began to notice her bizarre fixation on secretly...
Oh my god, why is Gammy in there? What?
Site. She would reply to Clara on Twitter, 1,000 miners on HRT.
Oh my god. What?
Her association sparked backlash after people began to notice her bizarre fixation.
Oh, it's the fake Gammy. I'm pretty sure this one's the fake. Wait. Do we have a date on it? September 15th? Again. Oh no, 2022. Thank you. Okay, so we do have a date on this one. Oh my god. I don't know. I don't know. Here's the, yeah, so Gammy, if you don't know, is like a transphobic trans person who's really toxic and has joked around about like trans people taking their own lives and stuff like that. There's also a prolific parody account that pretends to be Gammy and, you know, just is like kind of like against like, you know, what Gammy is about. And I'm thinking this is the parody account. Although here's what happened. Yeah, it's like she either got banned from Twitter or she quit Twitter, and then somebody took her and basically cloned her account. And this was before it was illegal to impersonate people. So it was just like a straight up, but I'm pretty sure it was a parody. At this point, 2022. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, it's after 2021, 2022, not 2023 yet. I don't know, chat. It's very borderline whether that's actually Gammy or not. Transphobic parents doesn't provide child opportunities to get legal HRT. Surprise child is dead. Okay, so that's the parody account. The parody account, if I remember correctly, their whole thing is they post wholesome stuff, which Gammy herself would never post. Anyway, chat, let's stop talking about Gammy. That's enough Gammy discussion. This is like
on secretly
another Nightmare Blunt rotation member
sending HRT to minors. I've unironically helped like a half a dozen minors acquire bathtub estrogen. No one tell them I've held more than one minor order. I don't groom children, I just show dozens of kids every week how to buy bathtub estrogen with cryptocurrency, and how to hide it from their parents. What are you talking about?
Something Brianna only gained the good sense to disavow on a stream with Mutaha, Keemstar, and Nick Diorio, where she was pressed for several hours. Brianna would have you believe she's simply showing compassion for an addict by continuing to deflect for Keffals.
This on the show before, but yeah, I've been sober for 20 years.
So chat, this is Connor Points that's next to Brianna Wu. Now this is where our Twitch poll connection is gonna start, okay? And this is like, it's a confusing thing, because if we watch enough Connor and Brianna, we will hear them talk about Twitch poll, but they're not talking about themselves. They're talking about like other people on the platform. Even though Connor, yeah, I'm pretty sure was an early adopter of the official Twitch politics Discord, right? This was supposed to be like a creator Discord for people to network with, and it was controlled by some people from a very far right political Discord, along with Aristocracy, Apartheid Anime Girl, if you remember the bad takes from several years ago, and the editor for Lauren Southern, amongst other luminaries, right? So this was a weird thing when Twitch kind of fell into this, when it started to fall into this like sort of default conservative nature. Was around the time that people started to sign on with this Discord in order to do networking, not realizing that they're in a Discord that's run by some, the most conservative people in the community. But again, we've got a lot of like political chameleon action going on, and a lot of creators who don't want to know enough to that are somewhat willfully ignorant about what they're becoming part of, right? Connor is definitely like ground level when it comes to that, right? Connor is definitely, and talk about a political chameleon, right? This is a person that when I met him, he said something to me like that he didn't know, didn't know what to consider himself politically, because on one hand, he really thought that the family was very important and religion was very important, but he also thought that working class get like a raw deal. So he had this strange fusion of right-wing and left-wing ideas, right-wing like social conservatism along with economic populism, which sounds a lot like the formula for the national the Nazgul vortex, as it were. But I mean, this is somebody that has just kind of been a political chameleon, and the fact that he's with Brianna Wu right now, who's running Rebellion PAC, right? A PAC for the Democratic Party, was associated with Progressive Voice, outreach to progressives, right? It's kind of a strange thing. To my understanding, Connor has had no wholesale change, and it's going to get even weirder when he talks to President Sunday, as far as like, what does this guy really believe? What is this guy really about? What is going on here? But just like understand for now that this is somebody that is connected to a lot of the original Twitch poll people.
You know, I think it was 2002 that 2002 or 2003, I went into rehab for poly addiction. I was an alcoholic. I did street drugs. I did Xanax. I did, you know, Ambien. I did anything I can get my hands on, which is how poly addiction works. And, you know, I beat the odds. I've been sober for 20 years. So, yeah, I take a lot of pride in that. So, you know, especially as Keffels was dealing with her own trip through rehab.
So did you kind of see yourself in Keffels a little bit? Is that kind of what's going on? You see like a young
oh yeah, thanks, Variant. I forgot to mention, yeah, he's an ex-cop, and in a lot of ways his mentality is very much still cop.
A young gal activist who's under a deluge of bullshit from a whole bunch of people, and you're like, oh snap, it's a smaller version of me.
100%. And, you know, I think something I've been willing to do to this point is, you know, kind of defend her in the public eye more and more. And, you know, we have the stream that I think a lot of people really misunderstand Keffels. I genuinely do. Keffels is traumatized from the things that have happened to her in the last few years. She's not faking that, okay?
But it's hard to believe
hold
that.
On. I want to finish my sentence. And
oh God,
it causes her to make decisions that a lot of people around her like are encouraging her to make different decisions, okay? And I'm going to be honest. I see a lot of myself.
He potentially stole a lot of money. Come on, she potentially stole a lot of money.
Please.
When I think I was 22. I found myself in rehab in the exact same way Keffels did, poly addiction. I was a mess. And I think all the time, like, what if for that period of my life, like social media had been around or I had been a YouTube star? Holy crap. I mean, I'm not justifying everything that she's done. I'm saying it is context. She's not lying about being like traumatized.
Look, I can have like empathy for somebody going through, you know, addiction and recovery without justifying all the harm that she's caused. It's not that I don't know why this is so hard for people. I really don't get it. Like it's pretty simple, right? You can still feel, you know, sorry for somebody without, you know, like look, your empathy for somebody like Keffels might affect the way you feel about how she's treated you. You know, if you want to maybe forgive her for something that based on your knowledge of her, you know, the travails that she's gone through, that's kind of your business. But to sort of indemnify her for the harm that she's caused to other people, like it just seems like that's crossing a line. And it's not, I don't think it's even helpful. One of the things that people often concentrate on when they're in recovery is the harm that they've caused, and you know, whether they can do right by those people, to what extent that they can do right by those people in order to kind of, you know, like that can be a part of the recovery process, rather than being something that was like, nope, you're exempt. All the people that you hurt, no, you didn't. All the people that have, you know, that are, you know, righteously angry at you for hurting them, no, they need to just forgive you. That's not how it works.
By what happened with the police showing up to her house. That really hurt her.
No, but she is lying about the money. And that's a really big deal.
And she did lie about the cops.
No,
she lied.
We can take a look at her tweets at the time. Brianna says, Keffels, I donated to your fund, and I give you permission to spend all the money on cocaine.
And just as I say, it's your right to forgive the person that's wronged you. I mean, I guess it's a shit post. It's just not. I totally know what you mean, Irene, but it's totally different to see yourself in someone that's currently going through addiction issues as opposed to feeling bad for them.
So not only did Brianna not care about the allegations of scamming, but she was also essentially enabling Keffals in public. However, that's not the only way Brianna supported or defended Keffals, with her emphatically tweeting, "I don't feel scammed," in response to the ongoing discussion about Keffals' mismanagement of the $100,000 at the time. Wu was also a huge cheerleader of Destiny's Twitch ban, despite later doing Keffals a massive favour in the form of setting up a meeting with Vosh and Destiny to bury the hatchet because it's an election year. Now, despite what I see as a sickening display of knee-bending of Destiny here,
I see what progressive victory and maybe, I don't know, to the extent that rebellion packs involved. I see what her orgs, her packs get out of association with political streamers. Now you could ask yourself, is Keffals at this point even a political streamer when she shows up in DC, right? What I don't see is, and you know, it's just because I'm not saying it's not there, but what I'm curious about is what the streamers are getting from Brianna Wu, because you know the possibility is there that just like Wick, they're getting paid, and I don't even think, you know, like with somebody like Vosh or Destiny, you'd assume, because like here's what you got somebody who was ride or die with Keffals through the deplatforming of Destiny, which, like I've told you, I don't think Keffals was actually responsible for, but because they were in that conflict at the time, Keffals was happy to claim, Keffals was happy to claim that, even though it likely didn't have anything to do with her, right? But you've got Brianna Wu essentially ride or die for Keffals at her most hostile to Destiny moment, right? How does that get smoothed over? Like, how does that get smoothed over? Going from like, yeah, this guy probably should be deplatformed, to this guy is showing up at my political event, and he's going to help us, you know, bring more people into Canvas or whatever, right? That's a long way away. That's quite a distance. And this is going to be a theme with Brianna Wu. There is a difference. There is a distance. There is a 100-degree difference in orientation to her views now versus, you know, her views not so long ago. And so that's why when I start to question, like, what she's even doing.
I will give him credit. He's kept his distance.
What she's even about. What does she even believe in?
From these losers in public. And I'll probably just defer to his most recent statements on Anna Kasparian.
Did you follow the Keffals stuff at all?
Yeah, I forgot to reiterate how little credit any of these people deserve for calling Keffals out. I hated it. My biggest pet peeve in the fucking world is people collecting credit on both sides of an issue. Vosh used to do this all the time.
So it feels like everybody's just being disingenuous and looking for an angle. Yeah, and I mean, look, that's what I experienced with Twitch poll. It was really disappointing to the degree to which people, you know, who didn't give a fuck one way or another were like represented amongst Twitch political content creators. The kayfabe nature, the wrestling like nature of the you know, dramas, the way that, you know, so much seemed to be to operate by rules that the players were expected to follow, and that the only real like cancellation, the only real like consequences for those streamers came when they did not play their assigned roles. Like, everybody was allowed to, you know, be the heel, or not allowed to, you know, kind of like assigned heel or baby face, and the degree to which they played that role was the degree to which they were allowed to exist in that space, right? And part of that role was that there was a maximum level of left politics, right? If you were any sort of leftist, right, you were not supposed to be there. Like, your popularity, the fact that there's an audience for you is somehow a fluke, it's somehow a danger, it's somehow a threat. And you know, you like that is really like, it's weird, because it's like, it's kind of like the concept of cancel culture turned on its head. That the cancelers are the far right, people involved in Twitch poll, and their victims were people that were essentially canceled for being based. Essentially, canceled for looking past capitalist realism and electoral politics as being the only lever of power, right? That's what got you shit canned on Twitch.
You get to side with somebody and virtue signal hard to your audience and collect all the virtue from that. And then once it becomes like advantageous to do so, later on you can correct the record and then you get more virtue points for that. And it's like, wait, there was plenty of good evidence back at the time. So one man even wrote a manifesto on it for why Keffels shouldn't have been trusted. And none of them gave a fuck then. And now they're all getting credit for coming onto the story, like 2 years late? Cringe.
And when it comes to Vosh, despite Brianna's strong anti-Lolly stance, she's essentially excused Vosh's actions and run defense for him. On the topic of Keffels, Brianna expressed huge support for the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, believing herself to be one of their many victims. One small problem is that during the previously mentioned stream with Mutahar, Wu was seemingly completely unaware of the forum's rules or activities.
Like, I think that, if you want to call someone the T word or some slurs online, tough shit. That's a free speech issue. If you're repeatedly telling someone in graphic terms how you are going to murder them, I actually think there should be some law enforcement out there that should look at that, see if there's a criminal case and pursue it. I think if you introduced consequences into the equation for the most extreme cases, I think that would do a lot of good here. So, it's really frustrating that activists are put in this place of like trying to shut down a website because the fucking FBI can't be bothered to hire 100 agents to do this, right?
Mm-hmm. I think like at the core of it, one of the big concerns, again, and I'll reiterate, is like Kiwi Farms, look, I don't agree with whatever the fuck they're doing over there. Condemned, obviously. Null, he has a situation in place, and Null's not a perfect individual.
That's Mutahar. I can tell from the bad sound. He's got I think he's turned away from the mic.
But it's a website that has far more rules.
He's lucky he's not on with Destiny. This is what, triggers Destiny into saying the N-word, right? When you're not facing the mic, he gets mad, and that's when he said the N-word the last time.
That extreme end that we're talking about, right? The extreme end of threats.
Sure.
Whole don't touch the cow mentality, so to speak, whatever happens over there. But there are websites like Website Zero, for instance, where Vile was operating, right? Where Vile was putting out information. Vile, who actually commits illegal actions like using federal agents, that should be the website targeted. And it's not as if the FBI can't do anything. They literally arrested a couple of their operators.
Regardless of what you think of Kiwi Farm, it is a US legal site. Cloudflare had been referred to as the emergency services of the internet, providing the vast majority of sites with protection against illegal DDoS attacks. The idea that Brianna would sign on to a completely unjustified attack on the fundamental principles of a free and open internet, not due to any informed or educated opinion on the matter, but due to a personal spite against the website, is honestly reprehensible. This is yet another example of the same behavior she showed in Gamergate, the same behavior she showed towards Destiny's ban. There's no honest reflection on what's an acceptable tactic or how to take accountability. She simply changes team when it benefits her and expects you all to go along with it. And if that wasn't crazy enough, Brianna still seems to lean on the $1 Million Extreme skit to justify her attacks on Kiwi Farms. Regardless, looking more broadly at Brianna's trans activism, many will know she's tried to take a stand against the—
Wait, so I was trying to understand the $1 Million Extreme thing. That is like Sam Hyde's comedy troupe. Had a Cartoon Network Adult Swim show that got canceled, I think, due to some concerns that other people that were working for the network, like Tim Heidecker, had. And I just don't know what they're talking. Is Quimon saying that like the thing that Brianna was using as a citation of the harassment that she got was actually some sort of sketch? Oh my god, this makes it even weirder though. This makes it even weirder. I've seen bits from $1 Million Extreme where the joke is that the comedian, delivering the script is scary and acting like a potential mass shooter, and talking about life as a video game, and wanting to wanting to shoot people, essentially, right? And that's the joke. That was like, right. So there are some $1 Million Extreme bits I've seen that actually do kind of sound threatening.
excesses of online trans activism. This extends to a private
Quimon banned me for calling out his stupid comment about trans people once in a live chat.
As a group chat of problematic transsexuals was leaked by leftist streamer President Sunday, where she expressed frustrations at the difficulty she faces due to these freaks and referred to ex-TYT journalist Benny as a transvestite. She would later grovel, saying she doesn't engage in that toxicity anymore, only for some more group chat logs to be leaked months later.
There we go. Yeah, like, wait, is this the threat here? Bitching about it for days, acting like a bitch, leaking DMs. He calls trans women men. I gave him some polite pushback. Actually, this isn't the worst of that. I've seen this leak before, and you can't actually tell from this leak, but yeah, this is power bottom politics that she's taking to task in DMs. Quimon's not showing it here. Maybe it'll be the next scene, but there's like a threat that Brianna makes, and in pushing back on what power bottom politics is saying, which might, I don't know, like borders on problematic by implication. Brianna Wu just says shit that's like straight up problematic and like transphobic towards like trans guys. I mean, like, this is the worst kind of fight that can like break out, or one of the worst kind of fights that can break out between trans people, when it's this kind of thing. I mean, but if you read the quote from I'm not gonna read Oliver's like but anyway, actually we should probably get off of
in which she was doing the same thing with the,
like, it's essentially concerned that like that as a trans guy, he's not getting taken seriously or treated right in like trans spaces, which is a completely valid thing to say. Didn't call someone a literal. Oh, okay, so this is the second part. Yeah, like, so you got treated nasty in like trans spaces, so wait, you're gonna turn that around on the people? You see, this is just, I don't know, this is bad. This is bad on both of them, but it get like, I don't know if we end up seeing it, but it's actually worse on Brianna. She comes out and says like acting like a little bitch. I mean, you could see where this starts to get problematic here. The way she's talking about power bottom politics, it's
same people, except
and I get that she's reacting to something, but
this time, in typical Brianna Wu fashion, she decides to spurg out, DM the person she was shit.
Oh, here it is. Here's the, yeah. I have no interest in a fight, but you decided where it goes from. You decide where it goes from here. Yeah, messy Brianna Wu.
Talking and start threatening them too. So Brianna is more than happy to throw other trans people under the bus if they don't meet her standards for optics. Yet she doesn't exactly keep herself clean.
Well, I would say this. I think it is. I think you should not talk to minors in a way that implies anything sexual. I do have to say, so this is one of my issues with Mudahar's video, that if you spend any time in the trans community, it's just an irreverent place. Mm-hmm. It just is. It's a really incredibly dark sense of humor. We had a friend the other day that was thinking about committing suicide, and we were joking with her because she transitioned that we would like tell people that she was non-binary if she could.
Okay, I gotta take a break and just let me just check and see how our polls are doing. All right, MAGA Meltdown continues to dominate in shorts, and in the other one, yo, it's actually winning by more than 50% in both of these. Right? People really want the hog watch. People really need the hog watch. Okay, so in second we have Mooncat and we have Mooncat. Yeah, Mooncat in second, Libertarian in third. Nobody loves Gorka. Sebastian Gorka, nobody loves you. Nobody loves you. Everybody wants to see the hogs. Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't mean it like that, but I kind of said it like that. I kind of said it like that nonetheless. Okay, well, that's my own fault. But it's your own fault if you don't vote in this poll while you have the chance to. You get the chance to decide what we're going to watch next. You could also cross over into the other stream if you want to. And again, I say this because I can't keep you from doing it. And some enterprising weasels out there are going to figure out how to do that. So I might as well tell you all that that is a possibility. That is a thing that you can do, just so that everybody has the chance, if they want to vote twice, to vote twice. You can also put your finger on the scale if you want to. As far as deciding what we're going to cover next, when you donate, let me know what you want your donation to go towards. So yeah, like just like Omega Star just did, if you're gifting memberships or buying yourself a membership, if you're doing a super chat, a super sticker, anything like that, after you do it, let me know what content you want, and I'll add that money to your choice. So this is the second poll. Sometimes the more important poll, sometimes sometimes not, right? Sometimes the attempt to steal the vote is not successful. Sometimes the attempt to steal the vote is successful. Just make sure to let me know if you donate what you want that money to go towards. And you can even say Vox Populi. That basically means that you want the choice of the people. You are okay with whatever the people decide. You want what the people decide to win the day. And that's, you know, you're basically voting stop the steal with Vox Populi. But yeah, if you donate, just let me know. And that goes for super chats, super stickers, that goes for memberships, that goes for gift memberships, that goes for donos, that goes for bits over on Twitch, that goes for subs or gift subs, or Patreon signups, or what's the other one? Throne. We had some people donate on Throne yesterday, and I allowed them to put their donations towards the topic of their choice. Hog, voting for the hogs. That is $5 going to MAGA Meltdown. Trump convicted. Thank you, Omega Star. And I would say that wow, MAGA Meltdown is like massively ahead in all polls. People want the hogs. I should have just made the hogs the center, you know, the star of the show.
Which is a terrible thing to say, but it's just this like dark humor that pervades the trans community. It's like people that have been to war, right? Like,
okay, so I get what she's talking about. Like I've you know, I know the shit posters. I've been the shit posters. Maybe not in like I don't think I'd ever make a joke like that. Because the implication of the joke is that like there's something wrong with being non-binary. I don't know. That's a joke that only works for trans meds. And that's why Brianna's saying it. And she thinks it's so funny. She's like, oh, we were going to be telling her don't like unalive because we'll tell people that you're a lesser form of trans. It's just like, whoa. Well, she's so fucking dodgy. Even Queeman, right? Because like, you know, you're seeing some criticisms from Queemon, you know, being that she like lied about Total Biscuit, that, you know, she's was on the wrong side of Gamergate, maybe according to Queemon, right? That she's like siding with trans activists, right? Some stuff that you're just like, okay, well, that makes sense. The reason that Queemon would think that that's wrong. But you're also seeing Queemon notice her being problematic, not from a transphobic perspective, but from a trans perspective, right? So there's enough hypocrisy to go around here on all sides for Brianna Wu. And it's really hard to tell like where her core is really at, like what she really believes in.
I'm in the commentary community. Dark humor is all throughout it.
Oh, we know that here in the commentary community, me and Xylee know about dark humor. Let us tell you all about the dark humor. We got the darkest of humors here in the commentary community.
100%.
I'm sorry, I give Xylee shit because I come from the same part of the country.
I think like one of the things that was ironic watching Mudahar's videos, he's taking all of these comments so seriously. And I'm just like, I hear what you're saying. Ideally, you should not talk to minors like that, but this just is the community. And like,
Yeah,
I'm
but
46 and I still talk, I talk like this.
Thanks to some leaks of DMs between Brianna Wu and Jessie Gender, we know that Brianna has...
Look, I wanted to make sure that you understand that it's not a shit post or dark humor when I tell you that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch, right? And that you can skip this ad break by using a Twitch Prime. If you've got Prime, you've got a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you will no longer see those ads in my chat anymore for an entire month, right? You can also get out of it by paying $5 to Twitch. You also get yourself the emotes, you get yourself the weasels, you get yourself a lot of fringe benefits, but the greatest benefit of all is not having to sit through those 3 minutes of ads at the top of every hour. There's also a chance of being gifted subs, but that sort of thing is more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. Is that a 10 out of 10? Did I win?
Very radical beliefs in private, but
was that a cheesy debate?
Express moderate ones in public. This means that, despite agreeing with many of the excesses of trans activism, Brianna is simply throwing them under the bus in furtherance of her own political career.
Wait, what did I miss here? Look, this is what you don't get. I agree. Oh, this is from Jessie Gender. This is from, so if you watch my video, you'll recognize this. I'm like, what? Like, I'm the one that doesn't recognize this tweet, but this is her trying to talk Jessie Gender into giving her a pass over posting like self-hating trans-medicalist shit on Twitter.
Private, but will only express moderate ones in public. This means that, despite agreeing with many of the excesses
10 out of 10
activism, Brianna is simply throwing them under the bus in furtherance of her own political career. Further, despite Brianna claiming that she avoids lawsuits, she's been dragged into numerous public battles with previously mentioned President Sunday, going so far as to float the idea of getting him banned from social media platforms.
I think we agree probably that like Discord stepping in or YouTube stepping in and like parting ways with the creator, I think this gets used way too often.
Oh yeah, so this is her, and it sounds like calling for the deplatforming of President Sunday. Which President Sunday, I know we've had our issues in the past, but I don't want you deplatformed. And it's wild to me that like she's talking about this, like right, that like she's like, you know who needs to go? Sunday. President Sunday needs to go. Look, President Sunday is a complicated historical figure, and we'll get into that complexity in a minute. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it was about not so erudite. Like Sunday had a contention with some of the credentials that Not So Erudite was claiming. I haven't looked into it to see, you know, who I agree with in the he said, she said, as far as erudite's credentials, but Brianna Wu is characterizing this as being harassment when I haven't seen that. I've seen somebody saying, all right, this person is claiming authority based on a credential that I don't think that she actually has. So but again, I haven't waded super deep into that. That's what Stardust and Brianna are talking about in this conversation.
But at the same time, it's not like the community has a really good mechanism to like get rid of bad actors, right? Like someone who, like Sunday, who I think is a bad actor. I mean, you can go on there and confront him.
It's funny because the only thing consistent about her is like the deplatforming, right? Whether it's Destiny or whether it's enemy of Destiny, bane of Destiny, President Sunday, right? She's just still she's playing with fire, and she's also playing with fire with power bottom politics, right? Making those weird, those vague threats in DMs that like, what do you think they're gonna do? Yeah, of course the person's gonna release DMs if you make, like why?
And that's good. But I mean, how does a community like the streaming community like police itself? It's really, really hard when everything gets turned into content.
And then threatening a defamation lawsuit when he characterized this as calling for his ban. So just to wrap up here, you should not allow people like Wu to placate you with empty apologies and messages of bridge building. There's no bridge to be built with someone who has a long history of reprehensible behavior which they have never accounted or even really stopped engaging in. The US election is not the be-all and end-all. It's not a tool that you can use to deflect from any valid criticism of you and your friends. And Wu's impact on it will not even be felt, let alone remembered. Trump being on the ballot is not a good reason for Brianna Wu to escape the fact she watched and supported every terrible action Keffals took.
Oh no, what the fuck? What the fuck? That better not be like actual music that somehow Queemon's got the rights to and I don't. Cyborg 9K. I mean, it sounds generic enough. Maybe it's royalty free. So yeah, that's Queemon. That's Brianna Wu. Apparently they had a debate. She kind of holds court with Counterpoints, the person that we saw earlier, the ex-cop. There was another video. I don't know if we need to watch both of these because I don't want to like drag down on, you know, I'm gonna double dip into Queemon's content here. There's card posting drama. He's doing card posting drama. We haven't really checked in on card posting since the Alec Gunter thing. Why did I think there was like one other Brianna Wu video? Oh my god. They're kind of like a alternate world version of my thumbnails. I feel like mine are better though, because I don't do them myself. Mine are better because Vamps does them. But other than that, yeah, they're pretty good thumbnail. Okay, anyway, let's take a look and see. I guess I was imagining that there was another video.
Well, and that was my thing is, so I think that if I go too hard where I'm like, oh, this is, oh, as a matter of fact, can you send it to me real quick? The list? Yes.
Oh my god, what is going on?
I haven't got the URL on screen, have I? No, I haven't. Smart me. Very smart of me.
What is this? God damn it. Okay. Anyways, point being that the one thing that I think is like super weak on his end is the fact that he all this other stuff or whatever I think you can address fairly.
Wait, is it Toho music? The creator Zune promotes piracy. Yeah, I know, like that's a bullet hell game, right? He probably paid for it. I know you can do that. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Easily from a personal standpoint. And I think what I'm going to do is if I try to answer these on your behalf, it's going to look like I'm just trying to sweep or protect. But the one thing that I think that I need to...
The hot dogs are a star of the show? Of the show?
Curious. Do I let him know or not? Is Wu not in here?
Well, he's just going to say, "Oh, well, you're a liar." Yeah. Well, then he's just going to say, "Well, I think you're a liar, and this is my earnestly held belief." So it's not defamatory.
Yeah, counterfire. Wait, it's like wait, what is it? Counterpoints is like the show? Like wait, what was the show, the CNN show that Jon Stewart got mad at? Was that called Counterpoints? Or Counterpoint? And there's ContraPoints, and there's Counterpoint. Wait, he's Connor? I'm so confused. This guy needs to settle on his branding. Just make yourself cop points.
Okay, what I would say is there's a few things that I think are super weak in his arguments, which is basically like a lot of these aren't verifiable. Like he showed evidence as if it was evidence, but it didn't show.
Well, I did see evidence that was just like, you know, well, if you take Total Biscuit's word for it, it's like this, but Brianna said this, so therefore Brianna's lying, and it's like, you know, I mean,
he said it showed.
What didn't it show?
And then also
Is it Crossfire? Is the actual one on cable news?
What was the other thing? So he presented, I think one of the weakest points that I would probably hammer him on.
It's Crossfire.
Is the fact that like he extends all of this charity to all of the people who were like threatening you during the Gamergate era, where it's like, oh, it's all jokes, it's all satire. These weren't real death threats. She's exaggerating it in order to play victim, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But then he took the Kethel's please do cocaine with all your charity money. He took that.
Wait, the hangover cure she promoted
as like a serious statement. Like Brianna Wu are saying like, yeah, hey, Kethel's, go ahead and do $100,000 worth of cocaine, as if that could possibly be a serious statement instead of a joke. And I think that anybody who doesn't have autism knows that's a joke.
Oh. It's interesting, right? Because you'll notice with Connor Points, right? Although he is sort of involved with this sort of right-wing, you know, I don't know what you want to call Twitch politics. Like when you got Brianna Wu involved in this, like paying off certain creators to do certain content, it kind of feels like AstroTurf. But with Twitch politics, it almost feels like that the people involved in creating this Discord were finessing people in Twitch in order to, with the goal being like affecting sort of the political outcome, the political egregore, if you will, of the space.
Is he realizing? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, I've been in here a while. You sent me the link.
Yeah, 601.
Yeah, okay. I just like I heard all of that. That's all. It seemed like you guys were talking alone. Like it was a private conversation I was here for.
Well, it wasn't too private. It's basically what we think is your weakest stuff and what we think is your strongest stuff.
Cool.
You were ranking his takedown. You were ranking the individual points of his takedown of Brianna Wu.
So we're literally about to talk about all of it right now. So yeah.
Okay. I'd love to.
Okay. Do you have a camera that you can put on
not
stream?
On camera. No.
Okay. Do you have a Quiggler? Do you have a Queefer?
You want me to send you a Quiggler? I can send you one.
No, I'm okay. Thanks.
Okay.
I'm waiting for Brianna.
It's not that hard. You just put a. I mean, I don't know. I would go without a Quiggler. You've seen one Wiggler. You've seen them all.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Yeah, it's all right.
I don't know how much of this we're going to watch, right? This is an hour and 44 minutes. I kind of just want to get a sense of this. I feel like the other conversations that come up later are a little bit more interesting.
How's life?
We'll give this a chance.
Yeah, amazing.
Sure.
Finished the video. It's doing okay.
Yeah. Well, I would presume that was how do I phrase this? You either have a Machiavellian streak or you have autism or both. So do you want to explain your rationale behind?
Wow.
That way I don't have to.
So like I was going to say, Counterpoints, unlike some of the other right-wing people in the space, or even some of the like edgy left-wing people in the space, he does have like a sense of manners, right? You notice that about him as he tries to, be polite to people, but he is able to read the room, and in the room, like the only acceptable, sort of person to shit on it, like, or, the thing to shit on it is like neurodivergence, right? It's a weird thing.
My rationale is if someone's gonna goad me and sit there being like, oh, whenever this person wants to put on their big boy pants, we can come talk. If they're gonna do that, then yeah, I'm gonna go make a video on all the terrible shit you've done before we go and talk. Yeah, because I'm not.
Was
having
that
it
me or
lie
Brianna?
about- That was Brianna. That was Brianna. From behind the block too.
So wait, Brianna said put on your big boy pants from behind a block, and Quimon, that's what made Quimon make a video essay. That's how easy it is to get. Yo, whoever paid Doomer Politics to make that video essay on Hassan, you could have gotten Quimon to do it for free. You just gotta get you gotta get Hassan to shit on Quimon, and then Quimon will just do a video, do an actual video essay for you.
I'd like to add.
Okay. Well, Brianna's here, so I'm gonna add and fuck with the shit, and then I'm gonna go live on my end.
Generally, you don't upload this part.
Okay.
This is before Connor's gone live. Maybe I'm guessing Quimon's already live, so that's why.
All right.
What are we looking at? Oh, an arm.
And then that is not looking the way I want it to, so we'll just go with this one.
Okay, what is this? What? Literally, what is this?
Okay.
I sure can.
Okay, Mr. Queeman is in with us, but he does not have camera that he can hook up for it, so we're just.
Oh, we're not going to get to see his face? That's so sad. I would think you'd want to show your fucking face.
I was born in a crossfire hurricane.
But, you know.
I mean,
well,
when you show your actual face without 5 filters on it, we can talk. But
what?
Jesus, can we save the band for the actual shit? So
wow.
Anyways,
so he's just sad that he doesn't have his stream up yet.
I'm going live on.
He wanted the drama to be live.
And I guess I'll do kind of setting the stage, so to speak, since I guess I'm hosting. So, good evening, everyone in posterity. The way that this came to be is I'll just hit it from my perspective. So I'm a fan of the commentary community and the drama community. I think that all things considered, while they often do focus on very silly things,
it's a very tipster thing to say. This is like
a penchant for being.
I really like the commentary community. It's really cool. I love being here. I love Nick's ideas and what Augie has to say. It's all great. It's all great. And then a year later, it's like fuck the commentary community. I really like the online left, right? I really like hanging out with Keffels and other leftists like Keffels. Is just like
being honest and critical and abrasive and annoying, which can be fun or funny.
The thing about the commentary community is, as toxic as it can be, they do have a sense for sniffing fake people out. Tipster is a great example of that. And I would say that Connor Points and Brianna Wu, it doesn't get much faker. So it's in a way, like, it's understandable why these two are like targets of the commentary community, even though they're also, look like shit from our perspective over here in the conscious side of commentary. That's right, you're getting conscious commentary, Chad. It's special. It's not like I'm not like the other commentary channels, all right? I'm special.
You don't like their targets. When you do like their targets,
the commentary community
can be frustrating and annoying and kind of abrasive. So I am
oh my god, I gotta pee.
Fan of Queeman's work. I'm relatively speaking a fan of Chud Logic's work, but I also find that they are abrasive.
They're too abrasive.
Brianna, we're obviously friends.
Oh my god, this is so cringe. I'm glad we watched this.
Seemed like Mr.
Aren't you?
Had a healthy chunk of criticism for me and for Miss Brianna when it came to Keffel's.
I gotta pee. I will be right back.
Queeman's content is at its best when he is.
Oh my god, this guy!
And then basically coming up with his own insights. I think his content is at its weakest when he's just calling everybody else an idiot or a spurg or a dumbass or a retard or any variation of those words or other words that he chooses to describe.
Chat, I gotta take my phone.
Mr. Queeman, if you take issue
I don't want to
with
miss
what I've
any
said
bit
or
of
what,
this.
Miss Brianna has said, then
Mr.
I invite
Queeman.
you to talk it with me. I'm not personally scared of you. I'm not personally scared of the commentary community. So if you want to have a conversation, that's fine. And then Miss Brianna also jumped into the Twitter reply section and said that she is down for the conversation as well.
Yeah, from
that
behind the
has brought us
block
to today.
Yeah. Just I'd like to add that from behind the block.
Well, let's get. We will have plenty of time to get into the content. I have watched the Queeman Brianna Wu summary. I also shot it over to Brianna with some cliff notes. So we're here basically to hash it out and air it out as best we can. So does either one of you want to lead us off?
I'm good.
No, I'm easy as well. Yeah. What's the setup here? Do you want to go for me bringing stuff up, or do you guys want to bring stuff up from the video? You said you've got notes, so I don't know if you want to start off there.
Connor?
Sure. I mean, if you want me to read the main takeaways that I had from it as a topic of discussion, then we can do that.
I mean, we just go down through the list, and we can just point out all the factual errors, mistaken judgments, libelous, defamatory statements, and weak reasoning. Why don't we just
go for it.
go on through it?
All right, so let's do the first one. So the first one that I took a note on was Brianna Wu claimed to have degrees, but only shows attending a university for a decade in her transcript with no final degree.
So I did not. So let me ask you a question, Queeman. I just want all the listeners to know you won't show your face. So do you know who David Whitford is?
Is that some Nazi guy? Roughly.
No, it's not a Nazi guy. Do you know who this is?
Yeah, I think he had some association with Milo, didn't he?
No. Do you know who David Whitford is?
No, I've got no idea who David Whitford
No
is. I've
idea
got the name. I'm
whatsoever?
looking into you. Nope, not right now.
Look it up?
Nope.
Really? You have no idea who David Whitford is?
No, does this have any relevance to you having a degree?
Yeah, it does, actually.
Okay, could you explain the relevance to you having a degree?
Why don't you shut up? This is my show. I'm going to talk.
It's my show too, actually. I'm on my stream as well, actually. So I can actually talk pretty freely.
We're just going
Let's not measure. Let's get into the information.
We'll do it. So David Whitford is a person who is a really long-standing reporter. He worked at Inc. magazine for many years, and in the middle of Gamergate.
Okay, so chat, something that might not be entirely obvious to all of you is the power dynamic that's going on here. By which I mean the relative audience of the participants, right? So to my understanding, Connor and Brianna have like next to no one watching them. Queeman has a pretty healthy, a pretty consistent audience of like 200 or more. So in actuality, there's more people watching on Queeman's end. So whatever kind of power move that Brianna thinks she's playing, she's being played. Like, this is my show. And it's like, wait, no, you don't understand. Of course Queeman's streaming this too. Why would Queeman not stream? Like, anyway, it's silly, but I don't know if she realizes this. I don't know if she's like assuming that maybe because of Queeman's age that he doesn't have that somehow he's using her platform, when actually it's kind of the other way around.
He spent, my gosh, it must have been 2 weeks following me around. This is an old school reporter.
Oh wait,
went through every single detail of my life.
I've literally got this article in my video. Sorry, I just didn't know the name. Okay, I've got literally this article in my video.
Literally poured through every.
I've got literally this article is in my video
for a feature in Inc. magazine.
Yeah, this is in my video.
If you are interested in a factual
so it sounds like she's got Queeman muted, but doesn't realize that the majority of the audience watching this is going to hear it, she can't mute him on his end, right?
Of everything that happened in my life, yeah, you probably shouldn't go to Kiwi Farms. You
I
should
didn't
go
use
to
I didn't actually use
David
Kiwi Farms
Whitford
once.
and
I didn't use
read,
Kiwi Farms
all the
once.
stuff about that there. In this piece, it talks about
I know they
me
muted me.
not
I'm just
getting a
talking for you
degree.
guys.
Why did I not get a degree? It was because I.
It's not
in
about not
large
getting it, it's
part,
about lying.
I left the University of Mississippi for multiple years. I lived in Jackson.
So yeah, his problem wasn't that she's not educated or that she doesn't have, X degree. His problem was that she represented herself as having these credentials and didn't.
Mississippi. This is when I did my game studio.
I'll just talk for you
But
guys. Okay, that's fine.
I was struggling with drug addiction and alcohol addiction for the entire time.
That's fine. We'll just talk, guys. We can chat. Thanks for the $50 vodka. Huge thank you.
All of this goes together. Like, I've talked about every bit of this completely honestly and openly before. I actually don't have anything to hide. So I would really just suggest you go read that piece. It is the most accurate thing that's been written about that. And I'm sure in that piece it talks about how I did not get my degree, something I've never claimed to have.
That's a lie. You have claimed to have a degree.
No, I haven't.
You have. There's numerous IGN posts on the username SpaceCatGal from way before you started appearing in public under that, like as in the Gamergate public with that name. So it wasn't someone faking being you. There's plenty of IGN posts where you were claiming to have a degree that are archived on the web archive, not just on Kiwi Farms. There's also an episode of a podcast. There's also an episode of a podcast. Oh, so she's muted me. Okay.
Going one at a time, I would need to see that. In my public role, for me, Brianna Wu, the person who came to be relevant, like in the public eye after Gamergate, I've been completely honest with this. Now, there was one article, to my knowledge, that came out, and I said I went to the University of Mississippi. To the reporter, they interpreted that to mean that I graduated. I did not. They misquoted me at the time. And something I think you'll find is not every publication has the same level of fact checking that, say, the New York Times does, or Inc. magazine has, or the Wall Street Journal has. So if you go through that, you'll see a very consistent statement.
Well, if we
sorry, 1 second. Sorry, 1 second, Connor. You just lied to me again, because I actually in August of 2014, you were actually claiming on our podcast that you went back to university and finished your degree and became an investigative journalist. You actually did say that after Gamergate started. You did claim that. You misspoke. Okay.
Then
okay.
For the sake of, let's say that Brianna has this source that says, no, I didn't say it, I phrased it this way. Queeman says, nope, you did phrase it this way. What is your educational background to be stated clearly now?
Sure. I went to a ton of college and I didn't succeed at getting a degree for many reasons. Part of it was the drug addiction. Part of it was other stuff that I was dealing with. My family disowned me in the last 6 months of college, and I found myself homeless right after that. So
out of personal curiosity, for instance, I did the interdisciplinary degree program, which was actually a combination of 3 minors in order to get like a major, and it was like 120 credits or so. Do you remember how many credits you got during your attendance?
I was missing, I think, a mathematics class and one other thing. So
pretty close to an associate's or pretty close to a bachelor's?
Pretty close to a bachelor's.
Okay. All right. Queeman, do you have any other points that you want to make before we move to the next one?
No, I was never claiming that Wu still lied about this. I always said she stopped lying about it in 2015 after Milo showed the transcripts. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then next point was claims to be a cybersecurity expert despite not having the credentials for that title.
She's got no experience as a cybersecurity expert from what I can tell, but yeah, go for it.
Sure. As far as a policy level of expertise, I'm not claiming
a policy level. Dude, that's fucking hell. That's brilliant.
You need to let me talk. So this was my congressional campaign. One of the things I ran for in my congressional campaign was taking cybersecurity very seriously. I talked to more people that I can begin to think about on cybersecurity issues.
Instantly muted again, by the way. Muted again.
And, you've got to understand, everyone in Congress is very, very old, and the people that serve on the committees to do cybersecurity, they just don't take it seriously. A really good example, Connor, can you help me remember what was the bill of?
Oh my God, she's so full of shit. look, talking to people about cybersecurity is way different than like having expertise or background, or I don't know what exactly was claimed here. Who's the guy on the left? That's Counterpoints, aka Connor Points, aka Cop Points, aka the part of the Brianna Wu AstroTurf complex, right? Somebody that's ostensibly on the bankroll of whatever Brianna Wu is paying people out with, right? This is just one of the strangest people in political commentary in terms of you know, you've got somebody who's been a video games hobbyist with a, you know, massive financial backing to start her own video games company, made you know, really questionable video games, and is now sort of doing the same thing, turning around and doing the same thing in political commentary on Twitch and YouTube, after having tried and failed to run for Congress. And that was one of her claims, was cybersecurity, that she, you know, had a background in this, despite the fact of what we're hearing about now, that she's talked to people in cybersecurity and really thinks it's an important issue that the you know, elected officials should address, and that maybe, like, you know, there's generally like older people in politics. You know, she's, you know, maybe on the younger side as far as like politics goes, right? And so anyway, she's just like, she's bullshitting. She's been bullshitting. She's used to bullshitting. She's getting away with it, right? I mean, like, a lot of this kind of sounds like resume embellishment, right? If you've ever you know, seen somebody try, or maybe you yourself have tried to sort of describe some of your background, some of your expertise, some of your skills in a way that like kind of leaves a little bit too much to the imagination, and might lead an employer into thinking that you are you know, more of an asset than you actually are. I mean, this is what Brianna Wu is doing, except on a public stage, in conflicts with people that are actually like pulling the receipt here, and calling bullshit on her claims of credentials.
A few years ago, was it the SOPA Act? Can you remember that?
I can Google it.
Stop.
Yeah, she's an expert on the policy level. That's right. Sorry.
Piracy Act. Even though I remember this. Come on, Woo. Let's burn through this retarded bullshit. Yeah, you stupid.
Okay, let's take a look at what's going on in the polls right now. We got 80 votes in the regular chat. 61% of you are voting for the MAGA meltdown. You want to see the reaction of the Trump superfans to Trump being convicted, right? If we go over here to Shorts, it's not quite as dominant, but MAGA meltdown has still got a straight up majority. I don't think we've had anything win by a majority. This is kind of unprecedented, everybody. But just remember, you can still affect the outcome of this poll by voting in your chat. You can also vote. You can cross over to the other chat and vote. If you're in Shorts, feel free to cross over to the regular stream and vote there. If you're in the regular stream, feel free to cross over to Shorts and vote there, just as long as you make sure to like the other stream, because that really helps me out a lot. And I know that some people are going to cross over regardless of what I say, so you all might as well know that that is a possibility. So that's one way you can affect the outcome of the poll. The other way that people have not been taking advantage of today is through donations. If you donate, you can let me know what content you want to see, and you will actually be putting your thumb on the scale. In other words, like $1 equals 1% versus the other polls. And you could actually flip the vote. You can actually steal the vote, right? You can also protect the vote from getting stolen by donating to Vox Populi. That just means that you want the outcome, you want the thing that's getting voted for by most of the people to win, regardless of what it ends up being. And you're kind of voting again. You're voting with your donos against the people that are voting with their donos to change it. You're saying no change, no change. So that is the second way that you can affect those polls. So whether it's through super chat, whether it's through super sticker, or donating memberships, getting yourself a membership, donating bits on Twitch, donating subs on Twitch, or getting yourself a sub. If you make any kind of dono, including on Throne, including people that are donating on Throne, just let me know where you want your money to go towards, and I will add that amount of money to the overall total. And so far, MAGA Meltdown also winning in the donos, although there's not a lot of competition today so far.
Bitch.
She was one of the people serving on the cybersecurity committee and actually tried to blame this bill, basically saying we needed to curtail First Amendment.
Let's pump those donos, guys. Pump those fucking donos. Let's go, guys. While I'm muted, pump those donos.
A person that is basically making this policy. So, my expertise that I brought into this is I'd been a tech journalist for a long time. I'd worked as a software engineer, and I'd followed it very, very carefully as someone who was very interested in that public policy. So, is expert a little bit of political juice? Sure. But I think if you listen to me talk over a decade that I've been talking on public policy and tech, specifically my many, many, many appearances on Twit.
Vodka says it'll always be amazing to me how the people on Wu's payroll will never talk about how often she gets humiliated online. She lost this debate to Quimon the second she started muting him. Yeah, I was just telling people about how, the audience difference between her and Quimon is pretty large, right? In the favor of Quimon. There's a lot of people watching on Quimon's end. There's not that many people watching on Wu's end or Counterpoint's end. So it's honestly like only through Quimon sort of letting her, mute him and go off like this. And just kind of yap that she's even getting to
with Leah
to go off on this rant.
Report, I think most people would say I'd be a really big step up as far as setting the public policy on that. So you can make the appraisal. The expert is a little too much. I would probably say that.
Thank you, Vodka.
Oh my God. It's just so replete with narcissism and entitlement, right? She mutes herself, and then rather than, pushing back on what Quimon's saying, she's illustrating what Quimon's saying.
Congressional campaign.
She's confirming, his...
So you're not a cybersecurity expert at all, then?
I think I would form extremely good cybersecurity policy for the.
What the fuck, Wu? What the fuck?
So you're not a cybersecurity expert at all, then? I'd also like to point out that last week you were saying how amazing Stardust's video on Frogan was, which included a whole section talking about how Frogan wasn't an expert because she only had a master's and 2 years experience in the field.
Sure.
By that metric, Brianna, you were an absolute horrific liar in your congressional ad when you're trying to take public office. Probably the worst time to lie that I can possibly imagine.
Okay, you can make that assessment.
Yep, I will make that assessment. You are a sick person.
I mean, look, some of the shit is the kind of stuff that people can and do get away with fudging on their resumes. If somebody's really looking for an employee, maybe they're not going to super hardcore check your resume, but if they do, you're not going to get that job. And definitely, if your resume is a campaign ad, if you're running for public office, right? So my understanding is that she didn't get past the primary. She, at least in her first campaign. Here, let me read this because we've got. I meant to pull this out earlier. Here is a. Here is kind of an op-ed in. This is Paste. I don't know exactly. They're associated with the AV Club and Jezebel, but this is online outlet with kind of a op-ed about Brianna Wu's candidacy back in 2017. I guess when she was running for the it was going to be the 2018 midterms. Okay, so when coming up with strategies to combat an electorate that chooses reality TV star for America's highest office, so in other words Trump, right? Voting a video game developer into Congress is not something that typically comes to mind. Yet for a certain group of liberals, that is exactly the solution that they came up with. On December 21st, video game developer Brianna Wu announced that she would be running for Congress in her home state of Massachusetts. Later, she clarified that she would be running as a Democrat against Stephen F. Lynch, congressman in the 8th District in the 2018 midterm. So yeah, we're talking about a primary challenge to, kind of a conservative. Lynch, who is also a Democrat, has come under fire from his party for his pro-life policies, but has been a member of Congress since 2001 and has defeated every candidate, including Democrat Mac D'Alessandro? Yeah. Republicans Vernon Harrison and Joe Selvaggi, and independent Phil Dunkelbarger in his path. Aside from a brief stint in political fundraising during her younger years, which was fundraising for Trent Lott, segregationist, she was much younger, but that's that's what her experience is so far at this point, right? Wu has no political experience. However, what she has done is the support of what she does have is the support of a large portion of feminists due to her time speaking out against online harassment. This is the Gamergate stuff. Wu first came to public eye in 2014 during the throes of the infamous Gamergate mess, a movement that started out with an angry screed written by a spurned ex-lover through a series of ill-conceived events evolved into a large-scale harassment campaign allegedly questioning the integrity of gaming journalism. Wu, which still goes on. Like this is still a huge bug up the the gamers butt, right? Wu was a prominent target for harassment by the organization after speaking out against them. Since then, she's become a prominent figure for women's rights in the gaming community, appearing on MSNBC, Inc., and The Guardian to speak out against Gamergate, and later the alt-right movement that is closely associated with it. To a Democrat who opposes Lynch's policies, Wu may seem like the ideal candidate. Her lack of political experience may be an issue, sure, but she at least represents more progressive ideas in 2017 than her opponent, right? Yet, it only takes a bit of research to see Wu's campaign is steeped in classism, gentrification, and has a lot more in common with Donald Trump's than she will ever admit. We'll find out what that is that she has in common with Trump's campaign as the article goes on. Before we get to that, though, there's an issue of her alleged credibility. According to Wu, the defining trait that makes her qualified as a member of Congress is her experience dealing with the alt-right as an opponent of Gamergate. In an interview with the Boston Globe, Wu stated the following: "If anyone knows anything about Brianna Wu, they know that she will stand up to the alt-right, will stand up to the extreme sexism that we saw in Gamergate, and is someone who is not afraid of a fight," she says. Now, one that knows me would say Brianna Wu... No one that knows me would say Brianna Wu is scared of a fight. This is being treated as the prime hook to entice voters. One needs only look at her website to see this. Emblazoned in large bold letters is the statement, "She fought the alt-right and won." What exactly constitutes winning against the alt-right in this scenario, however, is unclear. Considering the movement still exists, is still harassing women. One of its architects just got a comfy position in Trump's White House. Nobody can really say that Wu won in her battle against the alt-right, or against Gamergate for that matter, right? She may be speaking about about her personal success, considering her bevy of media appearances and large following gained after the harassment, and that seems to be what she was there for, right? Not to win, not to fight and win, but essentially to be seen as fighting an unpopular enemy, whether it be Gamergate or the alt-right, which kind of traces some of its origins back to Gamergate. But that will most likely be a little comfort to those who are currently facing the brunt of the organization. So the campaign is already built on a shaky foundation, but what is she actually campaigning for? Nepotism, for one. One of her stated goals is to give a larger focus to the tech industry. Oh, that's what we need, right? More tech industry. control, right? Wu said, although Massachusetts enjoys a stellar education system, many startups and technology companies end up moving out of state, a practice that she'd like to help end. We invest enough in our school systems and higher education at great cost to the Massachusetts taxpayers, but then people take that to other states. She said, I think we can do a lot more to keep the tech industry here in Boston. Moving aside the odd implication that the only reason people get education is to enter tech, what benefit does investing in the tech industry give to the average Boston citizen? None, unless you happen to be one of Wu's friends who works in the tech industry. The question of what part of the budget Wu would slash in order to benefit her co-workers is currently unanswered. But the answer doesn't really matter. So in other words, keeping an industry in the state generally means cutting that industry's taxes. It means a giveaway to that industry, right? Something, done for their benefit. And with a state budget as opposed to a federal budget, you're sort of needing to maintain, your budget within certain limits. So in order to cut taxes for the tech industry, right, you're necessarily cutting services that the state is providing. So the question becomes who gets thrown under the bus to keep the tech industry here, right, including the state in terms of lowering revenues. Anyway, the fact that she claims to be an advocate for women's rights while also expressing her desire to divert funds to predominantly white, predominantly male tech industry should speak to her lack of credibility as a feminist. Plus, since tech isn't a market that's particularly welcome to those without expensive degrees, supporting its expansion into areas where it isn't particularly large or needed is ultimately a pro-gentrification stance. Despite this, she has stated she agrees with Bernie Sanders that we need to focus on the working class. Here's a tweet from December 30th, 2016. I would say this: I was never against Bernie's ideas, and since the election, I've said publicly I think he would have won. Okay, against Trump. Wait. Yeah, this is after the election. Okay. So he's right that the economy is rigged. He's right that we need to focus on the working class. So this is after the election that she's saying this, right? I'm not sure if she supported Bernie while the primary was going on. However, her disdain for the working class is clear. In a series of since deleted tweets, Wu stated her desire to stop government funding for conservative states. Now, this is like, I've heard people say like shit like this, and it's fine when the person in question is like just, it's not, I don't know. It's not good, right? It's understandable, right? People are mad at conservative states. People look at statistics that tell them that conservative states tend to take more from the federal budget than they contribute to the federal budget. And they say something like, well, what if we just cut them off? And thinking that that state is completely full of people who are deserving of being cut off, rather than understanding that even red states have marginalized groups in them that are going to be hurt by any sort of cutting off of funds. So, this is just an immature, petty, and ridiculous thing to say. But as a policy point for a politician to be saying stuff like this, it's even worse, right? So, yeah, Wu, those poor black people down in the South should all unalive. That'll teach them. The flag she'll pose with will be missing a lot of stars. This is a tweet responding to her. Oh, her tweets were deleted? Tweets from Wu defending the stance were not. No, I'm not a Democrat. I just want to use our federal funds for leverage. Oh, no, I'm a Democrat. I am a Democrat. All right. Want to use our federal funds for leverage against the against consistently terrible choices. So am I, but using those taxes for leverage. Okay, so she's claiming it says as a leverage, right? Rather than a vindictive, like, fuck you, red states. Like, according to Wu, those in conservative states, regardless of who they voted for, deserve to have their education and healthcare taken away from them as leverage against their public officials. You know, in terms of healthcare, you don't actually have to argue them. A lot of red states have essentially turned down the Medicare expansion that allows people who would otherwise not be covered at all to be covered through Medicaid. Against their public officials who probably don't care about them to begin with. This would benefit no one. It would only hurt the working class in those states. That's not all. Wu would later defend Twitter user Melinda Bayerly regarding a post she made about Middle America. Brianna Wu, I will never understand why the left spends so much time attacking its own side rather than working to accomplish our goals. For context, okay, so this is the post that she's defending. One of the things Middle America could do is realize that no educated person wants to live in a shithole with stupid people, especially violent, racist, and or misogynistic ones. When big corporations think about where to put call centers, factories, development centers, etc., they also have to deal with the fact that those towns have nothing going for them. No infrastructure, just a few bars, and a terrible school system. So if you want jobs, clean up your act and make your town a place people like us want to live. I'm sorry, but the smugness is coming across really thick. Add fiber internet, make it a point to elect a progressive city council and commit to not being bigots. This is not going to convince them to do that, right? Talking down to people is not helping your case, right? I guarantee many of us would like a more rural lifestyle, or at least a less urban one, but we won't sacrifice tolerance and diversity to do so. We especially don't want to live in states where the majority of residents are still voting for things that are against their own interests. Again, this like an idea that like you can shame somebody out of their vote, like, right? You know, if you or threaten them, be like, you know, you're not going to get the businesses. You better have better takes on trans rights, or else you know, no call center for you, I guess, right? The Western towns that fix this first will try. Okay, so anyway, it goes on and on. Wu's defense of Byerly's statement lines up with her previously expressed ideology that everyone in conservative states is a dumb bigot. Never mind the minorities that are suffering in these states. The fact that they live there means they deserve to suffer. Again, really immature political perspective to hold. The majority of Wu's campaign has been focused on women's rights and her self-stylings as a progressive. But then looking at her policies that don't directly relate to women's rights, they are virtually identical to the conservative platform she is allegedly running against. Pro-gentrification, support for big industries with only a cursory acknowledgement of small businesses. Deliberately taking away from underprivileged and marginalized Americans solely to spite her political enemies. Wu's campaign confirms one of two things. One, she knows nothing about politics, or two, she's content to use the poor as pawns. Or to put it bluntly, she's either an idiot or actively malicious. Both are likely, and both are equally troubling. There's an assumption I've made for the majority of this article that I have yet to address. It's the assumption that the American people would see the headline, "A video game developer with no political experience running for Congress," and not immediately laugh it off. Yet, in an era where a buffoon famous for his reality TV appearances was elected president, it's an assumption that I unfortunately have the grounds to make. Wu isn't just similar to the Republicans in policy. Her support base is infused with the same fury and lack of regard for information as Trump's. Both are political figures with no political knowledge. But both are taken seriously because of the self-righteous fervor they inspire in their followers, and their money. To be totally frank, right? Just like how Donald Trump used the working class as a way to gain power, Brianna Wu is using progressives as a way to further her own ends. I have hope that Wu will fail in her campaign. Hope was eventually confirmed. She has stated that she will be focusing her ads on social issues and the tech industry, which is a voting demographic so narrow that it's practically non-existent. But to those considering voting for her, hear my plea. Brianna Wu is not a progressive. A vote for her is a vote for the logical endpoint of Trump's victory. Ability no longer matters. All that matters is celebrity. The amount of sanctimonious posts you can make and the amount of people who agree with them. Wu's election would finalize the spreading of this ideology to the left as well as the right. If it were to happen, when I feel confident in stating that America is utterly then I feel confident in stating that America is utterly and irreparably screwed.
Truly sick.
Agreement. So I'm gonna say this. If we're gonna go through this, like, you're getting, I guess what we're kind of doing now for the sake of flow is, I'm not Brianna, right? So this is her history. You know, she's telling the story as it is. If you have like contradictory evidence, that's fine, and we can go back and forth on it. I think what's going to drag this down, though, is, for instance, if, you know, Brianna's making a response, you're smugly laughing, so then you get, you know, muted every single time. Then we listen to Brianna talk for a minute, then you say, that's not true, and then we just repeat that like 30 times. That's probably not going to be decent content. So, if possible...
I'd agree. If I stopped getting muted, it'd be way better content.
Like, chill on the personal shit, but more present, like, contradictory information or the way that you see it or something like that, I would be... I mean, that's fine by me. Or I think that would be better content.
No, I think you've seen enough Destiny content to know that it's important to interrupt someone when they start building a whole point based on lies in the first sentence. No, I think I will keep interrupting if Brianna's going to lie.
I'm not lying, dude.
You did lie to me. You did lie to me. Okay, I've been muted again. I've been muted again. She can't hear it. She can't take it. She can't take it.
You're coming into this conversation with a point of view, and you're just.
See, look at this. It's just that it's
the. To answer these questions, we can.
Flabbergasts me that anyone takes Brianna Wu seriously. What the fuck timeline is this? I'm right there with you.
Go through it one at a time, you know. But just
look, the alt-right was so soundly defeated that we never heard from them again.
Look how the energy changes. I was defaming her a minute ago. I was defaming you a minute ago. Where, like, all of a sudden now you're falling back. I thought you were going to disprove everything.
I mean, look, I don't want to overstate the influence of Brianna Wu, right? She runs or she's involved in the running of a political PAC called Rebellion PAC. She was involved in Progressive Voice up until she became too much of a bad look for them, too much of an optics issue for them. But she is, you know, somebody playing a really strange game that doesn't seem to be effective in any way, just like she's never really... You know, she's never hit pay dirt her whole life, whether it's like, from what I can tell, whether it's gaming or politics or this, which is what, her buying influence with political streamers. But again, some of this is opaque, so we don't really know, you know, like what the relationship with Vosh, what the relationship with Destiny is like.
I said I thought this was going to be.
So we can save this until the end, dude. But I know you've probably never read a book on communication law and how this works.
What? But I think you should be able to clearly.
No, Queemon's never read a book. Period. Come on.
Explain to me what the lie is. Where I was lying.
Jesus Christ, Connor.
Just kidding.
I can't do this if I can't get a sentence out. I'm being calm. He's
Connor, help me.
Being a jackass. This is crazy.
Slap that cigarette out of his Zoomer mouth.
I know you've probably never read a book on
like the cop that you are. Just kidding. Oh my God, chat.
You say things about people. There's some things that protect you.
I'm not supposed to be this spicy. Am I being too spicy, chat? Am I risking it for the biscuit?
Defamatory lawsuits. One of the major tools is reportage. This is very, very helpful. So if I can point to something and say, I'm not saying this, I'm not claiming this, the New York Times.
Look, I'm not telling you that at the top of every hour there's a 3-minute ad break, an ad break that you can skip for the low, low price of $5 or even for free if you got Prime. Wait, no, actually, I am telling you that. I'm telling you exactly that. That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that you can get out of the top of the hour ad break for free or for $5. I'm also telling you that there's a chance you could get out of it through the generous gift of someone else. But that if you want to be a recipient of such a gift, your best bet is to be active in chat. Because otherwise, how do people know that you don't have a sub? They won't. How will they know?
Is saying this. That is a higher level of credibility than if you were to point to, I don't know, Kiwi Farms.
I never
source something from Kiwi Farms.
Morbius, thank you for the super chat. Let me What is up? What is up, Morbius? Thank you for the super chat. Do you want to put that $2 behind any particular content choice? We have MAGA Meltdown, we have Gorka, we have Mooncat, we have Libertarian Convention Meltdown.
So I think when you're publishing things and putting it out there and you're ignoring contradictory evidence, to be really clear, I don't have any intention of suing anyone today. But one of the reasons I want
what?
Right.
Wait, why did that get brought up? Is that a threat?
Is I was aware of these.
Irene's hair is getting so long.
And I tailored my public comments to meet the standards of defamation, which is why Alex Jones was not successful. So that's what I was saying.
I didn't source Kiwi Farms for any of this stuff. So that's okay. It's all on the web archive. It's all in various articles written online. I actually did cite that David Whitmer article you mentioned. I didn't remember his name, but I do actually have that article in there. I have actually read that article, so I'm perfectly aware of that.
It's a good piece. It contradicts other evidence that you're putting out there.
Well, oh yeah, what does it contradict?
If you're claiming that I claimed to go to Ole Miss for a decade, that's not true.
You claimed it before that article came out. You claimed it before that article came out.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
I didn't
yeah.
go
The
to
time
Ole Miss
you've modeled.
I moved
You've got the timeline modeled here. You were lying about having. Okay.
I went to Millsaps, I think, for a year, and then I worked on my startup, and then I moved to DC. So there it is.
Okay, you were claiming to have a degree before this article came out. So this article doesn't contradict any. That is true, because the degree.
Connor, can we keep going?
It was revealed. You're lying to me, Brianna, straight up, because you were outed as not having a degree in 2015. This was released in 2016.
Conviction one.
I want to say that me as an internet anonymous person misspoke.
All right, we're adding $2 to MAGA Meltdown, which now has $7 on it. It's now getting the majority of both polls. I would say it's kicking ass.
At some point, that's fine.
It's not just them. We established that. It was when you were public in Gamergate. When you were public,
extremely honest and direct with people about this. I'm telling you right now, I did not successfully get my college degree.
I muted again.
I would hope that most people out there would understand that I had drug addiction at the time.
Look at this desperate plea for trauma.
The very last bit of it, which left me homeless.
So the problem isn't that you don't have a college degree, Brianna. That doesn't make you a bad person. It's when you say things that contradict that. That's literally why this comes up, right? I'm pretty sure you're talking to somebody in Queeman who doesn't have a college degree. This is not a requirement for being a content creator.
Which was an incredibly stressful situation. It's something I used to feel really guilty about. And honestly, it's not affected my life that much.
I think the play for trauma is very pathetic and manipulative and narcissistic.
I'm just telling you the truth of what happened.
It's a desperate manipulation tactic, because you've repeatedly lied to me in this conversation. When I've brought up specific instances, I brought up stop cutting me off. She cut me off.
Can we keep the show going, man?
Well, okay, but I want to point out this dynamic, because if we keep...
This is funny. This is like 20 minutes into the conversation. The feeling that I get from Wu is that she wants to kick him off already.
Doing this, then it's going to be just as toxic as it is right now for the next hour.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I would borderline.
And there's the ad break now.
To kind of bring up his criticisms rather than us flowing through it, because now.
Okay, so we have. Okay, it's fine. We can move on. We can move past it.
hold on.
If having a degree was necessary for being on YouTube, we'd all be screwed.
I just want to. Okay, so I want to.
A lot of people would.
The formulaic dynamic. Okay, so the formulaic dynamic is I wrote down all the criticisms
I'm gonna
that were in
snap.
the video.
I'm gonna snap.
Queen
I'm losing
basically
it.
got a 20-minute head start by doing the video, right? So now we're going through it and we're responding to it, and then basically what's happening.
So wait, he's trying to sort of like justify Brianna, muting him and yapping.
Summarize the points that we made so far is that according to Queeman, Brianna claimed to have a degree. Brianna is saying that she doesn't have a degree, but she does have a decent amount of credits in college. I don't think that's contested, at least. Then cybersecurity expert, Brianna is saying that she used that as an accolade while going through Congress because people in Congress are not particularly tech savvy. And she's been talking about tech and politics for the past decade. That's how I would summarize the Brianna point. And then...
Yeah, but she said cybersecurity. Look, she said cybersecurity. That's different than just being like, I know tech. Yeah, she, put together or, had put together for her a software company which produced a working game. That is, we can say that much, right? And that is more tech savviness than most people in Congress probably have, right? So if that's your whole thing, I'm tech savvy, right? I worked in tech. I don't think that would be a problematic claim. I think it's the specificity of her claiming knowledge with cybersecurity in order to, I don't know, kind of brand it, like burnish her image as somebody who can write legislation to protect privacy, protect people from cyber stalking and harassment. I'm guessing that's where she's going with this, given her Gamergate background. What it seems like is that she's cultivating her CV in a way that's disingenuous, if not straight out dishonest, and she's doing so in order to write herself a story. The end of the story being then Brianna gets to write the legislation that, that stops, cyber stalking or, and it's just like, she's not really concerned about the veracity of her claims that build that story that gets her there. She's just concerned about building that story that gets her there. That's the issue.
And on top of that, in a recent thing for some...
You just saw Beetlejuice 2 trailer? Wait, they're doing Beetlejuice 2?
That you've allied yourself with.
Boomers use age as an excuse for boomerism.
You kind of laughed at the fact that somebody with a master's degree isn't a expert. So that's kind of like the summary of the two perspectives so far, but we're not getting to the guts of it, I guess.
If we could get through one back and forth without a factual inaccuracy from the other side, that would help. Okay, I've been muted again. Crazy, I haven't spoken in 10 minutes.
With the claims I was making on Stardust, most of what I liked about that video was the anti-Semitism. I don't think I publicly commented on the health expert thing.
She should comment on the video. She should approve the video.
I could understand why Frogan would say that. I
the
thought
other one.
Stardust had a good point with that, but it wasn't something I publicly commented on, just to be clear.
Okay, yeah, you didn't comment on any specific part. You just said it was an amazing video and retweeted it. Yeah,
it was an amazing video.
That was making that attack, and you didn't.
The thing I found strongest was the anti-Semitism and really documenting that.
Is this guy some sort of right winger? I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't want to put too strong a point on that. This person's a Chud logic orbiter. Does that make sense? This person's a person who probably sees themselves as apolitical, but has just some reactionary leanings, whether they're aware of those or not, and framing. But it is a mix. It is a mix in terms of how he's going after Brianna. The main, and I think what stands the thrust of his content is that she is being dishonest about her background. She's been dishonest about a lot, right? A lot of the story, the narrative that she's building in order to put herself forward as a a politician who's going to achieve some kind of cybersecurity improvement. It just doesn't pan out, right? And she's just kind of a narcissistic, highly entitled person that is sort of trying to talk her way into more, you know, trust than anybody should really invest in her.
Be clear.
Yeah, so
Right.
this is
And then-
okay. Go for it, Connor.
Sorry,
Yeah,
go
no,
ahead.
it's okay.
No,
No,
go
it's
ahead.
counterfire. It's counterfire. You guys talk.
Well, I'm just going to keep pointing out the dynamic over and over again. So how about you go, so maybe we can get into some meat.
Yeah, sure. Would you describe Total Biscuit as a transphobic, sexist leader of harassment, Brianna?
To be really honest, I had so much trauma during Gamergate. I've never seen Total Biscuit's work. I don't think I can make an assessment on that today.
See, no, the jury's still out on this one, right? Jury's still out. We did see one tweet where Total Biscuit was making a joke that seemed to be at the expense of Otherkin, where he uses the phrase like "identify as," and you know it sounded transphobic to some people. It kind of sounded though like he was like, I mean, it's not great, right? It's but when he said like Toasterkin, like that's a reference to Otherkin. So that was one thing that Total Biscuit said. That's the closest like I've seen to like him being transphobic. Quimon also brought forward him kicking out somebody who asked a transphobic question to panelist Jesse Cox. So
for a lot of Gamergate, and Connor can back.
Jury's kind of out, but here's the point, right? Brianna Wu made some pretty definitive statements about Total Biscuit being transphobic and directing harassment, and there just isn't. We haven't seen anything to back that up, right? We've seen one, you know, sort of borderline tweet, but
me up on this. I've talked a lot about how I didn't handle many things very well, and I'd handled them differently today. But I'm not familiar enough with his work to make that assessment. I think in the time he was a complete ass.
Okay, so she's backing off of the claims against Total Biscuit
to me online, and certainly drove a lot of harassment my way. So I think I would say that.
I believe there was one tweet where he called you a worthless hypocrite, but you actually said last year, you said when Total Biscuit died, I bit my tongue. I didn't want to say anything, but that's allowed people to whitewash a serious, horrific history of extreme harassment. That doesn't sound like someone who's just never seen the work. You're saying he has a legacy.
No.
Yeah, Jesse Cox seems cool, right?
That works exactly.
Like I mentioned earlier when we saw Jesse Cox, you know, that like this was a YouTuber that I used to watch.
Exactly what I just said. He drove a ton of harassment to my door.
With one
That's
tweet.
100% true. I just said that.
With one tweet, saying you're a hypocrite.
No, he tweeted me a ton. I remember one tweet he sent said, "I'm absolutely done taking anything Brianna Wu says seriously." Like it was.
That's the same tweet I'm talking. That's the exact same tweet I'm talking about. That's I'm absolutely done.
You know, I think in some ways the format of the debate sphere and the commentary sphere and all this, it kind of gets in the way of being able to see content with clear eyes. What do I mean by that? I mean that because this is a debate, it's Quimon versus Brianna Wu, you're sort of tempted to pick a side and be like, you know, well, one of these people is good and the other person is bad. And in actuality, you know, you got a Chud Logic orbiter versus a, I don't know what you want to call Brianna, like a Destiny aligned astroturfer, right? They're both bad for different reasons. But putting them up like against each other, it tends to make them like depending on how you see the debate, you know, it'll make one of them look better than they actually are. And that's kind of the problem with this. So we've got more. I don't want to get super stuck on this content, although this is kind of like the origins of this drama. I guess we can check back on it if we need to. Let me check our poll right now and see if MAGA Meltdown is still ahead. 81 votes in regular chat. Thank you everybody for voting. Thank you for liking the stream. Mooncat coming in second, but a distant second with 17%. And then if we go over here and we look at the short, wait, no, sorry, that was the shorts. I read you the shorts. It's 58%. Oh, now okay, so the other one, 59% for MAGA Meltdown, 22% for Mooncat. Very distant second, Mooncat is running in right now. So yeah, continued dominance for our MAGA Chud content. And we'll take a look at the donos, and it looks like, yeah, all $7 of donos so far has gone to MAGA Meltdown. So remember, if you donate, you get a choice of where you want to put that money. That money can affect the poll. If you want to put your money behind one of the options, we've got MAGA Meltdown, we've got Sebastian Gorka. I thought there was Gorka. We've had a Gorka sighting, so I wanted to maybe cover that because I think he's always a load of fun, right? We got Mooncat Rex Evo Psych, which we watched 1 hour of, 1/3 of the Mooncat video. I'm putting it back up here in case people want to watch more of it because it seems like people are really into that Mooncat video. And we've got the Libertarian Convention hot mic. If you know exactly what that hot mic is about. As always, I have Fallout New Vegas as an option for the gaming frogs, should they decide to come in and make a play for the second half of the stream. And Vox Populi is where you put your money if what you want is to reinforce the overall vote. So, right, when you're donating and putting it in Vox Populi, it's like a bulwark against somebody stealing the election for Gorka or for Mooncat or for Libertarian Convention or the Gaming Frogs stealing it for Fallout New Vegas. You're saying, Vox Populi, I want the vote to count for something. I want the vote to tell Irene what to play next, right? That's what you do there. So whether it's through super chat, super stickers, gifted memberships, or buying yourself a membership, whether it's through straight up donating, through joining on Patreon, or donating through Throne, or if it's on Twitch through subs, through gifted subs, or through bits. If it's any kind of donating that you do, you have the right to put that money where you want it. Put your money where your mouth is, or put your money where you want the content to be, rather. And just let me know after the donation what you want your money to count for, and I will add it up. I will do the complex maths.
The exact same tweet I'm talking about. That's the one where Total Biscuit said, "I'm sick of pretending Brianna Wu is anything but a worthless fucking hypocrite." That's the exact.
Well, he did drive a ton of harassment to my door.
Okay, so that was a lie that you repeated up until last year. That was not true. He was because he was not a leader of harassment. He made one tweet calling you a hypocrite. That's a total mischaracterization.
He did a lot more than that. His audience.
Well, you haven't shown that.
I've already told you I didn't handle everything during Gamergate.
You've been asked for but you've been asked for evidence on this last year when you made that tweet. You were asked for evidence again, and you were refusing to give it. And you were saying that if you just don't get it, and you're denying the trauma. That's what you were saying.
No, I'm saying that his audience drove a lot of bullshit to my door. He also went after Zoe Quinn a ton, and I think
that's not true either. That's a lie.
From you know what? I'm talking my impression of things 10 years ago. I honestly don't remember the Total Biscuit stuff.
But do you understand there's a problem with your impression of things 10 years ago if you're repeating that now? I've let you talk for the whole time, you stupid.
Integrity.
Yo, Queeman, damn.
I can't answer your questions. So
you're not answering you're not answering the questions. You're not doing that.
Connor, is there any worth to this, man?
Connor's gonna make her stay on. Look at this. Look at this. Goes on for fucking another hour or more. We're not gonna watch all of it, chat.
Okay. So what I would say is the worth it from my perspective.
Is the content.
Is that I think that the commentary community can be a break.
God, the commentary community again. Is he trying to infiltrate the commentary community? Is Connor Points pulling a Xander Hall?
But they also can present us with facts. But
the commentary community giveth, and the commentary community taketh away. Sure.
That just because there are facts doesn't mean that these facts are mutually exclusive.
Sure.
So, for instance, if I don't know Total Biscuit, right? I wasn't huge in the Gamergate days, but as an example, if we go back to Total Biscuit's history and we check out his tweet history and we see this, that, the other, where he's talking shit about the Gamergate girls and Anita Sarkeesian sucks.
Literally, he was exceedingly progressive for the time. He was exceedingly progressive, and he did interviews with the BBC where he was
Queenman,
explicitly denouncing the harassment of Zoe Quinn and stating that nobody should be going after Zoe Quinn. They should be going after journalists.
So yeah, this became complicated. This was the complexity of Gamergate, and I would refer you to Innuendo Studios videos. Innuendo Studios has, in addition to the alt-right playbook, which many of you may be familiar with, what you might not be as familiar with is all the content that Innuendo Studios has done about Gamergate. This was kind of a complex situation here in that you did have people that, including content creators, right? I think Medicare is the name that always gets mentioned, participating or endorsing or encouraging this kind of harassment. And you also had people who came along after the fact, didn't really know what was going on with Zoe Quinn or Anita Sarkeesian, but somehow, thought that they believed in or agreed with the point about ethics in game journalism, right? And it was kind of a weird game being played in terms of like who was aware of the harassment that was going on and how many people that were defending Gamergate as a movement realized that they were actually defending a vicious harassment campaign. But yeah, I would totally direct you towards Innuendo Studios for that.
Made the reviews, if anyone. He said
was he called the internet aristocrat? I forgot about that.
Stay away from
I don't think I ever saw one of his videos.
Why are you going after Zoe Quinn? It's not her that's made an ethical violation. He was very clear, very specific with everything he said. And yet Brianna has continued until last year to mischaracterize this. It's not just that you said it during Gamergate and you've got this odd perception and you've moved on from then. No, you're repeating this and you are constantly trying to reiterate. You did it the year before as well, that his legacy was people harassing women in his name. You've constantly tried to smear this guy, both alive and dead.
Can I make my point now? And I don't want.
Yeah, now I've managed to speak for like 3 seconds at a time. Yeah, you can go, Brianna. I'm allowing that.
It's so childish. So, something that happened during Gamergate is I was traumatized.
Medicare is also dying of cancer, but still drama farms.
I legitimately cannot remember much of Total Biscuit. You could probably find
and stop talking about
articles where I've talked about my blurry memory from Gamergate. So if I'm misremembering this and I was unfair to him at the time, it would not surprise me at all. I would be the first person to admit it. My honest recollection, which I'm telling you truthfully right now, is that his audience was harassing me, but I was getting so many death threats in those days. Like, I doubt I could tell one end from the other. So it's entirely possible, to be honest with you.
Anyway, that's about enough of that. Let's take a look. We've watched Queeman's video essay or whatever this is. I don't know, maybe just like a commentary. Whatever you want to call it. We watched the debate, or a good portion, a decent portion. Wow, what is that? Oh, that's Sebastian Gorka. All right, now we're going to take a look at what happens when President Sunday gets involved.
Then it would be a lie.
What if she did so yesterday?
I should be speeding these people up. They're
listen, mate.
Kind of slow talkers.
People want to get back to the drama. Any more takes on Brianna Wu?
Look, my one complaint about Chud Logic is there's so much dead air. It's like, am I listening to Keffels? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, Connor. She lied multiple times on that stream about having about not saying that she had credentials that she doesn't have. Like, you caught that, right? Like, we have her in text and in audio saying that she finished a degree, that she has a degree, using that in arguments. Like, you caught that. Like, Brianna just flat out lied.
So what I would need in order to say it's a lie, right? Yeah. I would need the original, and I'm sure Queeman has this on standby, by the way.
I have it on standby, as a matter of fact. I can put it into the group chat. Would you like to see it right now?
Sure. So
sweet.
The statement. So I would like to see the statement, and I would like to see if it's in audio or text format, right?
Well, she said, well, hang on. She said in the debate you had with Queeman.
So I want you to notice what this is here. We've got Connor points in the bottom left. We got Queeman in the bottom right. We've got President Sunday on top of, I could say that in a better way. We got President Sunday above, and we got Chud Logic falling asleep over here. But notice whose stream this is, right? You're seeing President Sunday's like goal thing, his theory squid versus the drama jellyfish, right? But you're seeing Chud's chat here. So I mean, this is This is old friends reuniting, which may be surprising for some of you if you're familiar with Sunday and you're familiar with Chud. There's a distance between the two of them. Let's just say ideologically, there didn't used to be such a distance, but Chud has found great success in making essentially transphobic content. And for a while, that was something that pissed Sunday off, that made him distance himself from Chud. But apparently, they've rebuilt the bridge. Yay! Aren't you excited? Anyway, let's see what's going on here.
That she had never made false claims about her credentials. That was in that debate. It was just watched here. So if anybody wants to confirm, I think should be able to just rewind.
So what I would say to this is Brianna. Brianna's a friend. So what I would say to Brianna, this is what I told her this morning, this is what I'll tell her again, is that when you say things like, well, I was on drugs at the time, I was fighting with my family.
And look, here's the bizarreness of this whole situation. Like, on the point of Brianna Wu being disingenuous, being dishonest, being an amorphous blob of jelly, I'm gonna be agreeing here, I think, with Sunday, Chud, and Quimon, right? In fact, the first time we saw Brianna show up in the commentary universe, it was her appearing on Chud's stream to try to argue Chud into, I don't know what, not playing the turf game. That seems like a losing battle, right? Of all the people to try to be like, to shame in, like, you care about trans people, so maybe you don't play Hogwarts Legacy, right? This was essentially what Brianna Wu was advocating, not in a, overly, domineering way. And in fact, I really don't know if there was anybody sort of trying to impose a boycott via threat. I don't know who that was. Like a lot of the opposition to Hogwarts Legacy was portrayed as that, but from my experience, that wasn't actually what anybody, including Brianna Wu, was actually doing. It was very much a soft sell. Her words, I think, were something like that Hogwarts Legacy is not a video game so much as it is a test of character. My words were something to the effect of, that's a shitty video game to, sell out trans people for, right? Look, cis people, if you're going to sell us out, right, at least get your money's worth. That's a shitty video game. That's a horrible game. Everybody's like, game of the year. It was not the game of the year. It was a horrible game. Most people who played it, regretted, wish they had the time back. And, obviously it's made by J.K. Rowling's. That money goes straight to her castle in dreary Turf Island. And, but whatever, right? I wasn't trying to tell anybody what to play or what not to play. It's just a little strange when people are, on one hand, very positive towards trans people, and on the other hand, they're like, I gotta play my turf game. I gotta play my wizard game. You don't understand. I grew up with this. It's like, yeah, it's a grandma game. Do you not understand that? I knew this from the beginning. Very few games made from fan bases, from franchises with pre-existing fan bases are actually good because they don't have to be good. If you've got a video game that's based on something that people like, people are going to buy it. People are going to play it. They might not keep playing it. They might, throw it away. They might sell it. It might end up at GameStop, but it's not, that's why I call it a grandma game. Because it's like, grandma knows that you like Harry Potter, and grandma sees the Harry Potter video game in the store, and so grandma buys you the game. And you say, thank you, grandma. This is just what I wanted. Even if you're not going to play it and you're going to return it and get something better, you at least spare grandma's feelings, right? For the most part. But I mean, that's what we're dealing with. It wasn't a game of the year. It wasn't anything. It was just a shitty game and a shitty thing to fight about and a shitty thing to go after trans people for. Because most of what ended up happening was people being mad at all of the trans people won't let me play the fucking wizard game. And it's like, oh, who the fuck is stopping you? Who is stopping you? Brianna Wu? I don't think so. But anyway, that was a different Brianna Wu. That was a different person that came in to talk to Chud. Very different ideas about things, and she's done kind of a 180 ever since then. Chud and Sunday have actually done a decent job of exposing her dishonesty. So in spite the fact that I have a lot of ideological disagreements I would assume with Chud Logic and his content lane, even more than his fuck what he actually thinks, fuck what his actual feelings towards trans people are, chat, which maybe we could get into sometime, but not right now. It's complicated. It's more complicated than you might realize. But regardless of that, I think that both Sunday and Chud, and to a certain degree, Queemon have sniffed out the fakeness of Brianna Wu. Maybe on their part, in the case of Queemon and Chud, more because they it's like their ideological lane that she is attempting to occupy, if that makes sense, right? Her views have turned from something from views that were maybe to the left of like Keffels and Vosh to views that are along the lines of Destiny and DGG. So
I was being disowned. I was homeless. That was 10 years ago. All that kind of stuff. It kind of becomes this like ethereal, miasmic past in which people can't really nail down what was said, when, where, why, and how.
She lived rent-free somewhere and received $200,000 from her parents. She was not homeless.
Okay.
That's common. I'm sorry. That's a laughable statement, Connor.
Okay.
You should be offended by this as somebody who actually had to work for a living.
Okay. As somebody who had to work for a living, I can actually claim some level of poverty at some points in my college career, because despite having the GI Bill and despite my parents being well off, my parents didn't pay for my education. The GI Bill was not enough to pay my bills. And so I was literally taking out a payday lending service for 6 months at 500% interest, because it was either that or get evicted.
And I believe you. Brianna has never experienced this in her life. This is not an experience Brianna has.
So what hold on though. So
what is he doing?
My point is, if I want to claim, as a matter of fact, one of Chud's thing that made me, fall in love with him, in a platonic way, was when he was talking about how he was so broke, he couldn't eat meat. He could only eat carbs, because real brokies fucking know what it's like to sacrifice protein in order to just get carbs in order to survive, right?
Hey, who are you calling brokey?
Troy Hewitt, super chatted $10. The shorts want sexy libertarian microphone, please.
Ooh, okay, it's the game is afoot. Troy, thank you for the $10 super chat. You're making it a competition for once. I didn't think it was going to be, but like now we have $10 on the board for Libertarian Convention hot mic. Like I said, if you know, you know. Some of chat knows what gets said on that hot mic, what kind of cringe the libertarians were posting without realizing that they were saying it out loud. So yeah, now the Libertarian Convention hot mic has taken the lead on the donors board. $3 ahead of MAGA meltdown, Trump conviction. What are we dealing with now? It's at 60% on shorts. It's what is it? Yeah, 60% on shorts, 60% on not shorts. Mooncat in second place with 22%, and with, oh my god, 16%. Kind of a blowout still when it comes to the vote, but we're making up some ground. If you want to hear that libertarian hot mic, you want me to hear that libertarian hot mic, you can get behind that. Again, you can always, if you donate, just let me know, just like Troy did, what you want that money going towards, and I will put it towards it, whether it's MAGA Meltdown, kind of a Hogwatch thing that I've got on tap. Gorka, he's back, right? He's talking to LBC, and we could watch. He's cheeky as fuck. This dude is literally a Bond villain, and I'm here for it, right? We've also got Mooncat, Rex, Evo Psych. We watched the first third of that. We've got 2 more thirds of that to get through, so we could watch another third of it if you select that. Libertarian Convention hot mic. Like I said, if you know, you know. Those libertarians, they say some weird shit. They got some weird ideas about like race and such, and private people's, genitalia. Like it's gonna get weird with those libertarians. Fallout New Vegas is always on the board in case the gaming frogs want to come try to steal the stream from the rest of us. And Vox Populi is where you put your money if you want to put your money towards making sure that whatever wins in the poll wins in the end of the day. So that is how the donations are working today. Thank you, Troy, for putting $10, making it an actual. It's actually a contest now between Libertarian Convention hot mic and MAGA Meltdown. Remember, you can vote in both polls up until we get done with this content, which we're still a little ways away from, maybe an hour away from being done with President Sunday versus Brianna Wu. You can vote in your own chat. You can cross over to the other chat. If you're in shorts, you can cross into the normal chat. If you're normal, you can cross into the shorts chat. I tell you that because I know some people are switching over and voting in both. And since there's nothing I can do to stop you from doing that, I might as well tell all of you that that is a possibility. The only thing I ask is that when you switch over to vote in the other chat, in the other stream, make sure to leave a like while you're there, because that helps me out a lot.
So the point is, I could trot out these things like, oh, poor fucking me. But if you look into my history, my parents.
Oh, I forgot to mention the throne donations. Those also go for the throne, which is like right there if you're watching on shorts, or I think right there if you're watching on not shorts. Any donations to the throne will also affect. And in fact, the throne actually controlled the entirety of yesterday's content. And we're going to be getting some better audio gear as a result. The audio quality is going to go up. Your lighting of me, I'm going to look better. So thank you to those people who donated to me on Throne and actually decided that we were doing Man versus Bear, which was a good choice. Man versus Bear ended up being the right choice. I'm glad that you picked that.
Parents are actually relatively well-to-do. I currently live in a decent city. My kids go to a decent school. It's a public school, but it's
okay, but why are we talking about this, Connor? We're talking about this, Connor, because we're talking about this, Connor, because she's bringing up her tale. She's bringing up her tale of woe in order to justify lying about her credentials, lying about X, Y, and Z, because it's just in the fog of trauma. But that doesn't wash. She had more resources and more protections and more help at her disposal than anyone you know.
Okay. So what I would recommend to Brianna as a friend is making
She's not your friend. She's not your friend, Connor. She threw you under the bus. You look like an idiot right now because you're defending her because she convinced you to at your cost.
Okay, so I got some questions. Look, I know there's some people in chat that watch both me and President Sunday, and I'm asking for your expertise into what exactly Sunday's talking about here. Sunday is alluding to Brianna Wu throwing him under the bus. What does Sunday mean? I mean, I could literally ask him. I could literally just DM him on Twitter and he would probably get back to me, but no, wait, actually, I think isn't he busy? He's like moving or something. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I mean, I could try asking Sunday, but I'd rather ask you first. What do you think, chat? Do you know what Brianna Wu did to throw Connor under the bus?
Guess what? Chud and Queeman were sweeping for me 10 minutes ago. They're my friends now. They're coming down with me. And guess what? We're being friendly right now. You're coming down with me too. We're best friends. We're road dogs. So anyways,
I'm going to stand on top of you for as long as you'll float.
Oh my God. Well, I'm going to grab your belt and drag you down with me. So
I wear a belt.
He doesn't wear a belt because he's He's President Sunday. Of course you don't wear a belt. Thank you, Vodka. Sunday's alluding to the fact that Connor is on this stream running defense, knowing how poorly. Okay, I see what you're saying. So it's not anything that Brianna Wu did to shit on Connor or anything like that. It's more the fact that she's putting him in this place, in this position where he looks just really ridiculous trying to defend the indefensible. That makes sense.
Okay,
so
go.
So
yeah, dragging him down by the string on his jogging pants.
As a friend, I would encourage Brianna to narrativize her past, to explain
No, what if it's leggings, chat?
What, when, where, why, and how of each specific moment, own the bullshit, and then say what is true, and then move forward with what is true.
Why do you think she hasn't done that already, Connor?
If I had...
During the debate, the majority of the people believe that Connor was the moderator, and that was the fault of constantly, muting... Oh, okay, Vodka, this makes sense now. This makes sense. Look, I don't know. Like, I mean, he probably maybe he exercises. I don't know. Anyway, this is making sense now. Yeah. Okay, so you saw how often Queeman was getting muted, right? He has no idea who's muting him, but because of their setup and the way that Brianna keeps referring to Connor, sort of puts him in that place as like the like he's like that. What's the dude from Hogwarts that like puts up the signs? You know what I'm talking about? Like he's like. Anyway, yeah, it kind of ends up looking like maybe like because she's always asking like Connor, like what the fuck? You know, do I have to deal with this? Right, but it's actually her doing the muting. It's not Connor, and so people might be angry at Connor when they really should be anger or judgmental towards Connor when they really should be saving that judgment for Brianna Wu.
Yes, presuming that everything that you guys are saying is correct. It's because she's probably been alive in the political realm, in which like hyperbole and framing and public perception.
You don't think it's
are
because
important.
she managed to turn herself into the star of a massive controversy only by obfuscating and muddling facts again and again and again to escape being pinned down on anything, and only now, after a decade, has she actually been pushed to her face in public on a lot of these details? Do you not think maybe that might be the problem, Connor?
Well, even if that were the case, President Sunday and I are both cultural Christians, right? So we believe in the principles of atonement. And
look, don't think that this is a stream alert or like anybody super chatting or anything like that. But I gotta say, all right, we're both cultural Christians, President Sunday. Do y'all know what a cultural Christian is? Have you heard of this? Right, if you've been around the atheist community, you might have heard this. I think Dawkins declared himself a cultural Christian. I don't remember if like Sam Harris said something similar, maybe not cultural Christian, right? But there's a lot of the new atheists that even though they are atheists, they hold to the values of Western civilization. And, even if they look down at religion as a whole, they'll tend to look down on like Judeo-Christian religions less than other religions. And like essentially this is like they're saying that they're Western chauvinists, like same as the Proud Boys, right? The part of the, Proud Boys oath is to endorse Western chauvinism. That is what cultural Christianity is. Am I wrong? Anybody want to argue with me on that? Dawkins said it. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like maybe Connor's being tongue-in-cheek here. Sunday doesn't disavow it either. That's the more disturbing. That doesn't mean that, that doesn't mean anything, Chad. I'm not like...
This is going bad.
Yeah, this is going bad for Sunday, but no, I'm not trying to allege anything. We're not going to chat. As far as like, look, we're dealing with Brianna Wu here. As far as Sunday goes, we're not here to talk about the allegation, at least just yet. But anyway, he is the moderator for Big Papa Fascist. Do you know this? Content creator named Andrew Wilson, who runs an operation, a 2-bit operation called The Crucible. Sunday has been moderating for recently, and I don't really have any information beyond that. It just seemed kind of curious, but oh well.
And divine judgment. So, if Brianna were
$3 for hot mic. Wait, what? I donated $3. Oh my god. Wait. Oh no, Moose not Mooses. You probably did, and it didn't come through because I had muted. Well, at least that reminds me. Wait, Twitch alerts are back on. What? Why didn't that show up? I will put your $3 on hot mic. Libertarian. Look at this. Libertarian hot mic is catching fire. Catching fire already. Thank you for the donation, Moose Not Mooses. I am so sorry that my my stream alerts do not pick that. We're not picking that up, but I do believe you. I do trust you. So, I don't know about these two. Counter, Connor, and Queemon seem like chuds. Yeah. You're not wrong, Bread Bro. Yeah, this just check their Twitter. I mean, no, I believe you too. I trust you. Yeah. So, as far as people's political alignments on here, Counterpoints will try to sell himself as like right down the middle, or even to the left, right? That's the weird thing about Counterpoints. It's like when I met him, he was like, "Listen, like I consider myself a populist economically. I think that workers deserve a better shake, more rights, but I also believe in the value of the family. So I'm a cultural conservative." And I'm just kind of like, bro, which side are you on? Like, what are you telling me, right? So he's a political chameleon too, in a lot of ways. But I would say that his affiliation is pretty clear, and it's not hard to see now. It's to the right, but he sort of does tend to mystify a lot of people with his self-description, as well as like being like part of Brianna Wu's operation, working with her for her super PAC, right? This is a super PAC that's supporting Democrats with I think the stated goal of protecting reproductive rights, which social conservatism. I mean, I'm not sure if that fits into there, but in other words, I don't know what's the deal with Connor, but yeah, I tend to get a lot of right-wing vibes from him, more so than Chud, more so than Quimon. Quimon is, at least in his own mind, like apolitical. I don't think Quimon's trying to do politics. He just has some kind of knee-jerk reactions to things which tend to slant towards the right, but he's not. Connor Points is maybe more consciously on the right.
Own her shit, and to come up with a narrative that made sense, and to chronologize everything, and
okay, so
and to basically walk with God going forward, so to speak, even if you don't believe in a personal God, then I wouldn't have any fucking problems with what she's doing. As a matter of fact, I kind of like the shifts that I see in her. But obviously, you have to root this on a solid foundation.
Wait, did I add your $3, Moose? Did I add it? I would like literally have to rewind the stream to find out.
Does fall apart.
Yeah, you kind of have to die to be born again, right? That's the whole thing. So the problem with Brianna is that she hasn't actually accepted responsibility for any of this. She's just kind of hoping if she plays nice now, that her friends will sweep for her as they're doing here.
It should be $13. Okay, good.
Beg your pardon? Metaphorically, we're talking about Christianity here.
Well, in this case, Queeman is taking on the role of the Jews. You know, he's judging. You know, he's taking on the role of Pontius Pilate. And so Pontius Pilate.
Look, I know he's like trying to joke, but what the fuck? Is that his cultural Christianity? Does it include like blaming the Jews for the death of for the crucifixion? Because I mean that's a certain type of Christianity right there. That's
Pilate has rendered his verdict, and now it's up to Brianna on whether or not she she dies and is resurrected.
I don't know what to take seriously, Vodka.
Thank you for playing your role as the Jews, Queeman. I appreciate it.
Well,
and actually, you know what? Chud. You know what? Chud is the Romans because he's the man.
I don't really know any of these people. It seems like they're ideologically incoherent audience chasers.
Washing his hands of everything.
Dude, I'm saying
I mean, ideologically incoherent definitely applies to Connor. I don't think Quimon's even trying to be ideologically coherent. Chud is an interesting case, right? Because he did start off and still claims to be on the left politically on a lot of issues. He's just got like some personal issues with some trans people that have sort of led him down a path of doing transphobic content, and now he's got a transphobic audience, which is very much captured by. In other words, to keep on doing Chud logic, to keep on doing the content, to keep on growing along the path that he's growing, now he's got to do transphobia. But with him, I suspect it's personal, right? In fact, let's not get into it. But
you know, have a laugh.
Yeah, you're a Roman governor. You're a Roman governor judging Jesus. That's what's going on right now.
At least that sounds fun. I like that.
Okay, Connor.
He might even be Marxist. Yeah, he calls himself a trade unionist, right? And he just had he had a situation where he was using his Discord for Discord kittens to meet people, right? And he met somebody and started chatting them up, and things got like sexual, like as they and his at some point he asks this person, "Are you of age?" Right? So he does ask the question, "Are you of age?" He's not disinterested in that question. But when he asks the question, he doesn't get a immediate response, which should be a red flag. Like, to me, would be a red flag. Not that I'm trying to chat anybody up in Discord, right? But yeah, it's to most people would be a red flag, right? So it produced a screenshot that looked pretty bad. But when you look at the screenshot, he does, when he's told that this person is not of age, or wait, no, I think the person claims to be of age, right? So essentially his claim is that he got lied to. He believed what they said, even that, like, I mean, for me, the non-directness of the answer should have been a clue, but he claims that he was oblivious of that. So yeah, to a lot of people that looked bad. There were people, saying this guy's, calling him a groomer, calling him a PDF. Those claims are obviously like kind of overwrought, and you can't, not substantiatable. I mean, this is where the thing with Keffels came when Keffels said that about him, because one of her mods was part of this group of people, you know, going after Chud. So, you know, did he do nothing wrong? No, he's, you know, a creep on Discord, right? But he's not seeking out like underage. He does not appear to be seeking out underage people. The you know, the most you can pin on him is that he was just kind of oblivious to something that should have been clear. So not great judgment, right? But because of this, and because it was trans people who were bringing attention to these screenshots, he's just kind of turned hostile to trans people as a group, as one does, I guess. I don't know. It's
How many other people do you know, even at like Destiny's level of politics, who have falsified credentials?
All of them.
It's a good answer, actually.
Okay, but wait. There's a difference between, like, you know, there's a difference between like making that like, you know, referring to yourself in a little slightly better way, right? Like you refer to yourself in a more advantageous way as a role or something like that, right? Like, you know, when I worked in sales, I may have referred to myself as like some sort of advisor or something to make myself sound a bit zhuzhier, right? But I never would have said I've got a degree because I don't have a degree. There's a difference between a little bit of spin to make yourself sound better and lying about a fact of the matter, i.e. having a degree.
Cool. So she needs to atone for her sins.
But do you acknowledge, though, that if she said she has a degree, then she was lying?
If in 2014 or whatever the fuck, and she said that, yes, I have a degree in XYZ ABC, and she did not achieve that, then of course, yeah, that's a lie.
Then she lied. Okay. So if she said as well that she never said she had a degree she didn't have, then that was also a lie.
Potentially, yeah.
Well, not potentially, sort of necessarily, right? Because if she's saying she never falsified her credentials, but she did, and we have proof of this, then that's definitionally a lie.
Well, then we're getting into grades of dishonesty. So, for instance, Chud brought up like being a little.
I'm not saying she's Satan. I'm just saying very simple concession. That was a lie. It was a
I never falsified my credentials. So what I would need to see.
I'm going to repeat that last. I didn't catch that.
That her saying that I never falsified my credentials or I never falsely stated my credentials. If she did so in the past and knowingly did so, then it would be a lie.
What if she did so yesterday?
Okay. What I would need to see in order to be able to just say
it to you.
Okay. And what I would need to see is I would need to see the 2014 or 2016 interview in which she claims credentials that she doesn't have.
So Connor's being put in a really awkward place, and it is, you know, his own fault. I can't really, you know, blame anybody other than Connor for this, but he is either the friend of Brianna Wu and, you know, defending her based on that, or you know, maybe on the payroll. I think on the payroll, I think, you know, there's some money changing hands. In other words, he's in a position where he's supposed to defend Brianna Wu, and Sunday has just shown him evidence that she straight up lied. Incontrovertible evidence that he said, well, I'd have to take a look at the evidence. And Sunday's like, here's the evidence. I'm sending it to you in DMs, right? And so he's kind of being forced to filibuster and do all kinds of, you know, ridiculous deflection in order to avoid making, essentially here he's making hypothetical statements. Well, if it were true that this were false, what she was saying, then I would have to say that is not a very honest thing to do. And have to, you know, go to her as a friend and tell her what I thought. But like, he's still in the land of hypotheticals. He's got the evidence sitting right in front of him that his friend is not, or his employer, whatever the fuck she is to him, is not on the up and up. And he's not willing or able to admit the very obvious. So yeah, Vodka, you're exactly right. She is throwing him into under the bus. She is putting him in an awful place, you know, charging him to defend her without, you know, giving him what he would need to actually defend her without looking ridiculous.
I would need to see the, you know, the transcript or whatever that basically states something different. And then I would need to see basically her knowing that.
You would need to see her, her knowing what?
So the phrase, like, so for instance, yesterday you're saying like, I'm going to
quote you directly, okay? Just bear with me a second. This is...
Vodka says he is on the payroll. Brianna Wu brought him into PV as a right-winger consultant. That is so bizarre. That is so bizarre. Like, this is what I can't take any of these people seriously about their stated political ideologies, least of all Connor. right? He's a conservative being paid as a consultant to help a progressive, pack.
I think so, right? One thing I learned while getting my degree is that psychologically people often decide how they feel about and then arrange reality for the conception they wish to have. That's one. Number two.
God, the cursed art.
My degree is in journalism and political science. Yeah, she's referred.
So like literally a 3D rendering of the. Does anybody have the art that she used to do? Like she has this like cringeworthy art. See if I can find it. Oh my god. She did okay, I can't find it right now, chat. I'll have to look for it, but she did a yeah, she did a drawing that is like hot chicks with machine guns doing like Charlie's Angels kind of stuff, and like I think Martin Luther King is there, and is he turning into the Hulk? Is it like Martin Luther King is turning into the Hulk, and like it's like the KKK is there? I don't know. It's cringeworthy shit.
Like at multiple.
But yeah, you saw her see that avatar that she's got? That's a 3D rendering of just like this is her art style.
People often decide how they feel. She said in a 2014 podcast that she went back to college and finished her degree in journalism.
I've always been someone that's just pursued my passion.
Damn.
I felt limited, and I've always been willing to take risks.
Damn, Sunday.
Immediately after that, I said,
oh, here we go.
I'm going to drop out of college, and I'm going to move to DC, and I'm going to go work in politics. And I did that.
Here we go.
I went and did that for a few years, and then I got out, and I'm like, I'm going to go work as a graphic designer for a few years with my self-taught skills. And I went and did that, and then I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go finish my college degree, and I'm going to become a journalist. And I did. I did investigative journalism for a few years. And then, Apple came out with the iPhone.
When are you an astronaut? There's a point you're going to become an astronaut, right? And then you're going to go to space. Because I was going to say, that seems like...
Wait, no, he's the Terminator. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. Martin Luther King is the Terminator and this picture. But yeah, there's her art style.
This is what I was meant to do. And it's really cool to me that all these prior adventures I've had have really culminated to me being extremely good at my job. So I don't know. I hope I never have to have another career other than this one, but I'd certainly consider it if I had to. Yeah.
That's also what
so I'm not a...
Hold on. 2015, a blog said she had a degree.
2015, well, there you go.
Nobody else now. So hold on. So this is...
So wait, he says it's because he's he's anti-Trump. He means that Jesus was condemned by the Sanhedrin. Jesus was executed by the Romans. The charitable interpret of the cultural Christianity. Well, I mean, like, he's making a joke. I don't want to like take a joke like, super seriously, but it's just like the combination of the cultural Christianity, which to me is a pretty strong dog whistle for Western chauvinism, and the blood like libel like joke, like that's this joke is like, oh yeah, where I go to the well for another joke. Oh hey, let's use a blood libel joke. Yeah, that's a good one. Just pulled that one right out, like it was right on hand.
Hit a level of
it was so prolific. It was on a Wikipedia.
You're gonna have to forgive me. You're gonna have to forgive me my next statement. Okay. This is where we're gonna hit like a level of pedantry that like at a certain point there will be facts that I will care about, and there are gonna be facts that I don't care about. So for instance,
just asking you if she likes.
Okay, and I am asking.
Simple fucking question, Connor. Simple question.
You to entertain me for a minute. So the give me the statement again with the two things, the courses of study that she studied.
Political science and journalism.
Poli-sci and journalism. Mm-hmm. Okay, poli-sci and journalism.
Yeah, and then she went back to college in the later podcast to finish her degree in journalism. Then she became.
It looks like a photo that somebody stretched with Corel photo paint.
Journalist. Was an investigative. Was a journalist.
And journalism. Yeah. And by the way, if I was a lawyer, I could defend these statements, but I'm not going to. So journalism. All right, poli-sci and journalism. So if let's say that she took an undergraduate elective for one poli-sci credit, and so she has 3 credits, and she has 6 credits in journalism.
Oh my God. It's literally a filibuster. It's literally him being like, let's say that like her course load for spring of of 1995 was 3 credits of, you know what I mean? It's just it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She lied. He showed it to you. Can you not fucking admit that she's being dishonest? Are you gonna be like it's not a big deal that she's dishonest, or are you gonna be like you're gonna dispute it? What is your play? The ball's in your court, Connor. But instead, he's trying to do this weird hypothetical.
I would view this as dishonesty
Connor.
because it's not Hold on,
Yeah,
I'm not done.
Go on.
This is not representative of a rigorous course of education that shows any level of expertise in these two fields. However, I have an interdisciplinary bachelor's degree. It's something that was offered by my college. And what this is instead of 1 major and a minor, you can have 3 minors. So I actually have 3 minors.
Connor, nobody cares.
1 is in business, 1 is in art.
What is his fucking point?
And 1 is in history. And I did that.
You're boring Chud logic. You're gonna put Chud to sleep.
But here's the difference. This is important.
See, this guy's gonna go to sleep.
Here's the difference. You finish your degree. Connor, I finished my degree. Brianna is claiming my credential. I have a degree in political science. She's claiming she has my degree when she hasn't done the work.
Okay. So if she was at 90 to 100 credits and she had 12 or 10 credits or 9 credits in both of these
If she didn't
topics,
get a degree, she didn't get a degree. It's that simple, Connor.
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah.
But you do if you're trying to establish that she wasn't lying. Now you can say you don't care that she's lying.
Also, if she's lied about her degree, do you trust her about her credits? Do you really think that she's like 1 3-credit math course away from graduating? Or is it possible that she's also lying to you about that?
If she said that she had a degree that she didn't have, then yeah, that's a lie. But then it becomes
so hang on. So very quickly, I just want to hammer this down. I just want to hammer this down. So if she said she had a degree that she didn't have, then she's lying. If she said afterwards that she never said she had a degree that she didn't have, then she's also lying if that first one is true.
Providing you have to. Okay, hold on. So I get what you're.
What was that noise?
I'm asking a yes or no question.
Dogged. Yeah, you are asking yes or no questions, but obviously
What?
I don't think it's a loaded one either. I think it's a very simple question.
What's Chud doing? What's Chud doing? What is that?
So I get what you're.
Wait, I want to hear that sound
She
again.
had a degree that she didn't have, and she's also lying if that first one is true.
Providing you have to. Okay, hold on. So.
Okay, chat, I'm not trying to like out anybody for, having like bodily functions that like probably everybody has, but what did I just hear? Like, that wasn't a chair creaking, was it? She apparently spent 10 years in college but dropped because her parents stopped paying for it in the last 6 months. Is that what she claims? He did the same thing months ago when Sunday spoke to him about the waste of PAC money. Oh God, I forgot about that vodka. Yeah, you're right. I saw that, but it's not fresh in my mind.
I appreciate you walking.
I'm asking yes or no question.
Dogged. Yeah, you.
What is Chud doing?
You are asking yes or no questions, but
It's
obviously
I don't think it's a loaded one either. I think it's a very simple question.
I think he might be signaling to Quimon.
So I'll tell you why it's loaded. Okay. So the reason why it's
maybe Quimon was the one whose mic that sound came out of.
Is because I have staked a personal,
I don't know, chat,
professional relationship with Brianna Wu, right? So basically that means that I'm going to be giving her time, attention, attention.
I think it means you have poor judgment. So my questioning you like this is unfair, but the question is still not loaded. It's very clear.
It's extreme.
Very
that was
clear.
self-evident.
Beg your pardon?
I said I'm on a Chud logic stream. That was self-evident.
What?
Fair enough.
So
what? Is he trying to make a joke?
So I need to quickly interject one quick.
Beg your pardon?
Time, attention,
attention. I think it means you have poor judgment. So my questioning you like this.
Oh, you're on a Chud logic stream, so of course you have poor judgment. I get it.
Unfair, but the question is still not loaded. It's very clear.
It's extreme.
Very
that was
clear.
self-evident.
Wait, what do you call the potato that's like there's a loaded potato and then there's like a chat? Can you help me out with this? Like different baked potatoes, right? There's one that's like loaded, and then there's like different things that can happen to your potato.
Beg your pardon?
I said I'm on a Chud logic stream. That was self-evident.
Fair enough.
Chud is not amused. You're laughing at your own joke because nobody else thinks it's funny. Connor.
Sorry, you were saying?
Connor.
So I need to quickly interject one quick point. Food Shop sends her regards to you, Counter.
Food Shop sends her regards. That's wonderful.
Just to let you know.
Thanks,
Sorry.
Food Shops. Please stop jerking off the lolly.
Do I have to explain Food Shops, chat? There's probably people in here who don't know about Food Shops. I fucking hate talking about Food Shops is somebody that was a panel host for a while, and then started some questionable takes, some questionable statements, some questionable clips started to come to light about Food Shops, right? In terms of talking about minors and interest in minors that would be inappropriate and non-offending PDF stuff, right? This is Food Shops. That's why Connor's saying that. And Food Shops is also kind of famous for when Tipster came. Oh my god, whose stream was it? So Food Shops is kind of out as being into some weird stuff, let's just say, right? And when Tipster was defending Vosh, I think that Food Shops came in to debate Tipster and called him a hypocrite because he was okay with Vosh being into Loli, but he had criticized Food. It was something like that, right? This is the Food Shops kind of claim to fame.
Okay, so anyway, come on. I think the point that's being made here, I think what President is trying to lead you down the line of is the fact that,
Is Food Shops an Arsler enjoyer? I mean, the funny thing is, in this panel that we're watching right now, the one person I haven't heard say the Arsler is actually Connor Points. Everybody on this panel, including Sunday, is to some extent an Arsler user, more so with Chud and Quimon, but yeah, Sunday too. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised at all with Food Shops if she was.
Well, I'm going to tag on a bit my own thoughts, but it feels like Brianna Wu never really truly counts for anything and kind of slithers away from really hard, focused responsibility. Like, there's easily things you could look back on and you realise it's a mistake, and you realise it's a mistake a long time ago, so you say, yeah, I fucked up and I shouldn't have done that. But even yesterday, there's excuses and reasoning. It's never just a simple, yeah, I fucked up, I was feeling whatever way about it, so I did that and I shouldn't have done that. And one more thing as well, I only recognised that happened, I think, when, was it, Marley Yiannopoulos did a background check and found that out. So it was someone else exposing that made them... Yeah.
Exposed by Milo.
I have to say that,
Okay, so I want to make this point though because I think that needs to add color to the conversation. So Chud talked about how he used to be a salesperson. He might have referred to himself as like a senior account manager or some shit.
Yeah.
If there's 120 degrees of a bachelor's program and you have 90 to 110 or some shit like that, and you also have 10 or 12 credits in a related field, and in order to be considered like a minor, you have to.
Honestly, I don't think it's fair of Chud Logic, Quimon, President Sunday to question counterpoints on how he moderated the debate between Quimon and Brianna Wu because they don't like Brianna. Well, Vodka, I thought Vodka, were you kind of saying that wasn't it wasn't actually Connor that muted Quimon? It was Brianna? Yes, Brianna Wu is problematic, but not because she criticized Gamergate and the gaming community. Counterpoints is also, oh yeah, God, no. Like, this is what I'm saying about Counterpoints is, like, he is not upfront about his ideology, and I suspect it's to the right of what, and just based on how close he was to Twitch poll and to the official politics Discord server and to all that stuff, to apartheid anime girl aristocracy, like, right, just based on like Connor's like friend group, right, I can tell you he's more conservative than he's letting on to. He has less of a public. He has had a public facing job before. Of course, he's annoyed at Quimon troll interrupting.
15.
Oh, so no. As far as the interruptions from Quimon, we're talking about in the other debate that Quimon was having with Brianna and Connor points, and like, regardless of how annoying like Quimon may or may not be, Brianna was obfuscating hard. Well, I mean, like, I'm not gonna excuse like him like calling Brianna whatever he called her, right? But yeah, she's definitely dodging.
I view that as a similar lie to the hyperbolizing of the title. So for me, that's not like an
no, because for
offense.
example, well, hang on, Connor. If she has the credits for her degree, she would get the credits for her degree. She would get a degree, right? Like, this is not a person. This is not a person who's being forced to work at McDonald's in order to make ends meet. She could have done this. Why would you assume that she had all but just the last couple of credits that she needed? Which, by the way, wouldn't matter because she still wouldn't necessarily qualify for the degree.
Yeah. Well, and that's another thing. I know people who have like 150 credits and they never got a bachelor's. They just took the classes that they wanted to take.
Yeah, but the reason why you would say you have a degree in a specific subfield is in order to say that you have expertise and qualifications to speak to that field. If she doesn't have the qualifications to do so, then that's a lie.
It's important to just I try to add on that, actually, because the whole point of Gamergate was initially about games journalism, right? So she injected herself under the premise of being
a
journalism major, an investigative journalist. That was the point. That was the grift.
Yeah.
It's like if I interjected in COVID and I said, guys, I got a bachelor's, I know medicine. Or I got a master's, guys. That would be the analogy. I've got a master's degree in epidemiology or something.
This is a 3-1 at this point, okay? But I'm going to try my point anyway because you've really annoyed me by using my example, okay? So, so say for example in sales of, like, I don't know, financial products, right? Calling yourself a senior account manager doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't say anything about what you can and can't do. It's just an exciting name for what you do. But if I was to say to someone, I'm qualified to advise you on what mortgage product to buy or what financial product to buy, I am suggesting to you that I have an experience and an expertise that I don't in order to get you to do something potentially or to influence you in some way. And that's what makes that wrong, because you don't actually have the qualification, rather than it just being, oh yeah, I'm a senior manager of accounts or whatever, right? There's a difference there between saying you've got a specific qualification.
The reason why I think this argument isn't as compelling to me is just because, like, we're talking about journalism, and I don't hold journalism or higher education in particularly high regard.
No. But the issue, Connor, the issue is not whether or not you think any of these fields mean anything. The issue is that she is lying to people in order to...
He's like, higher education is overrated anyway. What does it matter? What does it matter if she's fudging the facts? It doesn't matter. What does it matter if she has the qualification? Somebody with some study in a field that doesn't have the qualification or the credentials is just as good as somebody with the credential, right?
Convince them that in their judgment they should trust what she says. That's pernicious. That doesn't matter. She could be claiming to be have a BA in astrology. It wouldn't change the fact that she is lying to people about her credentials to make them listen.
Quimon did, that's what I was saying earlier, Vodka. Quimon did better than most people. I imagine having a conversation with someone and they mute you anytime they don't want you to speak. Yeah. So Quimon was actually, like I said, in the driver's seat of that conversation, given the fact that Quimon's audience is larger than Connor's or like Connor and Brianna put together, right? And at the times when he got muted, sometimes he would kind of talk over and say, this is what I want to say, but, I'm muted, so I'm just telling you, the audience. And at other times, he just let Brianna speak, right? He was actually being, fairly gracious considering how much he was being muted. And it does make sense that it was Brianna muting him, because it was essentially, she would mute him and she would filibuster, and then she would unmute him. And like in her mind, she's protecting herself because whatever he's going to say to expose her doesn't get heard by her audience. She's able to, sort of inoculate them against or change or reframe or obfuscate or do whatever. And then, she sends it back to him, but she's able to kind of cut him off like whenever she wants to. However, yeah, most people saw this from Quimon's perspective, and so they knew exactly, what she was doing.
Yeah,
although I get that maybe they didn't know that she was the one doing that. It seems like maybe there was some confusion over whether it was her or Connor doing the actual muting.
Decisions that impact their lives.
Yeah, Connor, it's not about whether you care, right? The point is that these are things that people care about, and they do. Not everyone's going to look into the exact level of knowledge anyone has at any given time. So you use a degree as a shorthand. If she's going around telling people who do care about degrees, who do care about that credibility, who do care about that reference, oh yeah, I've got this thing, and then they're making decisions based on that. That's a problem. She's deceived people. She's conned them, right?
As a close personal friend to Brianna Wu and a cultural Christian, I would say that
a cultural Christian, the
only path forward is the Christian path.
But he's using it like not to say like a cultural Christian. He's not making a commentary about like Western civilization, which is usually where that shit gets brought up, right? Usually what the person is saying is that they're a Western chauvinist of some kind. He's using it to say he believes in forgiveness, although is not maybe. He believes in forgiveness even if he doesn't believe in Jesus. I guess that's what he's saying.
Which is atonement and
eternal damnation.
Forgiveness.
Fuck off.
I just want you to recite the creed for me, okay? So very quickly, just 2 points. Very simple, okay? If she said she never falsified her credentials, that was a lie. If we have proof that she falsified her credentials. Yes? If she falsified her credentials.
Now you're asking me to come up with like, well,
yes
maybe.
No, he's just asking you a simple fucking question, right? He's just trying to walk you through some really simple, like, he doesn't get, okay, like, you were like, you know, yeah, if she was lying, I'd say that she was lying. And then he's like, he shows you that she's lying. And then he's trying to be like, all right, so if you see that she's lying, why are you having trouble saying that she's lying? And from what Vodka says, you know, maybe there's, you know, he's like, he's on the take, he's getting paid. You know, he said he describes their relationship as a friendship. You know, maybe there's some of that too, that he's, you know, defending her because he is friends with her. But like, what the thing is, there's no defense at this point. There's just like recognition that your friend Connor is dishonest and disingenuous.
Maybe she has trauma. Maybe she was on drugs.
No.
Maybe
because was she on drugs? Wait, hang on. Was she on drugs yesterday?
Not to my knowledge.
Good. Okay. So if she said in the past, and we have this in print and on audio recording, if she said in the past that she has credentials that she does not have.
Look, if she said in the past that at the top of the hour there wasn't a 3-minute ad break that is unskippable unless you have a sub on Twitch, she'd be lying. She would be straight up lying. And if she forgot to tell you that ad break was coming up, like, 15 minutes ago, well, then she would be remiss in that. But, you know, it would still behoove her to remind you that you can get out of the ad break for free with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of the ad break for $5 by spending $5. You could also possibly get out of the ad break through being gifted a sub, although that sort of thing is more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
And if she said yesterday that she never said she has no credentials that she doesn't have, then this is a lie. She lied.
If you will caveat it with Chud's analogy, sure.
Quimon probably also felt comfortable knowing that Wu suffers from hubris and a lack of shame. Yeah, to say the least. So let her talk, knowing that she would like. That's what she was doing. You're right, Robert Gilman. That's exactly where she was going. You know, given the chance to talk, she was making things worse for herself.
Just yes or no, Connor.
Is it a white lie?
Yeah. The kicker is that she humiliates herself online daily and still tries to lie to people's faces.
I don't care. It's a lie. If she had credentials, if she falsified her credentials in the past, she stated, "I have a degree that she does not have," and then if she said yesterday, "I never said I have a degree that I do not have," then that latter statement would be a lie. Yes.
Sure.
So I want to hear it with some gusto. Would that be a lie?
It feels like Connor is a kindergartner who's been caught lying by the teacher, and the teacher is just like, you need to admit that you lied, you need to admit what the truth is, and and the kid's just like, no, like the kid somehow thinks he's being slick, right? You're not slick, Connor, you're not slick.
Oh, you're not getting it.
Sunday. This is as close as you get. This is as close as you get. Move to your next point.
He said sure. Well, that's about it though, Connor. Like your friend lied. You admit this.
Straight up.
Are you going to now interrogate this and like
straight up
make sure this wasn't the case, so you can continue to be friends with this person? Or are you going to endorse someone who's lying?
Or are you going to keep collecting your paycheck and not care that your friend is a liar?
No, this is...
Yeah, Connor's pulling the nuh-uh strategy.
So for instance, I think you also need to get a...
What's funny though is that like I feel like Sunday has like a kind of begrudging respect for Connor. Like, I mean, they've talked before a few times, and they're, like, I mean, they disagree on a lot, or I mean, who even knows what Connor really thinks? But like, when they talk, they disagree on a lot. But at the end of the day, Sunday always sort of gives the appearance of having a lot more respect for Connor than, say, Sunday's chat, which is pretty negative on Connor, and like understandably so. This guy's so full of shit, right? But somehow Sunday is like, kind of respectful of Connor in a way that he's not to Brianna.
Thing of scale. So if somebody
walks up to me and they say, "Brianna, your friend, in 2014 in an interview with a magazine said that she had a degree,"
And then I go to Brianna and I say, do you have a degree? And she says, no, I have about 95 credits and I have about 10 credits of that study. I exaggerated it because I was running for Congress and I was under pressure at the time. And
No. You don't fucking exaggerate shit when you're running for Congress. What are you thinking, Connor? This is not a job interview at like a, I don't know, like a place that really needs, to hire somebody today, right? You can maybe bullshit your CV in that situation. Most of the time, that would have like less consequences. However, yeah, if you bullshit your CV on somebody that's going to check and see if you're telling the truth, you're going to look really bad. You're probably not going to get that job. And if you do it in a fucking... do you not understand what this is? If your opponent can find that like 16 years ago, you were like rude to somebody waiting in line for pizza, you know what I mean? Like anything. This is what Oppo research is. When you're running for Congress, your whole life is potentially, a campaign issue, right? And if you're telling easily debunkable lies, it's amazing to me, chat, and it maybe speaks to how not seriously her primary opponent took her, the fact that this stuff wasn't sussed out. She was literally lying about her education, about her certification, or whatever, like during a fucking, oh my god, that's like the worst place to do that. Like, this is like, I mean, look at what's going on right now with Hunter Biden, right? If your son is a fail son and, is on video, like doing drugs and doing who knows what, right? That becomes an issue, right? Biden, this is nothing to do with Joe Biden. This is Hunter Biden, right? But it's being brought up as an issue right now. This is not, you can't fucking lie on, if you have anything to hide, you probably shouldn't be running for Congress.
You gain more clout and influence.
That's actually really serious. That means she was trying to defraud basically your country, right?
Mike from PA tried running for Congress, got taken off the ballot for lying about being a lawyer.
Defraud.
She was saying to her country, "Hey, put me in a position of power."
It's because he's a cop.
But she lied.
No. I have to push back on this because this is the thing about it. I guarantee you, Dick Cheney has all his credentials.
You're trying to push back against the hydraulic press. It's not happening.
Yes, it is.
This is a losing position. You can't do this.
I don't care. Listen to me. Okay? Listen to me. I've been listening to y'all very politely. I want you to listen to me. There are plenty of people who have the correct credentials who are the most malevolent sacks of shit.
This is a Trumpian argument, right? This is a post-fact argument. Right? While there is some truth to the fact that there are people with credentials who suck, who are dishonest, who are bad people, that's true. You can't use that as a defense for somebody lying on their fucking in their congressional campaign and like continuing to lie and trying to claim authority that they don't have by lying, right? I am completely open to an argument that there are autodidacts out there that are smarter in the field that they study, that they care about than people with degrees in that field. That's possible. It's not it's not likely, and there's a lot of people that will claim that don't know shit, right? But yeah, it's totally possible, and there's people with degrees that that fucking slept through class and that cheated off of the person in front of them. Sure, whatever, right? But that doesn't make fucking lying okay. That doesn't mean that that it's like it's okay, just go ahead and lie. I got a degree in advanced quantum physics from MIT. I can't say that, even though there might be people with degrees from MIT that aren't smart or that aren't honest or that aren't good, public servants or you know what I mean? Like, I can't use that as an argument to be like, yeah, no, I can just like be like, I studied at MIT and got my degree. Like, right? It doesn't excuse that.
On the fucking planet who have killed people or gotten people killed. As
the difference is that Joe Biden wasn't trying to hide Hunter's drug use. He yeah, exactly. I mean, like it's massively different, right? It's massively different. I'm just saying that you can't hide shit even when the shit doesn't have anything to do with you. If it is findable, it will come out during a political campaign. It will come out about you. It will come out about your family. It will come out about anybody, attached to you, anybody that's had any relationship with you, right? Potentially becomes, Obama's reverend, remember?
Result of their lives, and they made.
I mean, not that that's a, reason, obviously that's a disingenuous reason to tell people not to vote for Obama, but
millions or billions of dollars off of that. Okay,
and that could have been Brianna. That could have been Brianna, and the difference would have been is that Brianna, in addition, would have lied about her credentials.
Based off of what you know about Brianna, is she going to order the next?
All right, this is frustrating to me. We've got a little bit more to go. I'm gonna check and see what our polls are saying. 56% MAGA meltdown. Although, oh God, here's the thing. Mooncat is now tied with Libertarian Convention Hot Mike is coming hard. It's trying to make up some ground, I think. Right? Gorka's got no chance. Mooncat and Libertarian Convention Hot Mike are tied now for second place. MAGA Meltdown is not at 60% anymore, but it's kind of split its opposition. Oh God, and the other one, MAGA Meltdown, still losing a little bit of steam. Mooncat is the second best in the regular stream, right? Mooncat is in second place in the regular stream. Libertarian Convention a little bit further away, so not doing so great in terms of the polls, in terms of the votes. But what do we have here? We have Libertarian Convention leading the pack by almost like a 2-to-1 ratio here in terms of the donation. Remember, if you donate, let me know what content you want to put that money behind, and I'll add it to the total of that. So if you want to see MAGA Meltdown, for sure, if you want to lock it in, tell me MAGA Meltdown. If you want to help Libertarian Convention Hot Mike win, then say Libertarian Convention Hot Mike. You can also vote for Gorka. You can also vote for Mooncat. And you can also vote for Vox Populi if you just want, like, whatever wins to win. If you want to support the choice of the people, that is Vox Populi. You can also vote for Fallout New Vegas if you want to, although that's not really got a lot of energy behind it today. But just as if you're super chatting me, super sticker, gifting memberships, donating, or you're gifting subs over on Twitch, or getting a sub for yourself, or even a Twitch Prime sub, just let me know what you want that money to go to, and I'll put that money behind your choice. We'll also do it for Throne. We did it yesterday for some people that were gifting on Throne. So if you're gifting to my Throne, that'll come up. Just let me know what you want. Maybe in the message even. Let me know what you want your money to go towards, and I will put it there.
Trans genocide or the next invasion of Iraq?
Directionally?
Time? Yeah.
Fuck you guys. Okay, what I would say is I have observed...
Oh God, like George Santos. I didn't even think about the Santos connection, but you're right.
I have observed other things about Brianna's character that I believe she would not intentionally hurt or kill people for her own ego.
But we've also observed Brianna's character. We know that she will lie. So what if, Connor, just...
So yeah, like Metal says, yeah, except Brianna didn't have a bunch of numbskulls for a voter base like George Santos did. Yeah, what she was doing is she was running in the Democratic primary against a conservative, against what do you call them? Conservadem.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Somebody who probably should have been primaried, and she was trying to, run with the idea that she's going to be, to the left of this person. The problem is, on so many issues, she wasn't. On so many issues, she is right there with the conservatives. And if you've seen her takes on Twitter lately, if you've seen what she's been up to lately, if you've seen where her ideology has kind of migrated lately, you'll understand that she is right on track of conservative Democrats. She's not really much different. So the kind of the grift there is for her to run as a progressive alternative to a candidate that she wasn't really very far to the left of.
Hypothetically speaking, what if your impression of her is bullshit and she's been, yanking your chain too?
Then we will all learn together over the next few years.
I don't think we will. I think we're gonna be repeating this conversation forever.
I mean, I think it's just what it comes down to, Connor, is you're happy to engage in opportunism, right? That's what it sounds like to me.
Chud's trying to give Connor an out.
What way?
Well,
like it's understandable as somebody who literally grifts as a right-wing transphobe. Chud understands this. Chud understands presenting your viewpoint as a different thing if there is a financial incentive towards doing that, right? Chud is like, no, that's totally just say it. Just say it. Say you're doing this because she's paying me. You're doing this because she's useful to me. We have a, we're in this together. I don't want her getting cooked. I'm here to sweep for her. Like, right? Just fucking say it. Just like, this doesn't have to. Because here's what I'm getting from Chud and Sunday is that they like low key feel sorry for Connor for being put in this place where he is, sitting in the dunk tank, just getting destroyed, and for the sake of Brianna.
You're willing to look the other way for the sake of political power and political, connections and stuff.
Okay. I'm looking up opportunism as a definition.
I have to take an important call. Chud, thanks for having me on. Connor, if you still want to talk later, be my guest.
Sure.
I'll forgive you if you don't want to, but cheerio.
All right, we're gonna take our leave too, and we're gonna go to the last bit of content relevant to this whole thing.
Hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna say I don't give a fuck about chat.
Wait, what is this? Wait, Sunday's not even here. Wait, what's going on here?
I'm gonna say I enjoy your fucking content. So if I
oh, he comes back.
Earnest, I respect your.
Oh my god, he's like, look. Usually glazing is something that other people accuse you of, but here you are just being like, look, if I glaze you, it's because I really like you. It's because you're so great. Your content is inspiring. And I don't always agree with everything. Sometimes you're a little abrasive, Chud, but I think that at your heart, you're an entertaining guy. You're doing good content.
Fucking, I knew you back when you were a fucking 30 viewer luchador mask wearing fucking Twitch panelist with a fucking, a Discord controversy. Okay. So
I don't think that Chud appreciates that being brought up. I think that Chud would rather leave that Discord controversy in the past, because although the claims that were made against Chud, like I said, were overwrought, right? People jump into conclusions that just aren't borne out by the screenshots. You can't exactly say that he did nothing wrong. You definitely can't say that he wasn't cringe as fuck in that conversation. And you can't say, it's essentially the real scandal was that he was using his Discord like a dating site, right? That's the real, and that's more just embarrassing than it is damning. But yeah, still, Chud doesn't appreciate it being brought up. He kind of got away with it because of the the stuff that he was accused of was just not stuff that the screenshots actually bore out. So because it because of the disingenuousness, I guess, of his accusers, he kind of got a free pass on something that should have been at least a little embarrassing for him.
Whatever fucking heated bullshit that you fucking have against me, just say it.
Of course. Listen, okay, despite what
I think you're a cringe piece of shit. I think you're really boring. I think you're a talentless hack hanging on to Brianna Wu because AstroTurf is the only thing you can do. No, sorry.
Chat says,
I'll let him speak.
I find you very irritating, annoying, and frustrating to engage with sometimes, but I don't have any hatred towards you. You're just really annoying sometimes. Queenman, you hate everyone, don't you? What's your thoughts?
No, I actually like Connor, but yeah, I agree. Very frustrating to deal with.
Oh, damn, that's rough.
And to watch.
That is rough, isn't it? Damn. Chat's not going to like that, Crewman. They're going to say we're sweeping for Connor now.
Sweeping.
And here comes Sunday.
I like Connor. I always tell people to chill out on the CTE, Moorcop, Benoit jokes.
Wait. Okay, CTE. That's it. That's saying that Connor's got like head trauma. That's affecting, I don't know, his brain. What was the other thing? What all is maybe I don't know about all the lore around Connor.
Connor now.
Sweeping.
I always say I like Connor. I always tell people to chill out on the CTE, Moorcop, Benoit jokes.
Wait, is the Benoit's the dude, the wrestling guy, right? Oh shit. Is that the wrestling guy that like unalived his family? Oh fuck. Yeah. So that makes sense. CTE, I don't know. People say that maybe there might be a relationship between the amount of CTE in sports like wrestling and MMA, and maybe, violent events, domestic in nature. Does that make sense? Like it's the 40% of cops something DV.
Listen, I did serve in a school resource officer. I probably have some CTE. These are all valid criticisms.
Okay, well, I've got someone in the call here who maybe has got a different view.
Yeah.
The president.
Howdy ho.
Howdy ho to you.
It's not howdy ho, it's Heidi ho.
I missed the last 5 seconds.
It's totally different.
So can someone refresh me as to where we're at?
I glazed Chud and then they glazed me back.
Okay. Well, I guess given where I sort of jumped into.
Something about the way he says Chris Benoit. I think it's almost like a bunch of guys trying to tell their buddy that his girlfriend is taking advantage of him. Yeah, a little bit.
Listening to this because I dipped for a few minutes. Connor, I understand the logic behind having a front-facing position that differs from your privately held one for tactical reasons, because you need to coalition.
Okay, so for the record, right, we did miss some kind of conversation. I think it sounds like he dipped and he came back, right? And there was some kind of conversation where Connor starts going into this idea of having like a public-facing position that is for building alliances and working effectively in like the larger space with people you don't necessarily agree with, and then having a private, set of beliefs, which, I mean, I believe you. I believe you, Connor, when you say that you're publicly facing, takes are not necessarily what you feel in your heart. You do seem to be a very compromised person. And I don't know how much of that is like strategic, is like you playing a game, and how much of that is like you are paid to be this person. You are paid to you're a subsidiary of Wu Incorporated.
Other people in order to win at the game of democracy and whatnot. What perplexes me is why on earth would you say that in public? That completely undermines your credibility. What you're trying to do is directly contradicted by you saying it's like the reverse of if you've seen Dr. Strangelove. It's like having weapons of self-destruction is absolutely worthless unless you tell the whole world about them, so it deters them.
Weapons of mass destruction, but I get what you're saying, Sunday.
Similarly here, it's the reverse. If you tell everyone that you're bullshitting them in order to bullshit them, you see the contradiction.
What's the bullshit?
Well,
you tell me.
The bullshit is your front-facing positions that you don't believe in, your coalition building with people you don't actually agree with and pretending to in order to presumably like give the Democrats some small edge in the upcoming election. But then you're broadcasting that this is what you're doing to the world so that you are telling everybody that you are untrustworthy and the people you associate with likewise are untrustworthy. You're hurting their credibility too, and your own. Like that seems to me like it would do the opposite of what you're trying to achieve.
I'm confused by this.
Did Assman leave?
So just because you're saying that like I'm coalition building with people that I don't like or something, towards an end that I do like.
Not that you don't like. To be very clear, Chud, and I'm going to misquote you because well, no, but what Chud was saying earlier is like, it seems like you have opinions that you're giving in public, right? That do not actually reflect what you actually believe, but you're saying you actually believe these things. You're saying you actually care about these things. You're saying you're on side with X, Y, and Z.
You're the one who said this. Like, you give the fucking example. The only thing is like, it's just like, why did you
talking about it in the abstract?
This is so frustrating.
Yeah. So what I would want an example, because the reason why you're saying like, why are you giving away the game? That what we're doing is we're playing electoral politics with progressive victory in order to build the marginal edge necessary in order to put Biden in the White House, is because that's a stated goal that I want. I prefer Biden over
Okay, so he's saying that he's real about wanting Biden over Trump.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but you were talking about it in the abstract. So in principle, Chud said in the abstract, in general, like it is a universal thing. Yeah, so it seems like you are stating opinions in public that you don't actually believe with. You are being fundamentally disingenuous. And we all know, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, that this is what you have to do in order to win in electoral politics. What I'm perplexed by is why you would then acknowledge that after the fact and say, "Yeah, of course, that's what we do. Of course, that's what I do."
I would need an example. I would need,
but you don't. But you don't because of vowing that principle by itself is enough. You're declaring that this is what you will do or what you have done. I don't need an example. You've said it. You've just confirmed it, right? Yeah, examples would be to establish if you were denying this that this is what you were doing. But I don't need to because you've just said it.
Okay, well then I'll say this. I'll try to give you an example since I'm not getting one, I guess. So I find progressives largely, except for present company excluded, insufferable, overeducated, underemployed douchebags who think that they know how the world functions, but they haven't held this steady job for more than 2 years. That's my.
So in other words, you got a chip on your shoulder as far as your education.
General impression.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you an example of why this matters. So because you just said that you're willing to state opinions that you don't actually believe in order to...
Which like I said, you shouldn't have to have, right? There's plenty of examples of autodidacts. There's plenty of examples of people that are... Like, I don't think Sunday doesn't hold, like, you know, like an advanced degree. He doesn't hold, like, a master's degree. The dude's, right? Am I right about that? But he's really into philosophy, and so he ends up, you know, knowing a decent amount about it. He's friends with Brooks, who knows, you know, more about it, and you know, he's able to, you know, hold his own in a discussion on a lot of things because of that. Did you finish watching? We didn't finish watching the Wu Queeman. Is there more good stuff in there, Vodka?
Win at electoralism, or in order to build connections to win at electoralism, I don't believe you when you say present company excluded. I think you're being disingenuous, right?
Like Chud Logic, for example, never got a degree in gender studies, but still knows a lot about trans people.
I think you're probably overeducated and unemployed, and you can be insufferable, but you're also really funny. So I give you a pass.
I'm overeducated and employed, sir.
No, I said under.
How is somebody, and look, if anybody is overeducated, it's exactly what he was describing with Brianna Wu. It's somebody that, like, you know, has done a lot of credits. Like he was trying to hypothesize that she's got like a zillion credits, but she just hasn't turned in the degree application or something like that. Hasn't finished a math course or something.
Underemployed.
Oh, underemployed? I think I'm overemployed, really.
Okay, but you get the thing that, like, I gave you a pass because you're autistic and funny. And to my knowledge, you don't.
Yeah, but that's a weakness. That's a weakness of my own ego. That's not because what you're doing is convincing here.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I have plenty of indictments of the far left in particular, and probably even the center left, that I viciously dislike. But I'm willing to pinch my nose and work with these people.
Let's be real about this guy. All right, he does hate people on the left, and not just leftists. Progressives, liberals, whatever. Yeah. Right, he's got a huge chip on his shoulder and he hates the left. But what he's been doing with Twitch Poll has involved ingratiating themselves to a certain number of people in the center left in order to play them off of you know, what he would perceive as the far left, in order to kind of push those people out of the space and replace them with people who want to think of themselves as progressive, who want to think of themselves as leftists even, but who are way to the right of that. Like it's efficacious for Connor and his right-wing friends in Twitch Poll to replace leftists, who were making great inroads into Twitch after sort of outspilling from BreadTube on YouTube. Replace them with people like Mindwaves, with people like Sonsoul, with, you know, right, this is your leftist now is Stardust, right? You're like, right, this is the game that they're playing. So yeah, of course you're willing to make you know, build bridges with lefties that you think can be useful in that project.
because I think that there's an electoral result that is better serving of the American people.
Sure, but you also
these or those people is never a good pairing of words when they're on your team. Yeah, supposedly
was predicable of what Progressive Victory does, not just you.
Yeah, I think they probably get really frustrated with some of Destiny and Vosh's public blowouts. I think.
Wait, what do they mean? What does he mean by that? Public blowouts?
I'm sure I do, but
like them being mad at each other, them going off on other people, or are they talking about the scandals, like Destiny saying the N-word, or Vosh, showing the folders with Loli?
Political.
Yeah, I do absolutely, but that's beside the point. The issue is not me being frustrated with Progressive Victory's alliances. The issue is with Progressive Victory claiming to be of a particular progressive bent, and then making statements to that effect. That's what they care about. But then behind the scenes,
why are two reactionary people involved with this supposedly progressive organization? That's my question.
Paying off conservatives, being filled with people whose policy objectives are actually directly contrary
to the
aims of Progressive Victory, so on and so forth. That's a bit of a problem. Now, if you want to say, well, like, of course, coalition building between like a broad and diverse array of positions is absolutely critical to winning at electoralism, yeah, sure. But what you would never say if that's actually your goal is, yeah, we have a front-facing position that is actually directly contrary to our actual valid beliefs. Why? Because the decisions that Progressive Victory makes in order to win are going to be, there's not going to be a clear one-to-one connection between what they do and what it ultimately achieves.
Having Wick on the payroll despite the man not producing anything of worth. The thing is, like, I actually feel sorry for Wick, right? He's being held in this limbo where, he's not getting paid enough to, like, take care of some pretty basic, pretty obvious necessities, but he's getting paid too much for him to turn around and just try to do something else, which might be more productive for him. I actually think that Brianna's really doing him kind of a disservice by stringing him along like this.
Suppose, for example, someone were to suspect that, hey, I think some of the people involved in Progressive Victory who are, feeding into its decision-making process, I think some of them might have aims that are actually socially contrary to the avowed aims of Progressive Victory. Maybe Progressive Victory doesn't actually believe in the things it says it wants to do, and so the things it does aren't actually really aimed at achieving those things. Maybe they're achieved at things that are sort of not...
Maybe it's more of a personal, vanity project, right? Because that's what this is smelling like, in a big way. In the same way that her gaming company and, her political career were very much like a vanity project. This just seems like another vanity project. It feels like to me that really what this is a person desperate to talk to the streamers that she watches, desperate to be part of that world, buying in and astroturfing streaming in order to gain access. That's really above all, what it feels like Brianna is doing.
Right? Like maybe.
Well, I'll tell you what, Sunday. Let's cut to the chase here, because
and again, she's not the first person to do this sort of thing, right? It's funny though that she does seem to have put down maybe more money than some other people that I have in mind that sort of bought their way into DGG or VGG. She does seem to have dropped more money and yet done a lot less. I mean, I've seen somebody successfully build like a, reasonable audience off of this before. Brianna Wu, on the other hand, like, right, it's like pulling teeth trying to get people to watch her projects.
I think we need to have a little combo about this. It's been a while. I believe you had some harsh comments about my words on, and I quote, blacks on that Progressive Victory stream. Is that correct?
Yeah, but the harsh words weren't really for you, to be honest. You were being a shit and making jokes. You are not posturing as...
Yeah, so for anybody who doesn't know, the words in question are Chud saying blacks are the Arsler. Id. That's the... And he was drunk. He was drunk at a Progressive Victory event with Not So Erudite, Pixie, some other DGG orbiters, and clearly didn't really want to be there and was just kind of acting
a political
ridiculous.
Advocate. So you don't have the same kind of responsibility. Progressive Victory they're taking other people's money to do that. So I think them putting you on screen.
Ideological purity. Sorry, President Sunday, if you'll allow me an interjection.
Mm-hmm.
So isn't this the kind of like ideological purity bullshit that keeps lefties in general from doing anything productive?
Jill says, I can't imagine how anyone would pay to be close to Vosh or Destiny. I'd pay to make them go away.
Is you're so concerned with the people who are involved that you end up canceling all of each other before you get.
Oh no! You're mistaken about the context of this. Yeah, you're a bit mistaken about the context of this, Connor. The issue is not ideological diversity here. The issue is that Chud here was on stream with your friends in Progressive Victory, asking something racist, saying we should support the blacks.
It was hilarious.
Right?
I wasn't up on the stream for prolonged periods of time. Yes.
Terrible.
Beg your pardon?
Yeah. So
no, it's an optically stupid thing to do that undermines. It's providing fodder to your enemies. That's a mistake. We're not talking about like intellectual.
It's like you're trying to explain to somebody that what they're doing is foolish, and they're like, "You just don't understand."
Disagreement. We're talking about making you look bad.
On in the background saying racist things while they're doing a live stream.
Background.
Deport.
That was the main show.
Connor, Connor. He was prompted by Pixie and Kyla, I think, to say something racist, and he said, "Deport the blacks."
Okay, based.
Well, I don't know. Wait a second. To be clear, I don't know if I was asked to say something racist. I think I did that one by myself.
No, you were.
No, you were. You were.
No, they said, "Chud, say something racist," and you're like, "If we deported 60% of the blacks, there'd be no more crime."
I feel like there's a few things he said about the blacks on that stream.
I was drunk and I'm not watching the stream, so I'll take your word for it. Okay.
And again, this ended up posted to the Progressive Victory channel, right? This wasn't, this wasn't a deep cut in a like a unlisted Chud VOD or anything like that. This was on Progressive Victory's site, so it's even more incomprehensible. What they were doing. Right? Did he get paid Progressive Victory money? Because that's kind of hilarious. Explain this to me like in 5? Like I'm 5. Oh. Explain. God. Okay. Brianna Wu's got money and she wants attention. And she's giving streamers money through an ostensible political action committee. I wouldn't tell a 5-year-old about a political action committee, though. I don't think a 5-year-old could. I'd have to explain a PAC. What a PAC. You see, our elections aren't really won or lost by the will of the people. It's by people with money. No, oh my God. Can you imagine trying to explain American politics and campaign finance to a 5-year-old? Okay, so other than the campaign finance part, though, it's pretty simple, right? She's able to use her money, her ability to donate, her ability to, hold up streamers who might not be holding up by themselves, who might not be sustainable by themselves, through her generous donations, which obviously probably come at the cost of defending her in situations like this, or bringing her onto panels, or recommending her. It's essentially a hobbyist paying people who do this stuff for a living to make her part of their world. That's what I'm getting from Brianna Wu. It's a vanity project.
To be clear, by the way, Connor, I'm gonna see you halfway here, okay? Bunch of friends drunk.
Oh my God, you were making the Office meme. I was like, I will literally do that. I will literally try to explain it to you like you're 5.
Like fooling around.
And now I'm the one who is naive and impressionable.
I can see them being a little stupid like that, but that was then published to the channel and was left there for an extended period of time.
I thought you love money. Yeah, no, my only problem is Brianna's not paying me.
Yeah, but that's not okay. But
here, chat, we're gonna do a Progressive Victory arc, right?
For me, knowing how it operates on the interior,
I'll show up on stream and I'll be like, actually, I was completely wrong about Brianna Wu. She's fucking awesome and based, and we had a conversation, and she convinced me that Jesse Gender is the devil and that Destiny's not that bad. And now I'm going to go canvas with her, and I'm inviting you to come along. We're going to Georgia. We're going to Pennsylvania. We're going to Arizona to canvas.
lot of this infrastructure is being built up from scratch. Like basically getting content creators, creating content, finding an editor, getting the editor to edit content, posting it consistently, creating a clips channel, like all this stuff. Like it's not
I don't
like
think the clips channel actually produced anything in like close to.
Yo, oh my god. Thank you, Anonymous, for the generous donation on Throne. I will, what? That's 2. What content? Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, when I'm saying clips channel, I'm talking about PD Spotlight. They're taking a bunch of like streams and debates and all that kind of stuff.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. They hadn't produced anything for like close to a year.
No, PD Spotlight is active.
It's active now, but wasn't there like some drama in the background? Like the team wasn't producing, because I think it was Xanderhall's team that was doing that.
Okay, I'm sure that there was drama because when you're talking about
super chatted $5. Add this to the Hog pack.
Hog Watch gets $5, and it's already coming back. Look at that. It's 12 to 13. Okay, so Libertarian Convention just slightly ahead, but I got something that's going to completely disrupt everything. I think. Wait, I don't know if it just yeah, I think it was one donation, but Anonymous, if you want to let me know where to put your donation towards the Elgato Stream Deck, very generous donation towards the Elgato Stream Deck. If you want to let me know where to put that, I will add that to the total as well as Omega Stars $5. Oh wait, I already added that. Did we add that? We added that. Okay, so yeah, it's 13 to 12 until I hear yeah, I guess you don't have to de-anonymize yourself. But just let me know where that money is supposed to go, and I'll add it to the total of the content, the secondary content of your choice.
building like a logistics infrastructure, then yeah, it takes time and energy and intentionality.
The drama I'm really interested in is why did Brianna Wu leave Progressive Victory? That's what I'm really interested in, because it seemed like J-Stalk was hinting towards having a bunch of information on that last night.
Okay, now that's interesting. Okay, that's interesting. It takes a lot to get me to watch J-Stalk, but that is interesting. Destiny was at PV's get together in Cincinnati. Take some special kind of a-holes to think he and his orbiters are based. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Last time Connor spoke about it, he said it was because she has a very type A domineering personality. I just wanted to know if Connor would want to expand on that, if any details come out at some point. Sorry?
No, I was joking. I was saying, did you write that down? Because I think that's almost a direct quote.
I've got that logged in my memory. Burned in.
No, I think I stand by that comment. And on top of that, I wouldn't be surprised if more information came to light that it would be that kind of thing. And on top of that, you had a debate with her last night. Was she type A and domineering in the conversation? Was she abrasive?
No, most type A people can get their point out without muting. Generally, okay. I don't know.
Right. Well, I think you could categorize your conversation as contentious.
Connor, just to push back a little bit on that. Yeah, obviously there's going to be logistical hiccups. I'm not trying to harp on the PV Spotlight thing, but we're not just talking about this little startup of yours that's kind of like a private interest thing. You're taking money from people, and you're encouraging people to get involved and spend their time and energy on a project that is of public interest. You're selling them on the idea that this is a thing that is going to help them. If you're doing things with those funds that is doing the opposite, that's not good.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think as an example, if y'all wanted me to crow about the things that are actually productive, obviously a lot of people have turned up their noses that Cincinnati only registered a few hundred people, but there was, $40,000 or 40,000 doors knocked. There was like 8,000 conversations.
Really? What was that number? I didn't hear that. What was it again?
It was like, I want to say, now bear in mind I had a meeting like a month ago, so I'm quoting it off the top of my head. I believe it was 40,000 doors knocked. I think it was like 8,000 political conversations had with already existing registered voters. And then it was 300 or 150 or 200 new registered voters.
And how many people were brought in to do that?
300.
It's like 1 to 1. Okay.
You did the DGG fundraising for all of this. Did anyone donate the $1,000 to get a ride in Brianna Wu's Porsche? Because I know she didn't show up, so they must have not gotten their ride in the Porsche.
I don't know the answer to that question, Clayman. But another example is that a lot of the PV reps have been pushing phone banking, and there was some specific thing. I think they're probably going to release the information on it, but they logged like 120 or 200, I forget the exact number, shifts of phone banking that translated into roughly 100,000 phone banking calls that actually was within the margin of error for that election. So like you're saying that all the money is not being deployed properly, or isn't it bad that this money is being deployed in ways that could be objectionable? And it's like, well, if you're achieving real results, then you have to take the good with the bad, which is every institution I've ever been a part of ever.
Sure, but what if Connor, those few hundred registered voters that you got would have been gotten anyways because of Destiny's involvement, and what's actually happened is DGG's involvement has turned this whole thing into a slush fund where there is no way to track if that money is actually efficacious for anything. What if it's just disappeared? And if PV wasn't involved at all, you would have the exact same result. Or, given the recent drama involving people who've been brought into PV, the content creators and whatnot, who all have been melting down lately, what if the total is actually lower than it would have been? Isn't that a possibility?
I would say that this is actually my criticism of lefties or whatever, is that you're so busy running hypotheticals about what's good and bad and et cetera, you don't just get out there and mix the shit up. So I would rather work with people who get out there and fuck it up and try, rather than try.
He's the Miss Frizz of politics. What can I say? Oh my god, liberals are not lefties? Well, they got rid of all the lefties in Twitch politics, so mission accomplished, I guess. Next mission is to redefine other people in the space as Twitch politics, despite being involved in the literal Discord server with that name. But anyway, let's want to check and see if anything has changed. I don't think it has. Like, it's well, I should probably just let people know where we're at as far as, oh my god, what am I trying to do? 57% voting for MAGA Meltdown on the regular stream. 109 votes have been cast. Mooncat coming in a distant second. Libertarian Convention Hot Mic coming in a distant third. MAGA Meltdown crushing it with 110 votes on Shorts. Mooncat and Libertarian Convention Hot Mic tied for second. And then on the as far as donations, now there's been a donation to Throne as well, but it was done anonymously. So if the person responsible wants to let me know where they want their money to go, I will put it there. But if you want to stay anonymous, that is totally acceptable too. You can also if you gift on Throne, you can also put that in the like in the description, that like you would, like Gorka or Mooncat or Libertarian Convention Hot Mic or MAGA Meltdown or Vox Populi, whatever content you favor. Or if you favor just keeping with the content that gets voted for, you can say Vox Populi. But yeah, it's pretty definitive at this point. I would say, yeah, MAGA Meltdown is winning. All right, Libertarian Convention is $1 ahead as far as donations, but MAGA's crushing. Wow, I'm gonna sound very different politically than I actually am if I'm not careful. I'll be like, MAGA is kicking ass today. We're just like completely, everybody in chat wants MAGA. We got the MAGA vote coming in. No. Obviously we're laughing at the MAGA Meltdown over yesterday's news, over yesterday's conviction of one Donald J. Trump. And that is still winning. And just let me know if you make donations on YouTube or on Twitch, whether it's through super chats, super stickers, memberships, or whatever, whether it's through subs, gifted subs, or through bits donated, or any kind of. Also, this goes for Throne as well. Just let me know what to put that behind, and I will add your money to the total. And but right now it looks like MAGA meltdown, kind of running away with it.
Trying to build some perfect ideological organization.
No, but this isn't a hypothetical, Connor. No, you're
democracy. I mean, sort of. Like, it's more democratic, I think, than President Sunday's. President Sunday, I think, is strictly like measuring up the drama squid to the theory. No, the drama jellyfish to the theory squid. And so with him, it's literally like only dollars vote. But with me, your vote counts for something.
The point is not that
organization to PV. You have another one.
The point is if you're citing your
the point is that chat gets to decide through a overly complicated series of arcane mechanisms what our next content is going to be after we get done with this Sunday content, this Wu tent, this Brianna Wu content
results. But you actually can't provide any
Chud looks bored
firm basis for distinguishing the portion of the results that PV actually did versus the other organization that was involved with it, or the other community that was involved with it, that was already actively canvassing, then that's not helping your case, because I have no basis for thinking that the results that you're claiming are actually yours.
Well, you would have to talk to people who are actually involved in this process. I can't give you an answer that's above my pay grade.
Well, am I not talking to one right now?
Well, no, you would have to talk to Destiny and say, hey, was the facilitation that PV actually... Hold on, let me answer your question. Don't answer
I wasn't speaking.
I'm answering it.
What?
I didn't say anything.
Sorry, I just saw your mouth move. So the facilitate... Okay, so you would have to ask Destiny in a private setting, not in public, before, probably after the election, once everything's settled, and you would have to say, was PV's facilitation of your canvassing efforts worth the association?
How would he
will have an answer for you.
But how would he know? Like, how are you distinguishing these?
Because he's the one who ran the Georgia event where basically...
No, I get that, but like, you're misunderstanding the problem here.
I want to finish. Destiny ran an independent event. He did have a few hundred people show up to Georgia. He did have somebody who was running his event who basically defrauded him of $5,000, and then they had to make it all up on the back end. Whereas what I understand from the Cincinnati event is that it was basically a turnkey event where DGG showed up and all of the networking.
Once a cop, always a cop.
A one-to-one comparison between DGG doing it independently.
Yeah, this is why NCC left the left. Somebody paid her to go MAGA. It was Brianna Wu. No.
Be facilitating the process.
No, but the results we're looking at is not the funds raised. The results we're looking at is the amount of registered voters, right?
Sure.
It's like the reach of the canvassing efforts. So what I'm questioning is
other organizations that already exist, not a hypothetical that you created.
What?
If there was another let's say that we have DGGPV, right? We have this organization.
No, Connor, please, hang on one second, just please.
Okay, so I think I know what's happening here. Right, I think what Sunday is trying to say, you can't differentiate between the DGG results and the Progressive Victory results, and it could be that Progressive Victory are piggybacking on the DGG outcome to be like, look how successful it is, but without Progressive Victory,
he gets it.
Anyway, because they've got
this guy gets it.
Big fucking shit going on.
There you go.
Like he, I don't think he cares, but he gets it.
Okay, so what I would say as a counter argument is that Destiny is the head of one of those organizations. In order to get an honest answer to that question, you would have to ask him.
DGGPP?
Well, no, but how would he know though, Connor? How would he be?
Because he ran the Georgia event, he had several.
Why does that matter?
But the Georgia event, he was inexperienced. He might have learned from that to make it better. So maybe he's learned from it. I don't know. Maybe
his channel might have grown substantially since
grown
then.
as well. Yeah.
Hey, and am I supposed to get you like a mixed variable analysis where I
no? If you're going to Connor, it's very simple. If you're going to claim that PV has had positive results, but those positive results are mixed in with the work of another group, you need to be able to show me which of those results are yours. If you can't, then you claiming that PV has done good is just spurious. You have no factual basis for saying this.
Okay, so number one, I'll tell you how I think they did good regardless of stats. So when I went to Cincinnati, there were 300 basement dwelling Twitch politics fucking audience members who showed up to a city, not all of whom were from that city, and they actually socialized, hung out, talked in real life, and had a good time with other people that were around them. That by itself, getting 300 Twitch poll people to actually go do something that's touching grass, that has value to me by itself, and I think in and of itself qualifies as good. Getting those people involved in the political electoral process, I think is also a good. And if you're saying, how do I know that? Because do I have an Excel spreadsheet? No, I don't. But I think this is part of the problem with the fucking left. You want to measure everything instead of just fucking doing it.
Well, but the results you're citing as the good that your organization does are numerical, Connor. Like, if you don't have a spreadsheet, what are you basing this off of?
I mean, let me address you directly. The way that I...
Do you even know how many registered voters you actually got? Like, how do you think that was tallied?
Okay, so let me tell you. Yeah, there's a software program that they use in order to track that stuff. So let me tell you exactly how I would measure this if President Sunday was my president and dictator and I needed to answer this question for him, even though I fucking don't. What I would do is I would take the PV-DGG hybrid, I would get 300 canvassers, and I would run it in a city. Then I would find another organization that was doing similar work. I would get 300 canvassers, and I would run it in the same city. And I would see what the...
Chat, I don't know what he's taking for ADHD, but I gotta get on that. He's just yapping. He's enjoying the sound of his own voice. I wish that I enjoyed the sound of my own voice this much, right? He is just like filibustering and loving it. He's just...
If the numbers were the same or more for the
like in the same cycle?
Thing, sure.
So you're having to knock on the same doors.
No, they could be in different cities as long as the cities are comparable.
But then that's a problem, though, because now it can be confounded by the different context.
What do you want me to do? Do you want me to go to...
Shut up and answer a simple question.
Slapping myself and say, I'm taking over this organization.
No, but seriously.
I'm taking over this organization. President Sunday needs some serious numbers in order to justify your existence, or else nobody will take PV seriously. Let me go ahead and compete with another organization, or else President Sunday is going to shut PV down.
Yeah, Connor, no. You're misunderstanding me. I don't need you to have those numbers. The only reason why you're bringing up those numbers is as a way to make up for the fact that everybody involved in PV and the people they've involved around them, sorry, Chad, makes them look fucking awful. So you're saying, well, hang on, you can't argue with the results. But I is arguing with the results because...
Yeah, no one takes PV seriously, and no one should.
I think that...
they are definitely...
evaluate results, you have to say...
They are definitely all over the place.
As compared to what? And if there isn't an alternative that presently exists, then it doesn't fucking matter.
Then PV must be really good. It's really great. All right, we're gonna defeat Trump based on a PV. Brianna Wu has hired a conservative to help her defeat the evil MAGA agenda, and it's gonna do it by magic.
But well, hang on though. There is an alternative that presently exists.
It takes a conservative to beat a conservative. That's why we've hired a conservative for PV. We've also hired a WIC, and WIC will do panels, and those panels will somehow help. This is how it's gonna work. This is why you need us, progressives. This is why you need us, Twitch poll. You need PV.
DGG's involvement, and DGG is considerably larger than everybody else involved in...
Why does he sound like Destiny? Wrath G, I didn't notice that until just now, but I think you're right. He has adopted Destiny's cadence. It's funny because, like, he's kind of like, what would you call him? He's a little bit at the bane of DGG, right? He's the kind of guy that goes on, talks to Destiny, or talks to Not So Erudite, or talks to some DGG orbiter, and like hangs up the phone, like in some weird time, like right, it's some time that's supposed to be like a mic drop. Like this is what he does, and they call him President Run Day. But I mean, he does kind of clown on them. He does actually clown on them pretty successfully. So
EV combined.
The Cincinnati get together with streamers touching grass. Look out, Trump! They're touching grass. We made so much progress, Trump. In about 20 elections, in about 20 election cycles, we'll be able to beat you.
Okay.
We'll have touched so much grass that we'll be able to defeat MAGA at that point.
So DGG should just rough it by themselves in order to see if they're better than...
Rough it by themselves. I think they'll be okay. And honestly, like, there's no proof that DGG's really doing much more than helping Destiny's branding.
PV.
No, I'm saying that DGG roughing it by themselves already knows they're better than PV. The question is how much of DGG's results can PV actually claim to?
That's a bold assertion. How do you know?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Destiny has managed to aggregate hundreds of thousands of people in his audience. Nobody in PV, with the maybe exception of Vosh, has managed to do that.
Some strangely positive perspective on Destiny from one of Destiny's biggest haters.
From Sunday. You fuck, what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah, this is interesting.
It's a bit strange. It's a bit strange.
Okay, you understand that PV's function is not in recruiting canvassers. It is in creating the canvassing houses, incorporating itself with existing...
Well, what do you need streamers for then?
Excuse
what do you need? What do you need streamers for then? If you're just making the canvassing houses, Brianna has already got money.
Yeah, you don't want a canvas. You want a hype house. Come on.
I just take donations. What do you,
Let's be real. That's what you do. Is they go there and they make cringy content. They have Will in his channel like film a video, a mockumentary on the epic progressive voice canvassing of 2024.
Why are these streamers involved with PV?
Because that's where the canvassers come from.
Yeah, so it's
Sunday is not wrong.
Recruiting, right? It's about recruiting. You just said it wasn't.
No, I said that is not PV's function.
But you did. You did say it's PV's function. You just said it's PV's function.
Don't be a pedant and try to track the entire concept.
Okay. Start from the beginning. Let's redo this, okay?
So the
yeah. Oh my God!
Because I find a joke funny doesn't mean that someone else will. It's not.
It's about recruiting. You just said it wasn't.
No,
Yes, Sunday. Don't be a debate pedant.
Said that is not PV's function.
God, it was gonna be so funny. I had the timing and everything, and I hit the wrong button.
But you did.
You
did say it's PV's function. You just said it's PV's function.
Don't be a pedant and try to track the entire concept.
Okay.
Yes, Sunday. Don't be a pedant. Don't be a debate pedant.
Beginning. Let's redo this, okay?
I messed it up, Chad. I messed it. My timing's off now.
So the streamer's responsibility, insofar as I can tell, is to create a collaboration of multiple streamers who together form a community.
Who together form a robot with the ability to defeat other giant kaiju that attack the city. Right? Is that what we're talking about?
Community of people.
The streamers form together into a giant robot and are able to control the robot's movements in order to defeat the kaiju.
Interested in politics, and from that community to recruit canvassers for PV.
Okay, so the streamers who are
You'd think that somebody that was so integrally involved in PV would be giving like a better defense or at least an explanation of what PV actually does. Instead, this sounds like speculation. This doesn't sound like somebody who's inside an organization that's doing something effectively. This sounds like somebody imagining what such an organization might possibly do in the best of all worlds to positively affect the outcome.
Being paid by PV, who therefore are PV, are responsible for recruiting. So PV's job is recruiting.
Okay. Now it has a different job that it needs to feed that input into. That PV is more responsible for personally.
Okay.
That is already having connections to mainstream electoral institutions that have software connections, phone banks, political infrastructure, governors, city councilmen, all that bullshit, and to take the recruits and deploy them in the electoral system so that they have an effect that actually determines elections.
Okay, but you already had Vosh plugging PV. You already had Destiny plugging PV. You already have a bunch of streamers who are suggesting PV as a place to get involved. Why do you need the streamers themselves involved as part of your branding?
For recruitment. Didn't we just say this?
Well, obviously for recruitment, but they were already recruiting for you. These are people who are already encouraging their audiences to vote Biden and to go canvass with PV. Why do you need the figures themselves with PV branding on them? Why do you need them specifically involved? Why do you need the horse lollycock guy? Why do you need the rape with a shovel guy? Why do you need why?
Oh shit! So in case anybody thought that, I think that's Destiny. The shovel thing. That's Destiny. Is that what he got banned from Twitter for? So yeah, the horsecock guy, obviously, the horsecock lolly guy being Vosh, the shovel R-word guy being Destiny.
Why do you want these people directly? Why do you want the reputations of these people on PV?
Because 70%
to control messaging online, basically.
Of the people who showed up to Cincinnati showed up because
it's like the Power Rangers, yeah.
The rape with a shovel guy was there.
But the rape with a shovel guy would have gone by himself anyways.
No, he wouldn't have.
But he does though. Stephen actually, to his credit, Stephen actually goes to these canvassing events.
Yeah, what was the name of the city of his other canvassing event?
I can't remember.
Was it Georgia? The one that I was talking about?
What was it? I'm sure. What does that matter? What?
Well, I'm getting to it. I'm just being an asshole about it. What happened in fucking Georgia was PV wasn't there. They ran the event by himself. Stephen was personally defrauded of thousands of dollars. They didn't have the sheets in order to go knock on doors or call people. And as a result, I'm sure that they were able to figure it out relatively speaking. But I think it was a logistics nightmare that gave Stephen a migraine on top of the drama that he already did.
Yeah.
So wait, if they're providing logistics, is that what he's saying?
In a very good logistical function per PV. What you still haven't done is just.
But it doesn't sound like he's talking about something they actually do. It sounds like he's talking about a hypothetical.
Why PV specifically needs to have an official affiliation with streamer personalities.
Yeah, so if it's for logistics, you know, like is really your best logistics people are going to be random chatters in people's, you know, no offense, chat, but like, I wouldn't know the first thing about like logistics for canvassing, would you?
I think you should talk to Sam about this, not me.
Maybe some of you, but
I already told you it's for recruiting. You don't
Honestly, we're recruiting anyways.
Oh my god! Oh my god! So let's like look at what we got here in the polls. Okay, so it has been a definitively good day for MAGA. No, I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. It's been a bad day for MAGA, and that's why it's a good day for MAGA meltdowns. It's been a bad day for MAGA. That is why it's a good day for Hogwatch, because whenever the hogs get upset, they make content for us, and this content crystallizes in what we call, you know, a MAGA meltdown, right? We've got MAGA meltdown defeating Gorka, you know, destroying Mooncat, and absolutely annihilating Libertarian Convention Hot Mic in the polls, right? We've got it in the other poll. Mooncat coming in second, Libertarian in third. Gorka's just getting rocked. Gorka's just getting destroyed. Like, I don't even understand how Gorka's going down this hard, because, like, I don't know. I find Gorka funny. I find Gorka hilarious. Gorka's entertaining, but apparently not compared to a bunch of chuds crying about the, you know, the fact that Father Teresa is going to jail. Apparently that is just the superior content. Now, let me check the last poll that implicates this. And what we have is $13 for Libertarian Convention Hot Mic versus $12 for MAGA Meltdown. So yeah, only ahead by $1 in the... I'm going to say that is not going to be enough to overcome MAGA Meltdown. Because if I average the scores for Mooncat, which is, I think, the second highest, if I average those scores and then add 1 to the average, it's going to be like, it would not be even close to MAGA Meltdown. So that doesn't look like. Now, we still have, I'm going to do going once, going twice, going 3 times, in case anybody wants to try to change these results or try to add to the numbers here. This is your chance, right? This is your chance to affect the vote, affect what content we're going to watch next. Right now, it's looking like it's going to be MAGA. It's going to be, you know, the era of the MAGA has. No, wait, we're not doing Sebastian Gorka. You did not vote for that. You voted for MAGA. And it looks like MAGA is about to rule the day. Unless anybody has something to say about that. Unless anybody's going to put their money where their mouth is, or their money where their mouth isn't, or their fingers on the scale. Those who dine on MAGA tiers and cope are eating really good tonight. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. We got a decent chunk of time to really peruse what's going on in the world of MAGA, what's going on with MAGA freakouts lately. Because I would say there's probably some pretty good ones. But yeah, I got the content out. I'm about ready to close the polls. Any last minute votes? Probably too late to affect anything, but it's worth giving it a try. Any last minute votes? Any last minute donos? I doubt it will change anything at this point, but I'll give people the chance, just in case somebody's not satisfied with our MAGA overreaction to a very obvious outcome of a trial that that a lot of people predicted. Like anybody who was looking at this trial, who knew what we were talking about, who knew what was being discussed, understood that this was a very likely outcome. All right, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Sold to MAGA.
Thank you so much for that. As you heard the retired judge say there, American history, legal history, people are going to be talking about this 100 years from now. Well, we're going to turn things over to Teresa Perello, who's been talking.
Yeah, not so surprising, Bianca and Steve, because Collect Palm Park, which is the park directly across the street, is sort of split in two at this point. One side are Trump supporters, the others are not. But I can tell you, this verdict, the fact that the former president guilty on all counts, is really the talk of the town. People are stopping by, asking us. As a matter of fact, the mail carrier just walked by. She said, "What's all the commotion about?" We told her, and she was quite surprised as well, as she's out here on her mail route. I mean, that's really New York for you. People get information by word of mouth as they walk around.
Oh shit, chat. Skibidi Toilet 74 is about to drop.
And that's what's happening. So I'll step out of the way so you can see Collect Palm Park behind me. As I mentioned, one side is, put it this way, one side anti-Trump, one side pro-Trump. There is the side where you see lock him up and Don the felon. That would obviously be the anti-Trump side. One person told me finally some accountability. Another person directly behind him on the other side of the fence screaming to us, lies, lies, it's all lies. They believe this is directly tied to the former president's political ambitions, and they say it is an effort to keep him from the White House once again. Take a listen.
It's been a long time that he's gotten away with just about anything. Finally, some accountability. That's how it feels.
It's a very sad day for America. That's all I'm going to say.
Why do you feel that way?
Because this is political prosecution, and there's absolutely nothing behind this case. And I hope they appeal it.
I'm kind of shocked that they actually found him guilty.
Why are you shocked?
Because people of his magnitude don't usually see the inside of a jail. And it still remains to be seen that he's actually going to see the inside of a jail. So with that being said, the jury's still up, or if he's actually going to see the inside of a jail.
What's interesting is across the street, there's a good mix of people who have been here every day and those who only, as they told us, came down to witness history. Now, again, for those who are saying that this is just an effort to keep the former president from the White House, we do know he has been competitive in the polls as of late. We also know that this conviction won't keep him from running for the White House. It can't even keep him from being elected as well, if that should happen. He only, in New York, can't vote for himself, although once he serves his sentence, whatever that might be, we'll find that out mid-July, then his voting rights would be restored. That's according to the NYCLU. But again, he could win here in New York or anywhere else around the country, and he could even serve from prison. It remains to be seen, Steve and Bianca, if the party would want to replace him. Again, being that the polls are looking in some states in his favor, it remains to be seen if that would actually happen. But here, again, a lot of his supporters have decided to wait this out. They wanted to be...
Yeah, very unlikely that the Republican Party will replace Trump. Very unlikely that he will decide to step down as the nominee. He needs this in order to have any chance of escaping accountability. He need, like, given, you know, otherwise he's going to face justice for all of the cases against him, and some of them could be a little bit more, you know, could carry a stiffer penalty.
Meanwhile, a show of support for Trump here in South Florida, dozens gathering outside Mar-a-Lago to protest the verdict.
And Local 10's Christian De La Rosa live now with this part of our team coverage tonight. Christian.
These were people who felt compelled, obligated to be as close as they could to Mar-a-Lago, even if
there's, yeah,
could in fact
it's like a
Trump in November.
Like a pilgrimage to Mar-a-Lago.
They call their president.
I feel like it's a sad day for America.
And voicing their discontent with his guilty verdict.
We thought that maybe there was some hope.
I didn't think they were going to get him on all 34 counts, which kind of tells you
what's going on in New York.
It just is completely political. Anybody who cannot see that, they have been brainwashed by this media.
Steps away from Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago, supporters like Leona Mangan.
I went to January the 6th. Give me liberty or give me death.
We've got the Gen Sixers out in full force.
Even Mother Teresa could not get out from.
Even Father Teresa.
Like titanium,
she's just literally repeating something that Trump said. I mean, like, this is
convinced hush money payments charges against the former president were an abuse of power to begin with.
I don't think he did anything wrong.
They're also convinced Trump will eventually come out victorious.
Surely these things will all be overturned.
And as far as the race for president,
I don't think it's going to help him or hurt him. Not at all. I think the independents, even if you're on the fence, have already made up their mind and they can.
Across the street, a much smaller number of people celebrate.
You know, if you diddle a porn star and hush money payments get tucked away and you fill out your books illegally, then you will go to jail.
And even with just a handful of counter-protesters across the street, I can tell you things remain peaceful. We're live right outside Mar-a-Lago tonight. I'm Christian De La Rosa, Local 10 News.
And our team coverage continues now with Local 10's Alex Finney live outside Versailles, where another crowd of supporters rallied for Trump. Alex.
Yes, Calvin, very, very spirited crowd that was here for several hours today. As we know, a lot of people were here as that verdict came down. Of course, you have a lot of people on both sides with very strong opinions. Sounding off for former President Donald Trump.
I didn't think it was going to happen.
A verdict that many we spoke with said came down quicker than expected.
I mean, it was so fast. I'm surprised they reached a verdict.
People gathered outside of Versailles in Little Havana.
It doesn't seem to be fair that they charge him with a felony.
Justice system prevailed.
All of this coming soon after a Manhattan jury found the former president guilty on all 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in his New York hush. President unprecedented.
His lawyer was the one who did it.
This man giving his thoughts on the news.
I hope he can run for president. I hope he can become president because, you know, Trump's who we want in there.
And still a lot to be seen now at this hour here, a little after 11 p.m. A lot of people have gone home for tonight.
Oh my God. Okay. Oh, there's a speech.
Lester, if you can hear me, there's a lot of passion in this park right now. The former president has alleged a couple of times that because of the police presence here, right?
Okay, so this is the park right next to the courthouse, and I think we might have even seen this before. There was some. This is where the Father Teresa people were, I think, like the people with the Father Teresa sign.
Protesters, demonstrators weren't able to come. They absolutely can, and this crowd is growing here. I've been talking to people who are happy about this verdict, people who are devastated about this verdict. You just saw this man with a passionate plea here. I also just met this gentleman. What's your name, sir?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey. Jeffrey, what is your reaction as we're all just taking this in right now?
Well, we're watching the legal system work the way it's supposed to work in a democracy. 3 equal.
So yeah, we totally saw this. There was a lot of good hog activity going on in that particular protest area.
Go to hell. This is an innocent man. You convicted an innocent man. You railroaded him.
Wait, Joe and the Hoe? His hat says Joe and the Hoe. Like he's talking, I guess, about Kamala. He's meaning Kamala Harris. That's, wow.
How corrupt our government and our court systems have become.
And finally, I feel like a little bit of justice is served.
This administration.
Guilty.
Win. Guilty.
Trump is guilty. 34 counts.
Yeah, looks like definitely in New York, it's going to be a very mixed, if not a predominantly anti-Trump reaction.
So if it can happen to him, it can happen to us. That's why.
Go to hell. This is an innocent man. You convicted an innocent man. You railroaded him. This is a judicial lynching. A judicial lynching. Shame on you. Shame on all of you.
It's all of your fault. It's a conspiracy. Everybody's against Trump.
This is something that has shown to all of the American people out there how corrupt our government and our court systems have become, that you would go after a political opponent in the midst of a campaign.
I am so excited about the verdict in New York that I had to come out today to do my happy dance. That finally I feel like a little bit of justice is served. So I thank those jurors and appreciate them convicting a felon for the crimes that he committed.
My reaction was bleep yes, because he deserves it more than anybody else who's been in the justice court systems in the United States.
Really, this verdict may motivate his movement to come out and vote even more aggressively and act more aggressively in this upcoming election. So I kind of feel a little bit sad for America that we had a former sitting president that's a convicted criminal now. Overall, it's a sad day for America.
Thank you very much, everybody. This is a case where if they can do this to me, they can do this to anyone. And these are bad people. These are, in many cases, I believe, sick people. When you look at our country, what's happening, where millions and millions of people are flowing in from all parts of the world, not just South America, from Africa, from Asia, from the Middle East, and they're coming in from jails and prisons, and they're coming in from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're coming in from all over the world into our country. And we have a president and a group of fascists that don't want to do anything about it, because they could right now, today, he could stop it. But he's not. They're destroying our country. Our country is in very bad shape, and they're very much against me saying these things. They want to...
Okay, you're boring, Trump. I got more hogs. See what your supporters have to say.
There's a verdict. Guilty. It better be innocent. It better be fucking innocent. We're going to go inside the courthouse. We're going to tear it apart. Fuck you. Fuck you.
No crime, nothing. There is nothing.
Fuck. No crime.
Nothing.
There's no crime.
Where's the crime?
No crime committed.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
I love Donald Trump. Got a problem with that bitch? Gays for Trump. Wow.
It better be innocent. Yeah. I'm waiting for the verdict. It better be innocent.
There is nothing.
Motherfucker, John.
What is that outfit? I forgot. Did somebody explain that yesterday?
We look not guilty! Not guilty! Not guilty! Not guilty! Not guilty! Trump! Not fucking guilty! We love you! We love you! Not guilty! We love you! We love you! We love you! We love you! We love you!
Okay. Gave me a nice little lock for that.
Stephen Yang only.
Okay. I mean, I had it perfect before, legs, and then when I came back,
Killed by the boss.
Nobody's got time for your F Biden sign.
Not fucking guilty! Suck it! Fuck Joe Biden! And fuck you!
Like, I just want to find the live feed from this. Like, these people seem to, this news outlet seems to be perfectly positioned to catch all this hog activity.
Pedophile! Fuck you! Fuck children! Fuck Joe Biden! Fuck Joe Biden! Fuck Joe Biden! I'm going right there, guys.
Wow. That's dedication.
If they convict him,
Holy shit, he was found guilty. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Motherfuckers! Motherfuckers! You suck! You suck! There is no justice in this country!
Guilty!
Not guilty! He's not guilty!
Chat, if somebody were to tell me that these were not actually Trump supporters and that they were there to make fun of Trump supporters, I would believe, oh, this is the Gays for Trump guy.
You pieces of shit! WandaCon! Eat shit and die! You're fucking corrupt,
your
motherfucker!
fucking kids are all dead.
No!
Piece of shit!
All your
Piece of
fucking children,
shit.
they're all fucking dead.
Why is he so happy saying that?
Yeah,
Communists invading radicals.
Motherfucking piece of shit! Fucking piece of shit! There's no justice in this country! It's all corruption! It's all fucking corruption! I have a message for you! Fuck you, WandaCon! WandaCon! I'm fucking pissed!
Fuck you and fuck Joe Biden.
Fuck Joe Biden!
All I know is this.
Fuckers! Fuckers! Yeah!
Guilty on all made a whole nother animal and a whole new way.
It's a lynching! It's a lynching! It's political interference! It's over! There's no justice in this country!
It's over.
How do you feel?
It's corruption.
Tell me your reaction.
I'm shocked. I don't want to believe it. That's unbelievable.
I think it's super duper.
What do you think about the verdict?
If they're doing this, the
Corruption,
Donald
the
Trump
judge
means that
threatened
they
them.
could do this to all of us.
1776, baby.
So we saw a lot of this yesterday on Twitter. I just know that like this is longer than a 2-minute clip, so maybe.
No, I'm not gonna calm down.
And the people who are on the ground, the minority,
Fucking
do this. The only man that ever stood up for me in my fucking life,
Through and through.
Donald fucking Trump.
He's crying. He's crying.
Fuck Obama.
Yo, that motherfucker just won the election, I'll tell you that much. Fuck Joe Biden.
Not guilty.
I hope this
He's sniffling.
Not guilty.
I hope that we can find a way to love each other and to make right this fucking this prostitution. Go fuck yourself and your mother.
Is one of us. He's one of us. And now they have only made the poll numbers go higher. I guarantee that's what you're going to see coming next. The polls are going up. Donald Trump is.
Oh my God! What is that sign? It's got a It's got like a donkey. I'm guessing that's like Democratic Party. It's going for a carrot. I can't tell what this is.
Even harder. They're going to have to bring in.
What is this? Bragg hates America. Oh, Alvin Bragg. Wait. So what does the donkey represent? What is? Oh my God! This is worse than a Ben Garrett. At least Ben Garrison would label.
Michelle Obama. They're gonna have to bring in Michelle Obama, Big Mike, on.
So we definitely heard this.
Fix things, but that's not gonna work either. The numbers are gonna go so high for Trump right now that it's over for Biden. It's over for the Democrats.
Fuck you, Judge Juan. Fuck you. There is no justice in this country. We want a democracy. This is America. You railroaded this man. He committed no crimes. Fuck you. I'm mad as hell, as they say. I'm mad as hell. Let's take to the streets. Let's take to the fucking streets. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Let's take to the fucking streets. Good. Let's block traffic.
See, there was one guy trying to do it. There was one guy with a flag trying to do that.
They're convicted an innocent man. He committed no crimes.
Congratulations, Trump just won the election.
What do you think, Bill?
I think it's time for dancing in the streets. Dancing in the streets.
Fuck him! Fuck Trump every day! Fucking kill the guy next! I'm
Oh my god, don't say that.
down for whatever. Just get him that fucker out of here.
He's not guilty at all. I was in the court every day. He's not guilty. There's no evidence. No evidence. They all lie. It's a blue state. They chose all the juries. It's a hate Trump. They hate Trump. That's why they say they're guilty. It's not guilty. Yeah. And he'll be back. Yeah, he'll be back. Trump 2024. Never stop. Never give up.
What the fuck?
The scene outside Donald Trump's criminal courtroom.
Oh my god. Okay, wait. We're not watching Pac-Man. We just want to watch the hogs. Pac-Man, bring us the hogs. Wait, this is the same clips we were looking at. Oh my god, there's got to be more.
Jesus the Lord. God. Thank you.
If you're only listening, everybody's sobbing. They're sobbing. They're praying too. And by the way, is it appropriate? Is it respectful to wipe your nose with a Trump flag, or is that kind of like, oh, geez?
I mean, it's appropriate.
We need you. We need you at him. God, we need you at him. I'm gonna go beg. Thanks, God. Thank you. Thank you.
Some of them, by the way, crying while also texting. All right, I think you get it. Listen, I don't know how else to characterize this other than this is severe untreated mental illness. Seemingly untreated. Let me put it that way. If it's treated, it's not being properly treated. This is appear to be. Here are a bunch of guys dressed like Vikings who I interviewed and who was arrested. These guys are chanting, and again, yeah.
It's like Burning Man.
Burning some kind of incense. They have face paint. They're kneeling.
You got sage, which is kind of endangered now.
1, 2, 3. America!
Is this even real?
Is this a parody? Maybe these three guys, like,
it feels like a parody.
Even tell the cult is so severe that we can't even tell.
Well, that's thank you, David Pac-Man, for bringing us the few more hogs. Let's see what this looks like.
Fuck the royals! Fuck the royal family!
Wait, these are like Trump supporters that. Wait, who are these people?
Nasty old fucking
They're disgusting, aren't they? What disgusting people.
What do you think about the response that happened? You were having a conversation with them.
Well, we were actually here purely for entertainment value. We're from.
I mean.
Oh God!
Take your tea right.
Oh my God! Wow!
Fuck the key. Fucking cunt.
She's leaving.
Whoa! Settle down, damn.
Burn in hell, you liberal fuck.
Alright, bro, she's out.
Like, what did they do that even got there? Like, who is? Can somebody explain to me who that is? Like, is that like somebody that's part of the royal family? Yo, I just need this freedom. Oh my God. They don't leave their live streams up. They're not leaving their live streams up, chat. I really need this content. What is this plaza called? Trump supporters plaza.
Raise your taxes by 4 times. They want to stop you from having cars with their ridiculous mandates that make it impossible for you to get a car or afford a car. But make it very possible for China to build all of our cars. It's a very serious problem that we have. We just went through one of many experiences where we had a conflicted judge, highly conflicted. There's never been a more conflicted judge. Now, I'm under a gag order, which nobody's ever been under. No presidential candidate's ever been under a gag order before. I'm under a gag order, nasty gag order, where I've had to pay thousands of dollars in penalties and fines and was threatened with jail. Think of it. I'm the leading candidate. I'm leading Biden by a lot, and I'm leading the Republicans to the point where that's over. So I'm the leading person for president, and I'm under a gag order by a man that can't put 2 sentences together, given by a court, and they are in total conjunction with the White House and the DOJ, just so you understand. This is all done by Biden and his people. Maybe his people more importantly. I don't know if Biden knows too much about it, because I don't know if he knows about anything.
He's backing off. He's backing. He's like, well, yeah, no, it's actually Biden. It's just like his people. It's his people that did it. Right? He really just don't know anything about it, because remember, he's Sleepy Joe.
Nevertheless, the president, so we have to use his name. And this is done by Washington, and nobody's ever seen anything like it. So we have a judge who's highly conflicted. You know what the confliction is. Nobody wants to write about it, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. If I do, he said, I get put in jail. So we'll play that game a little bit longer. We won't talk about it, but you're allowed to talk about it. I hope you do, because there's never been anybody so conflicted as this. As far as the trial itself, it was very unfair.
It was the most unfair trial.
Allowed to use our election expert under any circumstances. You saw what happened to some of the witnesses that were on our side. They were literally crucified by this man.
Literally crucified? Really?
Looks like an angel, but he's really a devil.
What?
He looks so nice and soft.
What?
People say, oh, he seems like such a nice man. No, unless you saw him in action. And you saw that with a certain witness that went through hell. And when we wanted to do things, he wouldn't let us do those things.
Wait, I don't get what is he talking about?
Through hell.
But now there are freaking communists.
Communists invading radicals, welcome in.
People say, oh, he seems like such a nice man. No, unless you saw him in action. And you saw.
Wait, who is the soft, nice man?
You saw what happened to some of the witnesses that were on our side. They were literally crucified by this man who looks like an angel, but he's really a devil.
Wait, the judge? The judge?
He looks so nice and soft. People say, oh, he seems like such a nice man. No, unless you saw him in action.
You saw him in action.
You saw that with a certain.
Biden is too busy bootlicking Netanyahu, no doubt.
And when we wanted to do things, he wouldn't let us do them.
Funny clip of Biden being asked about Trump calling himself a political prisoner.
Everything they wanted.
Yeah, literally crucified.
It was a rigged trial. We wanted a venue change.
It was a rigged witch hunt.
We could have a fair trial. We didn't get it. We wanted a judge change. We wanted a judge that wasn't conflicted. And obviously he didn't do that. Nobody's ever seen anything like
the guy that's having his other case overseen by Eileen Cannon. Wait, do we see this already?
President, can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response?
He's turning around.
Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign?
What was that?
Should he be on the ballot, sir?
Oh no, he really does look like.
President, can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump
Like, was he trying to be
a political prisoner and blames you directly? What's your response to that, sir? Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign? We'd love to hear your thoughts, sir.
Should he be on the ballot, sir?
Mr. President, can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as
like it. We had a DA who was a failed DA. Crime is rampant in New York. Violence.
He didn't fail to convict you.
Crime. That's what he's really supposed to be looking at. Crime is rampant in
Not rich people. Rich people aren't supposed to go to jail. You gotta go attack the poors.
New York. Yesterday.
Yeah, he did look like an android movie. I don't even know. I feel like he's a broken android, if anything.
Hitting him up with machetes.
Like, they gotta send that android back to Boston.
Machete.
What's the machetes?
I can imagine even a machete being wielded in a store, in a place where they're eating, and he's going rampant, and Bragg is down.
He's going rampant with a machete, and Alvin Bragg doesn't care. Alvin Bragg says, use all the machetes you want to go rampant, but just make sure you get that Donald Trump.
Down watching.
You guys just make sure you stop him from paying off that actress.
Trial on what they call crimes. They're falsifying business records. That sounds so bad. To me, it sounds very bad. You know, it's only a misdemeanor, but to me, it sounds so bad. When they say falsifying business, that's a bad thing for me. I've never had that before. I'm falsifying. You know,
I've always gotten away with stuff.
In the first degree, they say falsifying business records. Sounds so good, right? It means that legal expense.
Yeah, what's up with the machete?
Totally legal.
Completely legal and cool.
A legal expense. And a book.
It was a legal expense. You gotta keep the porn star who has a story about an experience with you that might sort of go together with the your own statements about grabbing people in the pussy, might make people think of you as less than presidential. We gotta kill that story. If we can't catch and kill it with the Inquirer, then we gotta pay off Stormy Daniels.
Without any knowledge from me, correct.
He's got the accordion hands.
Marked it down in the books. A very professional woman, highly respected. She testified. Marked it down in the books as a legal expense. So a legal expense, paid a lawyer, is a legal expense in the books. It's not sheetrock, construction, or any other thing. It's a legal expense. Think of that. This is what the falsification of business records were. And I said, what else are you going to call it? What else are you going to call it? Now, I would have testified. I wanted to testify. The theory is you never testify, because as soon as you testify, anybody, if it were George Washington, don't testify, because they'll get you on something that you
He's explaining the fact that he didn't testify.
said slightly wrong, and then they sue you for perjury. But I didn't care about
He's defending a lot. Usually Trump does better than this. Look, like, there's a way that you handle, any kind of public interaction. And, if it's like, if you're alleged to have done something bad, like, kind of the worst thing you can do is, like, defend yourself on something that nobody asked about, right? Nobody's asking about him not taking the stand, right? That is actually pretty normal. But when you say that's pretty normal, that's what they tell everybody. This is what my lawyers told me. I wanted to take the stand, but they said don't do it. It's very bad. You don't need to say that. You don't need to say that.
That I wanted to.
Now we're all thinking about that.
But the judge allowed them to go into everything that I was ever involved in, not this case, everything that I was ever involved in, which is a first. In other words, you could go into every single thing that I ever did. Was he a bad boy here? Was he a bad boy there?
He was a little bit of a bad boy.
And my lawyer said, what do you need to go through? What I wanted to do is testify simply on this case.
Did I do an election interference here while complaining that the election was stolen from me?
because I would have loved to have testified. To this day, I would have liked to have testified. But you would have said something out of whack, like it was a beautiful sunny day and it was actually raining out. And I very much appreciate the big crowd of people outside. That's incredible what's happening. The level of support has been incredible.
You know what's funny is he's been doing this trick where he goes up to a crowd that's either mixed or it's mostly like people, you know, pack watching him, people excited about his downfall, and he'll kind of like fist pump, right? To be like, to get that shot, to get that, to get that, those optics, right?
So
he's not doing great in New York City as far as the support to the number of people that are just excited to finally see something resembling accountability for this asshole that's lived a whole ass criminal life without once facing the consequences that a regular person would.
The whole thing is legal expense was marked down as legal expense. Think of it. This is the crime that I committed, that I'm supposed to go to jail for 187 years for.
It was just a legal expense.
When you have violent crime all over
I was just paying back my attorney for the hush money that he paid to Stormy Daniels.
At levels that nobody's ever seen before, where you have business.
And then laundered through a shell company.
Leaving, and businesses are leaving because of this.
Because of Alvin Bragg. Yeah, that's right.
Businesses say, man.
You're like, if they're going to go after Trump, they're going to go after me too.
We don't want to get involved.
We want to be in a place where rich people actually get convicted of stuff.
I could go through the books of any business person in this city, and I could find things that, in theory, I guess, let's indict him, let's destroy his life. But I'm out there, and I don't mind being out there because I'm doing something.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Constitution. It's very important.
Oh, shit, chat.
Far beyond me. And this can't be allowed to happen.
Oh, God. Goodbye. I got it.